Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei joined Ddraig in the battle. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Issei-kun. A soft voice was heard from a close distance, causing Issei to open his eyes. As he struggles to open his heavy eyelids, the first thing he sees was a naked Serafall on top of him under his blanket. "SS Sarah? When did you get on my bed?" Issei panics. "I told you I would do this and that with you every morning, didn't I?" "Oh yeah, I almost forgot about my promise." Serafall grabs Issei's head and kisses him. "Do you like it, Issei-kun?" "Why yes, Sarah. You are really acting different ever since we became lovers. Are you okay?" For some reason, Serafall drops her head as if she was disappointment. "For me to be caught this early, this book on lovers is a lie." Serafall took out a lover's manual from under the blanket and threw it to the ground. "You had that all along? This is what you were following?" Issei yelled out of shock. Serafall covered Issei's mouth. "See, quiet, they will hear you." Issei turns his head to both sides of the bed and becomes surprised that Rias and Asia aren't there. "Where is Bucho and Asia?" "They are down there making your lunch. Both of them are competing with Akino-chan to see who gets to make lunch for you for the day. I plan to do the same tomorrow since I have shooting today." "Is it because the two are gone that you decided to sneak into my bed?" "Yes, so I can spend a little time with my Issei-kun before we go to school. Sona-chan is strict as always, so I cannot sleep with you. It will be evening before we can spend time like this again, so I want to enjoy it till the last minute." Serafall lets go of Issei's head momentarily and lifts herself up a little, allowing Issei to view her large biarthas. "Would you like that, Issei-kun?" Unable to take his eyes off Serafall's biarthas, Issei gets fired up. "Please do." Serafall gets excited hearing Issei's answer. "Then I will do 2 days' worth of service before my alarm rings." "Service?" Issei yelled. "That's right, Akun," Serafall said in a childish tone. Before Issei can respond, Serafall grabs Issei and pushes him onto her biarthas, which Issei immediately gives into. Nothing like the feeling of soft Oppai in the morning, and it is the Mao's Oppai I am feeling. I am so lucky to be alive right now. Wait a minute. The problem is I can't breathe. Unable to talk, begins struggling for breath. His arms started flailing as he attempts to get Serafall to release him. "Come on, Issei-kun, we just started. That is not the problem here. I want this to continue, but I can't breathe." Issei yelled in his thoughts. Feeling his consciousness fading away, Issei begins to move his body instinctively. Hey, cut it out, Issei-kun. I am ticklish there." Issei's fingers move across Serafall's sides, but Issei cannot stop his hands as his body randomly struggles. Stop. Serafall begins squirming and starts to move her body across the bed while clinging on to Issei. Wah! Both of them fell off the bed, but luckily the blankets that were accidentally thrown during Issei's struggle softened their fall. "I heard a thud. Are you all right, Issei-kun?" Sona entered the room in her blue-colored pajamas after hearing the thud, but goes into a state of shock to seeing Serafall naked and slightly out of breath on top of Issei, who awakens and immediately recognizes the situation. "Wait, Sona. This is a misunderstanding. What are you doing to Oani-sama?" Sona yelled to the point where everyone walking past Issei's large house could hear her scream. "At the kitchen table. So Serafall-sama did something like that? I thought that you were going to watch over her, Sona. Wasn't that our deal when we let you stay here?" Rias said in an angry tone. "Sorry, Oani-sama is much more perceptive of me than I thought," Sona said as she lies her head down. "Next time, please don't attack me until you hear the story, okay?" Issei's face is shown to be bruised up as Asia heals him. "Sorry, Issei-kun. I am still not used to the fact that the two of you are lovers, so please take it slow. Anyway, I have to leave early since I am the student council president, so I am going to change now." Sona leaves the table and heads upstairs. "I better go to since I am the teacher's assistant." Serafall gets up from the table and heads the same way. Just because you and Serafall-sama became lovers, don't forget you still have me, eh? Rias warns Issei. Don't leave me out as well, Ayin. Asia also warns him and the rest of the girls follow. Yes. Issei said out of fear. In school. Hey there, Issei. How is life treating you? Matsuda asked as he pats Issei on the back. Remembering Serafall's beatus, Issei shows a lecherous face in response. It was a very good morning. What? Care to explain? Motohama shows up and intensely stare at Issei's face. All I can tell you is that it is another Oppai-related moment. Quit hogging everything to yourself. Just tell us already. Both Matsuda and Motohama yelled. Khaos and Murayama continue to look at the perverted trio in dismay as their rambling is loud enough for the whole class to hear, although most ignore them. Ise-sen. Asia approaches Ise as Motohama and Matsuda continue to argue. Asia, do you need something from me? No, I was just wondering if you want to eat with me, along with Zenovia-san and Irina-san. Of course, lunch is better when you are eating with your friends. Issei responded immediately. Then would Motohama-san and Matsuda-san like to join as well? It's like Ise-sen said, the more people the better. We would love to have lunch with you, Asia-chan. Both Matsuda and Motohama vainly tried to act like gentlemen in front of Asia. Hey Khaos, I kind of noticed something about Hayudu-kun. Murayama said. What is it? Hayudu is a pervert who a lot of girls in this school hate, right? What made him popular all of a sudden that he is hanging out with Asia-chan and more importantly, Bucho? I don't even want to think about that pervert being friends with beautiful girls, especially Rias Wani-sama. How he became friends with so many girls remain a mystery to this day. I see. Why do you ask? Even I am dismayed over the fact that Hayudu-kun became so popular even though he is a pervert. I just don't get it. Let's just leave them alone. Any more and we might catch their idiocy. Agreed. Both Khaos and Murayama left in disgust. Here you go, Ise-sen. Say aw. Asia sticks her fork into a chicken carriage and moves it towards Issei's mouth. Ah. Issei obeys as the food enters his mouth. Delicious. Did you learn how to make this by yourself? Well, I had a little help from Bucho when I was making my lunch, but yeah. Yeah, Asia will make a great wife someday. Zenovia comments as she takes another bite of her sandwich. Hearing this, Asia's face turns fully red and begins to stutter. WWW wife? Please stop teasing me, Zenovia-san. It's frustrating, but from this perspective, Ise-kun and Asia-san do look like a couple. Irina also commented. Will you two stop showing off? It is very frustrating as both me and Motohama are still single. Matsuda yells out of jealousy and frustration. Sorry. Speaking of couples, do you know where Serafall-sama is? She usually hangs out with us every day. Asia asked Issei. Sarah will eat lunch at a different time due to a scheduling conflict involving some of the staff meetings. I understand. It is never easy being a teacher, even if you are just an assistant. After school is done, all members of the Occult Research Club and the Student Council meet in the old school building, where Azazel is present. I am pretty sure you all know why we are here, right? Azazel asked. It is related to the Khaos Brigade, isn't it? Sona asked. Yes. While there doesn't seem to be any active planning coming from them, there was a mention of evil dragons heard by one of our spy teams from the Grigori. It appears that they are only talking about how they wish to revive one, but the dragons themselves are a major issue since reviving them is actually possible. What are the evil dragons, sensei? Issei asked. A class of dragons thought to be extinct. They are well known for their brutality and power, and as a result, they were either sealed or killed off. Many often tried to avoid fighting them as they live to fight. I am pretty sure everyone knows the name of the dragons, even though Ise did not until now. Hey, I am still studying the history of the underworld. There is no way I could have learned about them at where I am currently. Issei protested. Calm down. Anyway, I am pretty sure that after hearing about them, you would know that Vritra is also an evil dragon, but he is cute compared to the three most powerful among them, Crescent Circle Dragon Krumkruch, Diabolism Thousand Dragon Azidahaka, and the Eclipse Dragon Apophis. Are they stronger than the two heavenly dragons? Not if they are at their prime Ise, but despite that even they would. Avoid fighting the evil dragons if they can help it, especially now since they are sealed within sacred gears. Still though, even though it is possible to revive them, there is no word of anyone doing that, not even the Khaos Brigade. I am only telling all of you this as a warning if it actually comes so you can prepare for it. That is all I have to say about them. Azazel becomes more laid back as he relaxes on the desk, leaving the rest concerned about how to deal with the evil dragons should they come back. On their way home from school, Rias notices Issei putting up a serious face. It's okay Ise, the evil dragons are already extinct. Even though revival is possible, if the Khaos Brigade refuses to do that, then the dragons themselves will be no threat. Rias grabs Issei's hand to comfort him. Thank you Bucho. All I want now is for something to take my mind off of it. As soon as they entered the house, Serafall wasted no time in welcoming them back. Rias-chan, Ise-kun, welcome home. I finished my shooting early. Both Issei and Rias immediately took note on what Serafall is wearing in front of them, which is nothing more than a white apron. Serafall-sama? Why are you dressed like that? Rias asked in dismay. "'Cause I heard Asia-chan and Rias-chan did the same many times and I didn't want to lose my boyfriend so I decided to do the same." Serafall then embraces Issei. "How do you like it Ise-kun? Does it get you all excited?" Feeling Serafall's almost naked body, Issei had a nosebleed, causing the blood to come out like a garden hose. Issei then faints due to blood loss. "Ise-kun!" Both Rias and Serafall yelled simultaneously as Issei passes out. "I think I can die peacefully now," Issei said before closing his eyes. As soon as Issei opens his eyes, he found himself resting his head on Serafall's legs with a teary Asia sitting next to him. "I am sorry Ise-san. I forgot to tell Serafall-sama that you pass out sometimes when me and Bucho would do this." "That's okay. I actually enjoy this experience." "Then let Levi-tan do it again tomorrow after school." "You are still going to do that after you saw me faint?" "If it makes you happy, then I am willing to do it as many times as you like." "I don't think so Wani-sama." Sona suddenly shows up behind Serafall. "Sona-chan? Since when were you home?" "A few minutes ago and I was utterly dismayed to see my own sister dressing up like this in front of a man. Even though you two are lovers, there are limits to how far you can go, understand?" "Yes Sona-chan," Serafall said in a low tone. "You too Eikun, don't let your lecherous nature influence my sister." "Yes Sona," Issei said out of fear as he sits up. Much to his surprise, Sona gently puts her hand on Issei's while giving off a cute smile. "Don't leave me out too, okay?" Sona lets go and heads to the kitchen to assist Rias and the others with dinner, leaving Issei bewildered over Sona's change in behavior. The next day in school. Those Oppai sure look good when the girls are changing. It is like Oppai paradise in there. Matsuda and Motohama are peeping into the girls' locker room once again through a hole, but Issei, conflicted about what he heard from Azazel yesterday, wasn't in the mood and rests on a nearby tree. "Hey Ise, aren't you going to look with us? You usually join immediately when we plan to peep." Matsuda asked. "I am sorry, I had a lot to think about last night. Don't get me wrong, Oppai still makes me happy, but I am just mentally exhausted today to enjoy the sights. Issei must have eaten something really bad yesterday. Usually, Oppai would get him more excited than anything else. What is really wrong with you?" "That's personal," Issei said before ignoring them. "Just leave him be. Everyone has their own secrets they want to keep," Matsuda said. Just as Matsuda and Motohama get back to the hole to peep, Katan, Murayama, and several other girls came out standing behind them preparing to attack with their shurnai. "They knew we were watching," Matsuda whispered. "We better make a run for it." Motohama replied. "When will you ever learn?" Kate said in an angry tone as the girls start chasing after them. As Murayama follows the rest of the girls, she accidentally trips on a crack. Issei, seeing her trying to keep her balance, rushes and broke her fall by grabbing her arm. Kaya! As soon as Murayama sees Issei's face, she screams as if she was being harassed, causing Khaos to turn back. Pervert! Ntai! Murayama tries to hit Issei with her shurnai, but the latter keeps avoiding. Wait. I didn't even do anything. I just saw you were about to fall. I only grabbed your arm so you wouldn't. Just so that you could harass me when the other girls aren't there. But I didn't even peep. Hearing this, Murayama stops her attack. You didn't see us? Oh right, we were chasing only the two of you when there should be three. I am guessing that you were hoping to peep when they are gone. Murayama again prepares to strike Issei. Wait, don't misunderstand Murayama-sen. I didn't peek nor did I plan to today. There were a lot of things going on yesterday and I just wasn't in the mood. You should at least be a little grateful since I prevented you from falling. Murayama relaxes after hearing Issei and puts her shurnai down. You are right, Hayadu-kun. Thank you for doing that. Glad we cleared this up. Get away from Murayama. Khaos charges towards Issei and hits him with her shurnai. Ow! Issei fell backwards and sees Khaos preparing to hit him again. Dine Tai. Wait, I didn't do anything. As Issei tries to defend himself, Murayama stops Khaos. It's true, Khaos, Hayadu didn't do anything, which is why he wasn't seen with Matsuda and Motohama. Then why did I hear you scream? That was kind of my fault. I wasn't watching my step and tripped on a crack. Hayadu grabbed my arm to prevent me from falling. Seeing that he was one of them, I thought he was going to harass me. Issei becomes annoyed. Sorry for being such a pervert. Khaos then turns to Issei. You've lucked out this time, Hayadu, but the next time you hit, there will be no mercy. Khaos and Murayama then head to the school building. How am I lucked out when I already got hit on the head? Issei asked himself. The scene then switches to a warehouse in the underworld where a young-looking man wearing a silver robe with accessories is approached by a messenger while being accompanied by several magicians. Master Lucifuge, our leader, has finally announced his return. So the old man is finally back. Excellent, it won't be long before the Khaos Brigade purge all worlds of the filth that live in it. Sister, for you to drop so low to become a servant of the Gremory, I will enjoy killing you the most. Euclid stands from his chair and leaves with the magicians following as the messenger watches. There is one that will breathe our fire. The messenger said before leaving himself. Euclid is seen in an empty warehouse observing a map of what appears to be Ku Academy, marking every opening that is possible for to enter using the transportation circle. A large figure slowly approaches him from behind. Is this the place where my opponent is? Indeed, it is Grendel. In order to lure him, we are going to need some live bait and my followers shall retrieve them. Let's get this over with. I want to see this worthy opponent of mine. Patience. Your time will come very soon. Just let them finish their part first. Hurry. The figure then disappears as he moves back. Everything is now in place. All they need to do now is to wait for my orders. Euclid then puts a circle on the school gymnasium. Back in Ku Academy. Issei is currently walking to the school entrance surrounded by Rias, Aquino, and his girlfriend, Serafall. All of the students who witnessed this are currently in shock, still not knowing why many of the beautiful girls in Ku Academy prefer to hang out with one of the members of the perverted trio. That I see, always showing off. Matsuda clenched his right fist as he starts trembling with tears in his eyes. What do all the girls see in him anyway? He is no better than us. Motohama shouted, though no one seems to have heard him. Murayama and Katan are also watching the scene, but have a more quiet reaction compared to the other students. There is Hayadu again surrounded by girls as always. I wonder how he got so popular. Back then it was just him, Matsuda, and Motohama that nobody pays attention to. What do you think? Maybe there is another side to Hayadu that none of us know about. Of course, there are still rumors of him blackmailing the girls into doing SXL acts. That is not how it looks like from this perspective. Even Kibakun is hanging out with Hayadu. Maybe there really is a secret about Hayadu that we don't know about. Well, I am getting pretty used to seeing this anyway. Let's go to class. Khaos. Okay. Marayama and Kates then proceed to the school building. Once free PRD hit, Issei is in an empty classroom talking to Ddraig about his new power that emerged during his battle with Hade after finding out that he won't be able to use it again. What do you mean that I am not able to use it again? It's just as I said, that form you took can't be summoned again, probably due to the fact that your true queen is still unstable. Then how was I able to use it last time? If I had to guess, Zeus may have given you his own blessing. He temporarily loosened the restraints of the boosted gear for you to access this form when your emotions are at its peak, but only until after you defeated Hades. Until you get stronger, you cannot use this power. What about Valley? I heard he was able to use this power without Zeus-sama's blessing. Valley awakened it on his own. When you two first met, he was many times stronger than you were. Just as you were getting stronger, he was doing the same. Remember how he easily defeated Pluto? You're right. It will take me a lot more effort to defeat the strongest Grim Reaper if I had to fight him. You still have time to train. Just be patient, partner. Right. Just as Issei opens the door to the hallway, he sees Sona standing right in front of him, apparently trying to do the same. Sona Kaishu? Issei-kan, a vampire from the Carmilla faction, came to the old school building. Azazel-sensei told us to be there. Carmilla faction? You mean the all-female vampire faction I read about currently at war with the Teeps faction? Correct. She apparently want to take Gasper back to Romania. We better go. Issei and Sona then head to the school building. As soon as Sona and Issei arrived to the school building, they saw that the vampire was already there with the Occult Research Club and Student Council with Griselda Quarta present with them. Issei becomes surprised of the vampire's doll-like appearance with long wavy blonde hair and dark red eyes. She is also wearing a red dress similar to a princess back in the Middle Ages with black thigh-high stockings. Issei notices that there are no shadows when he looks at her feet. Her name is Elmenhild Galnstein. She prefers to be called Elmin. As a pure-blooded vampire, she is extremely proud of her race and has a big selfish side, so please be polite. Sona whispered to Issei. Right. Now you know why I could like to borrow Gasper Vladi. Elmenhild is apparently continuing her conversation with Rias and Azazel, ignoring the fact that Issei and Sona just arrived. There would be no telling what would happen if Gasper's powers were forcefully released. Elmin. Gasper still has no control over it, so that won't be much help for the war you have with the Teeps faction. Rias warned Elmenhild. That's true, but it might be even worse considering that the Teeps faction not only has a Longinus possessor in the form of Valerie Teeps, but I heard they have a secret weapon that is rumored to be able to easily put down the 5 Dragon Kings. This won't be good not only for our race but for our county as well. They will only negotiate through a battle of strength. Issei takes a look at Gasper, who is visibly shaken after hearing that his friend Valerie is a Longinus possessor fighting on behalf of the Teeps faction. Elmenhild then presents a file to Azazel. He opens it and begins reading the contents. I see. So this meeting is for diplomatic reasons in order for us to make peace with the Carmilla faction in exchange to temporarily lend Gasper. Indeed. Our queen, Carmilla-sama, has grown tired of this war, so we decided that a truce should be held with the church and fallen angels. This only angers Azazel due to Elmenhild's methods. Issei himself is also getting irritated and decides not to maintain his silence. Can you guarantee that Gasper will be returned to us if we have to lend him over? It is not like we will, but that is something I need to ask. Elmenhild turns to Issei with hateful eyes. Even though you are the Sekirai, you have no right to question me since you are nothing more than a servant of Rias Gremri-sama. Answer his question. I refuse to have one of my servants sacrificed for your war just for a truce. Rias told Elmenhild. Very well. It hasn't been decided that he will be sacrificed, but I prefer to have this settled immediately. And as for you, Azazel-sama, if you want to be an advisor to one of the sides, then be my guest. Like I will work with such a selfish race. Suit yourself. I humbly thank you, Rias Gremri-sama, for allowing a vampire to your territory. Elmenhild puts on a cold smile as she gets up from the couch and leaves, angering the Gremri team, Azazel, and Griselda. I hope somebody can fill me in since I came in the middle of it. Issei said. Back in the Hyudu residence. So the Teeps faction have the Sephiroth Grawl, a Longinus that allows the possessor to make contact with the principle of life, particularly how a life and soul are made, correct? Issei asked. Yes, but for the Teeps faction to have the Holy Grail makes it even more dangerous in battle. That's why they want Gasper to use his powers to stop them even though they knew the risks. Rias answers. We shouldn't get involved in their affairs, but for them to do so makes it worse. Serafall also expressed frustration after hearing the whole story. So what can be done? Aquino asked. Me, Bucho, and Azazel-sensei plan to go to Romania to find out more about Gasper-kun's powers. There is no way we will give up our friend, but at the same time, the vampires show that we need to know more. Kiba answered. We will be leaving in a couple of days. Let's get ready. Rias said. Yes, Bucho. Kiba then leaves the house back to the apartment. I also want to come, Gasper said, much to the surprise of everyone else. Valerie is my friend who helped me escape and gave me a chance to make friends with all of you, so I want to return the favor. I will not sit down when my friends are risking their lives for my sake. I want to become strong for all of you. That's why I am going, Gasper said with determined eyes. Everyone smiles and decide to make a promise to assist should they ever be called there. Gasper is my friend. Should something happen, I will protect him at all cost. Kaneko said. So will I. It is my job to protect my junior. Issei also makes his declaration. I still have a grudge over that little vampire from earlier, so take me with you. Zenobia said. If all of you are going, then I should join also. Aquino said in a light manner. I will report this situation to Serzexchan and will assist once I am done. Serafall also makes the promise. Without the rest needing to say anything, Ria smiles after hearing their determination to help her servant. Then let's all agree to help Gasper when the time comes. Yes. Everyone said at once. Rias then turns to Sona. Until we get back, I will leave you with my team. I will make sure that nothing happens to them. After hearing Sona's promise, Rias leaves to pack up. A few days later, the Hyudu residents said their goodbyes to Rias, Kiba, and Azazel. Issei then works with Ravel on finding a magician that the former can make a pact with after hearing from Mephistopheles, the director of the Magician Council, that the Gremry group were finally eligible. So far, none that Ravel is recommending is considered to be a full fit for Issei. Well, if it isn't the Security Chin. Kuroka suddenly shows up from behind with Lu-Fei Pendragon following. Issei panics out of shock. Kuroka? What are you doing here all of a sudden? I came to help Chiron with her training Naya. Did you forget that Chiron is allowing me to stay as long as I train her and Jayakuen? Issei, if you don't mind, how about I help you in your search for a magician since I am one myself? Lu-Fei offers her services. I don't mind. It is mainly Ravel doing the work, so it would be nice for her to get help. Issei is not in the mood to deal with Kuroka, so he lets her do as she pleases. During the night, as Issei tries to sleep at night with Asia, he found himself lonely without Rias since she has slept with him for many nights and hugs Asia for comfort. Sorry Asia, do you mind if I stay like this for a while? Not at all, Issei-san. You are such a spoiled child after all. Asia said. Just as Issei was about to fall asleep, he felt something clinging on to him with something soft pressing his back. This feeling. Don't tell me that. Issei turns around to see Serafall smiling next to him naked under his blanket. Surprise Issei-kun. Since Rias-chan is gone, I decided to use this opportunity to sleep with you and Asia-chan. What? Issei yelled. Serafall-sama? Since when did you get here? Asia yelled out of surprise. 10 minutes ago. I snuck in and hid beneath the blankets before making my surprise move on my boyfriend. Rias-chan and Asia-chan sleep with him all the time. I decided that I wanted to do the same. How? Asia becomes dismayed after hearing Serafall's reason. I knew you were planning something like this, Wani-sama. Sona said after she was rushing into the room in her pajamas. Sona. Issei becomes very surprised at Sona's sudden entrance. This is not how a Mao should behave. Go back to your room. No. I want to sleep with my boyfriend since Rias-chan and Asia-chan get to do that all the time. They have their way and we have ours. Come on One-sama, get up. Sona begins pulling her sister's naked body from Issei, but Serafall only tightens her grip. Stop being so stubborn. No. I want to sleep with my boyfriend and that is final. After many more attempts to get Serafall to let go, Sona gives in, but decides that she is going to sleep in Issei's bed to make sure her sister doesn't do anything strange to Issei and vice versa. You better not tell anyone in the student council about this. Sona warned Issei. Don't worry. I don't want to get killed by the student body anyway. Issei then had trouble sleeping after what went on earlier. The next day in Ku Academy, Murayama and Khaos were walking down the hall in their kendo armor, Bogu, preparing for the kendo club when a hooded figure spots them. Excuse me. I am looking for a student named Hayate Issei. I really need to talk to him. Is he here? He is in the boys' locker room changing. Murayama reluctantly answered. What do you need to talk to him about? Khaos asked. Nothing much. I just need to have a few words with him before I leave. Thank you for showing me the way. As the figure walks away, Khaos notices a knife handle sticking out of his cloak. Murayama, that guy has a knife. Realizing that she put Issei in danger, Murayama and Khaos raise their shurnai. You are planning to hurt him, aren't you? Murayama asked. Now what makes you think that? There's a knife handle sticking out of your cloak. Khaos responded. The figure did not respond and just heads forward, leading Murayama and Khaos to attack. We won't let you do such things in school. Both girls yelled as they prepare to strike. Useless. As soon as the bamboo sword strike, the figure disappeared, leaving nothing but his cloak. How did he? Before Khaos can finish, Murayama interrupted her. We have no time for that now. Haidu is in danger, so we have to hurry. Right. The girls then head straight to the boys' locker room. As soon as Murayama and Khaos made it to the boys' locker room, they see Issei fighting 3 magicians wearing his scale mail armor. Issei is being hit with shards of ice casted by one of the magicians, but blocked most of it with his gauntlet. Issei then goes for a punch as one of the magicians creates a defense magic circle, but was easily broken through and hit. As Issei goes after another, the 3rd magician appears behind him, causing Murayama to break silence. Hayudu, behind you. Huh. Issei turns around and punches the magician coming towards him, sending him crashing into the wall. He then turns to the 2 girls watching him battle. Murayama. Khaos. Get out of here. The sole magician still standing attempts to attack the 2 girls as he raises his hand and begins casting a spell. Before he can finish, he was tackled to the ground. Leave them alone. The magicians get up, preparing for another round, but small magic circles begin to appear. After the circles disappeared, they then activated a teleportation magic circle, apparently retreating. We will meet again. The magician standing on the middle turns his attention to Murayama and Khaos and aims a beam of white light at them, knocking them unconscious. Witnessing this attack, Issei charges at them. What did you do to them? They have seen too much. All I did was erase their memories. Until next time, Secure UDI. The 3 magicians then disappeared before Issei can touch them. Issei then hears explosions coming from other parts of the school. I better hurry. When Issei reaches one of the affected classroom, he can see that almost all of the class is asleep due to the spell put by the devils. He then spots one conscious girl, who appears to have seen what happened as she is trembling in fear with tears coming out. Hey, are you okay? What happened here? Suspicious-looking people attacked our school. Kaneko-san, Ravel-san, and Gasper-kun saved me, but then all of them got covered by a bright light and then disappeared. Realizing that his juniors were kidnapped and are being held hostage, Issei banged his left fist in the corridor. The rest of the Gremory group as well as the student council met up in the old school building where the latter revealed that the investigation is underway and that the repairs to the school will be handled by them. As for the students, they plan to use Azazel's mind-erasing device to erase their memories of the incident, despite knowing that they can't erase their trauma caused by the attack. So it turns out that the magicians that attacked were stray magicians, those who were exiled by the council and currently working for the Khaos Brigade. Akino told everyone, "If we can, I want to make it a first priority to save my juniors who were kidnapped." Issei declares, "I will also never forgive them as a teacher of this school. Please allow us to perform the rescue operation." Rosweiss also added herself in. Sylphie decided to make a stand. Everyone, I just talked to Kaicho earlier before this meeting has even started, and we both agree that protecting lives comes first over finding who did it. We received a message from the culprits to meet them in the closest station to the school, and that is what we will do. One question though, how were the magicians able to pass through the barriers protecting Ku Academy? I thought only those with similar auras as the top members of the three factions can pass through them. Irina asked. It's possible that there is a traitor among us, Hayato-kun, but we have no leads on who it is. That will be dealt with for another time. Right now, saving the kidnapped students is more important. Tsubaki answered. Zenobia immediately summons Durandal. I want to teach those stray magicians for kidnapping our friends. Tell us what we have to do. Knowing where they will be, we cannot use our strongest attacks since the station will collapse. Here is what we have to do. Sona begins explaining her plan as the rest listen to her in silence. After reaching the station, they took an elevator down to the floor. Benya and Lugeru are tasked to watch for possible reinforcements. After reaching the floor, they saw over 100 magicians preparing for battle. Despite being outnumbered, none of them show even the slightest amount of fear. All right, let's teach them a lesson. Sona declared. Thanks to Sona's skills as a tactician, many of the magicians were subdued with barely any damage to the point where Issei didn't have to use his balance breaker. Out of desperation, the magician summoned 3 chimera creatures resembling a snake, bird, and turtle. Like those creatures can stop me. Zenobia easily disposed them. It looks like I can finally unleash my abilities. In her Miko outfit, Akino shocks the entire battle arena with holy lightning, being careful enough not to hit her allies. I guess sking the dragon's energy from Issei-kun's arm would have probably worked from the start, but then again, I was afraid that it would collapse the whole station, so I figured that the compatibility between Saji and Issei-kun would be the next best thing. Sona commented. But it looks like after seeing the strength of the Gremory group, it looks like I am going to have to push my time even further. Seeing Sona's intense eyes, the Citri group also starts becoming frightened not only of their master, but also the Gremory group after witnessing their strength in battle. I don't think I want to fight them anymore. Me too. Both Hanakai and Kusaka expressed their displeasure at the thought of fighting the Gremory group. A magic circle suddenly appears beneath the feet of both teams. What is going on? Issei asked. One of the magicians got up with a smile on his face. Time for you to meet our boss. The next thing they saw was an empty white room, but before they can figure out where they are, they were spotted by Ravel, Kaneko, and Gasper. Issei-sama. Issei-senpai. Issei-senpai. They all rushed towards Issei out of joy and relief, apparently unscathed, although Gasper is shown to have a couple of bruises on his face. Gasper, what happened to you? Issei asked after seeing Gasper's condition. We were being scanned by the magicians using a magic circle, but Gasper tried to resist capture, and this is the result. Ravel explained. Those guys, I am going to make sure they pay for this. Then turn around. Euclid's voice was. When everyone did what they were told, they saw a man wearing a silver robe, but have yet to figure out his identity. Are you the one behind this attack? Sona asked. Yes, I am. I suppose you are wondering why I did what I did. There are 2 reasons for that. First is that since there are many magicians on our side, they cannot control themselves very well since the Old Mao faction and the Hero faction are both gone, and they became curious of the Sekiryudi's power after hearing a report about him. The second reason is this. One of the walls began to move, showing what appears to be a laboratory which Euclid calls a factory. We plan to mass-produce Phoenix Tears to be distributed in the black market in order to gather the needed funds, and in order to do that, we needed to produce many high-class Devil's Phoenix you can see in the capsules. Many have stopped functioning as this factory is planning to be abandoned. All of them have stopped functioning. We needed Revel in order to improve the accuracy of its production. Issei took a look inside of the capsule to see that the cloned body is already dead. He then turns to Revel, who is extremely depressed after knowing what they needed her for. How repulsive! Sona said with disgust. Yes. Now that you know, perhaps it is time for me to introduce you to a friend on mine. Euclid summons a dark green magic circle. Vritra takes the form of a snake using Saji's shadow and is dismayed by what he is seeing. This color. No way. That dragon was supposed to be dead. The color of the dragon gate could only mean one thing. Saji braces himself. The legendary dragon, Crime Force Dragon, Grendel. Come on out. A large dark green dragon emerges from the circle and gives a loud roar which shakes the whole room. You have kept me waiting long enough. Where is my opponent? Grendel? I thought you were destroyed by the original Beowulf. Grendel takes a look at Issei and Vritra. Oh good, it looks like the red one and Vritra are here. Gwa. It looks like I'm going to have a lot of fun today. I heard that Ddraig was sealed as a sacred gear from this man, but I also heard that this host was the greatest of them all. So will you entertain me today? Hearing Grendel's voice, Ddraig immediately responds. So the Khaos Brigade did revive you after all. Partner, this fight cannot be avoided, but Grendel is a ferocious evil dragon that you must not hold back against. Don't even show a bit of sympathy. Understood. The jewel in the boosted gear begins to glow. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Everyone stay back. This battle will be between me and him. Issei's body is then covered in thick armor and immediately charges towards Grendel. This is exactly what I want. Give me what you have. Boost, boost, boost. Welsh Dragonic Rook. Charge, solid impact. Issei thickens his armor and punches Grendel head-on. Despite getting thrown back, Grendel is not impressed. Is that really all you got? The great Ddraig got weakened by that much? I was expecting something much better. Are you serious? That was an enhanced punch I just threw earlier. The lack of damage Grendel sustained greatly surprised Issei. It looks like we have no choice. Let's transform to True Queen. Understood. Issei then does his chant. I, who is about to awaken, am the security eye who holds the truth of King up high, holding the infinite hopes and unbreakable dreams and walking the path of righteousness. I will become the emperor of the Crimson Dragon, and I will lead you to the path of heaven glowing in deep crimson light. Cardinal Crimson Full Drive. Issei's armor transforms from red to crimson in an instant. Seeing this transformation, Grendel laughs. Crimson? That is a transformation I have yet to see until now. I see, so you have become stronger than before. Entertain me even more. Like I will let you do what you want. Let's go Ddraig. No holding back. Issei and Grendel then proceed to charge. The next scene shows a dimension within the jewel of the boosted gear. Inside of a dark room, a large black western dragon is seen sleeping. A loud roar was heard, forcing the dragon to open his eyes. Hearing Grendel's voice, the dragon unleashes a loud roar of his own. Grendel! The dragon shouted in anger. As Grendel and Issei charge at each other, the large dragon attempts to strike with his claws, but using his high speed, Issei dodges the strike and hits one of his own on Grendel's face. Despite the high impact, Grendel did not receive much damage, much to Issei's shock. Careful partner, Grendel has one of the hardest scale among the extinct dragons. Attacks like this won't work, Ddraig explained. But I can't go any further than this due to my surroundings. Using Crimson Blaster will destroy the entire room. Indeed. Then you are going to have to change your strategy rather than just powering yourself up. Changing my strategy, huh? Before Issei can give himself time to think, Grendel launches a fireball from his mouth towards him, causing Issei to move at high speed. After dodging the attack, Grendel shows up in front of Issei and strikes him hard with his fist, slamming him to the ground. What insane power! Issei said as he struggles to get up. Wah! Get squashed. Grendel prepares to stomp Issei with his giant foot, but Issei rolled out of the way just in time and flew above. The punch he did earlier was even more powerful than Serafall when he's wearing the lion's armor. Guess I will have to make my strikes harder. Issei flew up and begins boosting his armor. Boost, boost, boost. Issei then landed a hard kick to Grendel's jaw. Despite that, Grendel shows no signs of slowing down. Issei then started a fistfight with Grendel, successfully landing multiple strikes, but unable to keep the large dragon down. Partner, this guy also enjoys receiving damage. You have to finish him in order to stop him. Are you serious? Here I come, Ddraig. Grendel launches a more powerful fireball towards Issei. Issei responds by charging through the fireball. Time to put my plan into action. Boost, boost, boost. Let's see how you like my punch mixed with Ascalon's power. Issei strikes Grendel with his right fist on the stomach. Solid impact booster. The impact of the punch sends Grendel to the ground with blue blood coming out of his mouth. However, Grendel gets up almost immediately despite the damage. That hurts. This is the best fight I've had in a long time. Let's continue fighting until one of our bodies shattered. What a crazy dragon. Ddraig is just as dismayed as Issei after witnessing Grendel's desire to keep fighting. Before we keep going, I decided that I am going to kill all of you, so prepare yourself. Hey, your opponent is me. Leave my comrades out of it. Too late. Grendel expands his stomach greatly and unleashes a huge fireball, which soon begins to split. It's okay, Hyde-kun. We will be able to block it. Sona prepares a defense spell, but before the fireball can separate completely, Issei's left gauntlet begins turning black, releasing an ominous aura. Grendel! A deep voice is heard shouting. Ddraig, what is going on? Issei asked. So he finally decided to accept a host. Partner, explanations can be done later. Use your new power. Breathe fire. Understood. Issei then took a deep breath. Boost, boost, boost transfer. Issei unleashes the flames from his body, but something unexpected happens. Blue flames came out of Issei's body instead and at a very wide range, extinguishing Grendel's flames and burning some of his scales off. Blue flames? How could this be? I think it's time for us to retreat, Grendel. Euclid said. Hold on. I still want to fight. You are still at your tuning stage. Any more and your body will turn back into a corpse, especially after what we just witnessed. A magic communication circle appears next to Euclid. Good news, it appears that they are having trouble with the white one. You can fight them when we get there. So it's Albion this time. Alright, my playtime with you will be put on hold, but next time we meet, I will kill you all. Wah. I suppose after all of this, I think I should introduce myself. I am Lucifuge. Euclid Lucifuge. So that would explain how you are able to let stray magicians into Kuo Academy. Sona said. Please tell my elder sister, Graphia, if you are living as you like by abandoning the role of Lucifuge, then I have the right to do the same. Soon enough, all of you will meet the true boss of the Khaos Brigade. Until then. Euclid and Grendel then disappears through the magic circle. As soon as they left, the space around them starts to collapse. We better evacuate. Under Sona's command, Aquino activates a teleportation magic circle while Ravel and Sona release magic circles towards the capsules. Everyone was then evacuated safely. Back in the Hyudu residence, Issei is seen talking to Ravel, Sona, and Serafall about the battle after the situation was reported to the Underworld Council. So that's what happened. I have already reported to Serzexchan about the Khaos Brigade and the evil dragons, but for Graphia-chan's brother to be involved with this is quite surprising. Serafall said after hearing Sona's report. We have already delivered the capsules to the Underworld authorities. An investigation is already underway to stop the production. Ravel reported. Serafall then turns to Issei. For you to have a special power all of a sudden, I wonder what could have triggered it? I don't know. There is nothing in history about Ddraig shooting blue flames. There are certain dragons that can breathe such flames, but none of them known were sealed within sacred gears, although there are some labeled missing. Sona stated. Something did change though before I expelled the blue flames. Before Grendel's fireball separated, my left gauntlet turned black and I heard a deep voice shouting Grendel's name. Ddraig referred to this change as if there was another dragon within my boosted gear. He then told me to use this power and I guess you already saw the result. Issei added his own story. If you are right, this would be the first time I've heard of a sacred gear where 2 dragons reside in. But if that is the case, then I don't think even the 8 pawn pieces Issei is given would have been enough without some turning into mutation pieces. Serafall stated. Issei has 4 mutation pieces already, and the fact that this power has remained dormant until now made it possible for Rias to turn him into her servant. Even if the dragon wakes up now, there would be no negative feedback since Issei's body not only has already adapted to Ddraig's power, but also became a dragon as well. The only limit, like when Issei first uses the boosted gear, is how much his body will be able to handle this new power, but given that Issei can promote to True Queen, it is safe to say that he will be able to handle it very well even if it fully awakens, as long as it doesn't mix with his full abilities using Triana. Wait, Sona, are you saying that if the new dragon awakens, I won't be able to use Triana as long as I use the powers of the new dragon? You can either use one or the other, but you still haven't fully mastered True Queen yet since it is still unstable. Until you do, combining the armor of these 2 dragons at full power would be too much for your body to handle. I see. That is only in theory, Issei. Did Ddraig tell you anything else? No. Ddraig hasn't spoken a word ever since the battle. I wonder what is going on. I guess only time will tell, Serafall said. But even so, for Grafia-san's brother to get involved, things can only get much worse as he isn't even in charge of this whole thing. I cannot disagree with you on that, but we don't know how powerful they really are, so let's lay low for a while until we find out. In the meantime, also suggest that you find yourself a magician to make a pact with Ian. Sona suggested. I am already on it, Ravel announced as she started looking through different files. Within the jewel of the boosted gear, Ddraig is standing in the front of what appears to be a large black door with a gold-coiled dragon insignia in the middle of it. So you have finally awakened. Ddraig, it has been very long since I have last awakened. A voice was heard beyond the door. I was about to say the same. What was it that woke you? Was it my new host or the evil dragons? The evil dragons, where are they? They are alive. The group known as the Khaos Brigade revived them. Such a disgusting bunch for them to betray me and got me sealed with you in this prison. The evil dragons are who me and my host are fighting right now. If you want your revenge, then you are going to have to work with my host. The voice lets out a laugh. Kukuk, are you kidding me? All of your previous hosts I was with fell to the corruption of my powers, which is the reason why you put me to sleep here in the first place. Not this one. What makes you so sure that he won't fall like the rest? Because he is the greatest possessor of me. Barely anyone was able to reach the stages he went through. The voice went silent for a moment. I see. If sharing a host allows me to exact my revenge on the evil dragons, then so be it. Release me. Ddraig begins breathing fire towards the door. The door then begins to glow as the insignia turns, unlocking it. As the door slides open, a large black western dragon comes out of it and stares face to face with Ddraig. So Ddraig, who is my so-called host? A second head suddenly emerges next to the dragon's main head. The one named Issei. Meanwhile, in the Hayudu residence, the Citri sisters are currently taking a bath together with Sona showing an unpleasant face towards Serafall. Wani-sama, please tell me you are not going to sleep with Issei again. Why not, Sona-chan? You did the same thing a couple of nights before. That's because you won't let go. Seriously, Wani-sama, considering your age, I thought you would be able to handle relationships more like an adult. How rude. I am an adult. And it is because of that, I made my own decision to sleep with Issei. What kind of an adult would dress up as a magical girl in public and try to act like the character? Hey, that is called method acting, in case you didn't know, Sona-chan. Serafall pouts. You don't need to do any method acting to act like a child. You are so mean, so Tan. I told you not to add Tan. Then don't call me a child. Serafall then splashes water to Sona's face. Then quit acting like a child. Sona splashes back. You are the one acting like a child now. Both Sona and Serafall soon started having a splash fight similar to Zenobia and Irina in the underground pool. Mao. You are to strict Sona-chan. I think I am going to make you smile a bit more. Wani-sama, what are you Haya? Serafall begins tickling Sona's underarms. You always have that serious look on your face. You need to learn laugh more. Serafall starts showing a perverted look on her face. Pipi, please stop, Tuanima. Sona tries to resist the urge to laugh. Not until you start laughing. Drool starts coming out of Serafall's mouth as Sona starts to... I will. Then it looks like I will have to go even further. Serafall begins wiggling her fingers even faster. Stop it. Sona finally broke down. Unable to resist her urges, Serafall continues her torture. You need to smile more, Sona-chan. I rarely get a chance to see you like this, so I am not going to waste it. Haha. This isn't fun, Wani-sama. See, cut it out. Sona had tears coming out of her eyes. Are you going to let me sleep with Aelin without bothering us? For my sister to go this far. Two can play at this game. Sona then tickles Serafall in the same place, causing her to jump and return back to her senses. Sona-chan, what are you doing? I'm not going to let my sister win my decision through such devious means. Serafall refuses to stop despite being tickled by Sona. Stop it. You stop first, Sona-chan. Their tickle fight can be heard by Zenobia and Irina, who are just outside the bathroom. What are they doing in there? Zenobia asked. I don't know, but if Issei-kun were here, he would have a nosebleed listening to them. Irina responded. As Issei heads toward one of the training room with Ravel, they see Kuroka training Kaneko and Gasper in Senjutsu with Lu Fei watching them. Kuroka then spots Issei and rushes to embrace him. Security-chin. I just came back from battling an evil dragon, so I am tired. Let me rest on you so I can heal, Naya. An evil dragon? Both Ravel and Issei yelled. Yes. That is the reason why I want to make Chiron and Jayakuen stronger, Naya. After Issei finds a chair to sit on, Kuroka wastes no time and leans on him. So what is your story about your encounter with an evil dragon? Ravel asked. A dragon named Azidahaka came and attacked us. If I recall, Sensei told me that Azidahaka is one of the top 3 strongest of the evil dragons that died. It was killed by the hero Ryotana in a state where it was basically sealed. Correct. We were traveling the world seeking strong foes and mysteries when that dragon attacked us. That dragon was indeed the strongest foe we ever faced. No matter how much we punched, kicked, or cut, the dragon shows no signs of going down and continues to laugh. He definitely wasn't normal. Lu Fei continues. After that, Grendel shows up with a man wearing a robe wanting to fight us, but Azidahaka wouldn't let him and instead began fighting each other. The situation quickly turns disastrous, so we decided to leave temporarily. Even Valley, who happily fought, was an incredible idiot, Naya. You shouldn't be like that, okay? Just stay who you are right now. I am not like Valley or the evil dragons. Good boy. Now let's test Chiron to see if she is concentrating fully, Naya. You are going to do that again? Yep. Kuroka takes Issei's right hand and puts it down to her Beartus. What? Issei immediately gets excited over the softness of Kuroka's Oppai. Kuroka's Oppai is so soft. For me to get to touch them again, I am truly in joy. Hurry for Oppai. Issei yelled in his thoughts. Kuroka? What are you doing? This time only Ravel reacts while Kaneko continues to stay the way she is. My. It looks like Chiron is doing better in controlling her urges. Any more than that and she will soon surpass Minaya. Thanks for the help, Security-chin. Before Kuroka goes back to them, she turns towards Issei one more time. Before I forget, if you are looking for a magician to make a pact with, how about I recommend Lu Fei? What? Everyone in the room becomes surprised at Kuroka's suggestion. Kuroka-san. There is no loss considering that she is an expert magician coming from a well-known family, you know? That may be true, but the fact that she is in the Khaos Brigade creates an obstacle between her and Issei-sama. Ravel protested against the pact. Then at least consider interviewing her first, little birdie-chan. My name is Ravel. Before the arguing can continue, Issei stops Ravel. Calm down. Let's just hear what Luffy has to say. If Issei-sama said so, then fine. You better answer every question truthfully, understand? Why yes. Luffy said out of fear. After several minutes of getting to know Luffy, Ravel becomes shocked hearing all of her accomplishments as a magician. Impossible. What's wrong, Ravel? Luffy-san has exceeded the standards of the magicians I recommended you, but the fact that she supported the Khaos Brigade is still a big issue. I guess that is good enough for now, Naya. Hopefully, things will change for the better for us. Kuroka then leaves to focus on Kaneko and Gasper. In Kuo Academy. Finally I get to relax after a hard day's work. From the Khaos Brigade to the evil dragons, it feels as though school is the most relaxing place for me. Issei thought. Hey Issei, what's up? Motohama puts his arm around Issei's head. Seen any good Oppai lately? Matsuda later joins. What are you guys doing? Issei asked. Take a look. Motohama takes out a DVD, something that Issei got excited about as soon as he lay his eyes on it. Are you serious? This pawn DVD is one of the rarest ever to contain an anime bishoujo magical girl. Where did you guys get this? I made a deal of trading half of my old school live-action DVDs for the more modern ones. What do you say, Issei? Want to watch it with us? Are you kidding? Of course I will watch it. Before Issei could take the DVD, Serafall suddenly came in and took it from them. You are not supposed to discuss inappropriate things when you are in class. According to Sona-chan, it disrupts morals, so you can have it back after class. What? But you were hugging Issei when you first came here and now you are against such acts. Matsuda pointed out. In fact, Sona-chan said if I can control public morals in my own class, she will let me be with Issei-kun. Don't say that in front of my friends. Issei protested. What is this all about? Motohama and Matsuda yelled. As Issei tries to desperately get out of the situation, Murayama finds herself staring at him as Kates and Asia are talking to each other. A flashback occurs within Murayama's mind of Issei saving her in his scale mail armor from one of the magicians trying to attack her and Kates, revealing that she remembers the incident. What are you, Hayudu? Murayama said in her thoughts. Serafall then takes notice of Murayama as if she senses something within her, but decides to let it go for the moment. Issei then decides to take a nap under a tree near the tennis field. When he opens his eyes, he saw that he is no longer in the school, but in a large dark space. What is this? Where am I? As Issei continues looking around, a dragon emerges from the ground behind him. Hello, Issei. Ga. Issei immediately freaks out upon seeing a dragon head emerging from the ground. Finally I get to meet my host. Another head appears behind Issei. Stop doing that. What do you mean by host? It is just as I said. The real dragon finally appears in front of Issei, causing the two heads to vanish from the ground. I have been asleep for a long time. I have finally awakened upon hearing the sounds of an evil dragon within the Boosted Gears dimensional plane. I am the evil dragon, Azdaja, of the Slavic mythology. Are you my worthy possessor? Issei goes into a state of shock upon seeing that an evil dragon is in front of him. Issei finds himself in the Boosted Gears dimensional plane after falling asleep under a tree near Kuo Academy. Much to Issei's dismay, he is also inside the home of the evil dragon, Azdaja, who has the ability to multiply his heads on his own body and even other surfaces. Wait, so you are telling me that I had an evil dragon within the Boosted Gear all along? Where the heck were you all this time? Issei yells. I was put in this dimensional plane where I would sleep until I could find a host worthy enough. Until that time, my power would remain dormant and unresponsive, which is why it seems like only Ddraig lives inside of this prison you called the Boosted Gear. So why is an evil dragon in my Boosted Gear? Azdaja puts his head closer to Issei, staring intensively at his host, much to the latter's discomfort. Do you know why I have finally awakened Issei? It is because of the roar of an evil dragon. I was once thought of as one of the strongest evil dragons before I was sealed here, killing everyone including other legendary creatures to prevent them from reaching my territories. After I was left for dead by St. George, who wielded Ascalon. During the time, I asked for help from the other evil dragons to finish him off, but it turns out that it was a setup to weaken me since I would attack them if they crossed as well. Not long after Ddraig's soul was sealed in a sacred gear, members of the three factions tried to seal me up as well in my weakened state, but my dark powers have rendered them mad. Unable to seal me within a sacred gear of my own, I was forced into the boosted gear as it was strong enough to suppress my dark energy and was forced to share it with that arrogant and prideful red dragon. As Ddraig begins expressing his disdain of sharing his home with Ddraig. So you were the dragon that was said to be killed by St. George, but if you weren't dead and was instead sealed within the boosted gear due to the evil dragons, how come your powers remain dormant instead of Ddraig's? The previous hosts that tried to unseal my powers also went mad as a result due to my aura. I am not as powerful as Ddraig, but the damage done to my host makes me a more dangerous dragon. There were a few who were able to use me temporarily, but in the end, the results remain the same. It turns out only those with strong willpower shall be able to possess me. Believing that my powers and my quest for vengeance against the evil dragons was killing off our hosts, I was sealed in within this dimensional plane by Ddraig, where I decided to sleep until the time comes when a suitable host is found. Issei becomes nervous after listening to the story. Hearing why you were sealed is kind of scary considering that I am also your host. Ddraig believed that you were strong enough to become my possessor. If what he says is true, then you shouldn't have any problems using my power. But that's still dangerous. There is still a chance for to get corrupted by the rest if I start. Believe me, Issei, I wouldn't want to be denied of the opportunity to face off against those who betrayed me, and you going mad is not going to help. I will hold back should you go mad, but then it shows that you are not ready if I do, and therefore you will never gain access to me again. Are you serious? You mean that I only get one chance to overcome your power, and if I fail, you will go back to sleep? This is exactly why I hate having a host to do my revenge. I need someone who can overcome this should they wish for my assistance. All of my former hosts who gained access never did live a decent life, you know? But if Ddraig trusts you to be my host, then that shows potential. Otherwise you will have to fight the evil dragons on your own with Ddraig, which doesn't help considering that the red dragon wants you to stay away from them. Issei gives himself some time to think. If you can help me defeat the evil dragons, I will accept this challenge. Then summon me when you face an evil dragon yet again. Farewell. A bright light flashes in front of Issei, bringing him back to the tree he rested on. So I'm back. Always one thing after another for me. When am I going to have my peace? I see. So that's what happened. Issei immediately heads over to the Occult Research Club and the Student Council in the Old School building, telling Sona about Ddraig and why he became his possessor. Amazing for Issei-kun to have two dragons instead of one. Akino is more enthusiastic about the news. But the fact that the evil dragon has powers that can corrupt the host for a single use is a problem. Sona, however, is more cautious about it. Ddraig believes that I could overcome Ddraig's power, which is why he released him so I could be his possessor in our fight with the evil dragons. It will certainly give us an advantage during the fight, but I think it is better for you to figure out and practice Ddraig's abilities. Kiba responded. No doubt. I honestly thought St. George slayed that evil dragon, but for him to be inside of Issei's boosted gear. That sounds amazing. With two powerful dragons on our side, we just became even more powerful. Zenobia and Irina enthusiastically added themselves in. I've never even heard of an evil dragon inside of a sacred gear. You truly are a unique possessor, this. Ophis suddenly shows up with Rasei on her head, much to Issei's surprise. Ophis? Where did you come from? Kuroka and Lufei are out with Valis, so they told me to come here instead. Anyway, where are Ravel and Gasper? Issei asked. Ravel is currently sorting out the documents searching for the magician that would most suit you considering that Lufei still has the status of terrorist, but she never ruled out the possibility considering her abilities as a magician. Gasper is somewhere training with Kaneko and Kuroka out of request to prepare for his trip to Romania. In the meanwhile, I think it is best to use the new dragon as a last resort. I don't want to have Issei corrupted before we face the Khaos Brigade. Sona suggested. That's a good idea. I have no idea what kind of power Ddraig has, so using it might become a hazard. The meeting then ended. Back in the Hyudu residence. Amazing for Issei to have another dragon inside of a sacred gear. With this, I can add a new dragon to my show. Serafall reacts enthusiastically to the news. I think that is only from your view, Sarah. We don't even know what this dragon can do as a sacred gear. Issei responded to Serafall's enthusiasm. Plus, before Issei can even use this power, he still needs to overcome the dark energy that drives the dragon's previous hosts mad. Sona added. I think Issei is strong enough if Ddraig trusts him that much that he would release the evil dragon, Ddraig, for him to use. Let's hope so, Sarah. I don't want to go mad just because of one mistake. Zoom in. Oppai said as she watches Oppai Dragon. Oh, that reminds me that I haven't given Ddraig his medicine yet. Excuse me. Issei left the room and moves to the kitchen where he starts pouring the medicine into the jewel of the boosted gear over the sink. What a relief. It feels like all of my troubles are going away by just a sprinkle of this. Do you feel that your scar has healed a little bit? It is not that easy to heal a scar caused by something I have never experienced for. I don't know how long it will actually take for my heart to heal. Seriously, Ddraig, you are way too sensitive for these kind of things. Among all this time, I never had the thought of a heavenly dragon who needs medicine. What happened to the prideful red dragon that the leaders of the three factions were afraid of? Ddraig added himself in, unable to stay away from the unique conversation. The things that are going inside my partner's head is causing a huge influence in the underworld. The change is unbearable considering what I was previously known as before I was sealed. Now that you mentioned it, Issei's head is filled with perverted thoughts. Not long after waking up, most of the images I see are Oppai. The next thing I see is Issei touching them and skinning them. Never seen such an obsession over women's BRSTS, and it's quite disgusting. What did you say? Oppai is the greatest thing for males of all races to lay their hands on. An evil dragon wouldn't understand that. Issei protested. Issei's obsession with BRSTS scarred Ddraig, due to him being known by almost everyone as Oppai Dragon and Chichiryudai instead of the feared Red Dragon Emperor he once was. Oppai shows up after seeing that the show is currently on commercial. Are you telling me that Ddraig is known as Oppai Dragon among everyone? Is that the reason why he needs medicine? Ddraig holds back his laughter. I didn't care at first, but soon my partner starts coming up with Oppai-related techniques using my power. Did you know that when he activated his balance breaker, he did it by poking BRSTS? He did the same thing to deactivate Juggernaut Drive. It was so horrible that I kept crying non-stop. Ddraig complains to Ddraig. Bwahaha. I can't believe it. The Red Dragon Emperor developed a fear of BRSTS and is now like this because of it? Ha. This is just too great. Do your best, Chichiryudai. Ha. Ddraig continues to make fun of Ddraig while laughing very hard at him. Yun. My situation is already bad enough without you here. Partner, give me more medicine. What? But I just gave you some. Ha. I can't stop laughing at this. For me to see a heavenly dragon like this, maybe I can use BRSS to defeat the evil dragons the same way Issei defeated Ddraig. Won. Ddraig starts crying more constantly. That's enough, Ddraig. Ddraig is now in a delicate state again because of you. At this rate, I am going to run out of medicine before the counselor could make new ones. Issei then pours another round of medicine on the jewel. Ha. I wish I could get out of here so I could tell the other dragons about this. Please don't make me use more medicine, okay? The situation is already bad enough as it is. Fine. I am done laughing anyway. Wake me up when you fight an evil dragon. I guess there is only two things that will wake this evil dragon up. Someone to make fun of and the opportunity to fight other evil dragons. Ddraig, are you feeling okay? Better than earlier. That crazy dragon doesn't know when to stop. I wonder what it would be like if he is known as the Oppai Dragon instead. Ddraig probably wouldn't care since all that motivates him is fighting and getting revenge. All I want right now is to live peacefully in this era. I guess that would be good when it comes to fighting the evil dragons. Since Ddraig is one of them, maybe he will know how to defeat him since he doesn't seem to show fear. That or maybe he is just stupid. Just remember how stubborn evil dragons are, partner. Grendel couldn't beat me when I was at my prime, and yet he still keeps coming. You're right. I better be careful or one mistake might cost me my life. At night, Murayama is seen sleeping in her room peacefully, but suddenly started shaking. When she awakens, she sees herself at the tip of a mountain, barely able to keep herself from falling. What is this? How did I get here? As Murayama tries to look around her, she sees a dark blue dragon heading towards her. A dragon? No, that can't be. They are not real. The dragon then spits out a fireball into Murayama's direction, causing her to lose her balance and fall. Aha! Somebody help! A giant eagle came and broke her fall. The giant bird then goes head-to-head with the dragon. The dragon then breathes a stream of fire towards the eagle. With Murayama hanging on the bird's back, the eagle then expands its giant wings and starts creating a strong gust. The strong winds blew the fire away towards the dragon, causing severe burns on its body. Unable to continue fighting, the dragon decides to retreat. Thank you. I am Hraesvelgr, the bird of these mountains. Should you wish to summon me again, you must awaken. What? Before Murayama can say any more, Hraesvelgr drops her, causing her to scream as she falls to her apparent death, but as soon as she hits the ground, she finds herself on the floor next to her bed. So it was only a dream. As Murayama starts feeling relieved, she starts to feel a cold object on her chest. She then realizes she was wearing a necklace and on it is a small crystal eagle with the same shape as the one who rescued her. No, it wasn't a dream. If that's the case, what am I supposed to do? Murayama then went to bed, but was unable to sleep for the rest of the night due to fear and confusion over the events that occurred. The next day, Murayama was on the way to school where Khaos met her halfway. When both of them started commenting why they couldn't sleep well last night, they both realized they had the same dream. What? You too? Khaos said, flabbergasted. I am actually scared knowing. This is just like when we saw Hyudu fighting those guys while wearing his red armor. What they exhibit was almost like magic. And when we reported to them, we were laughed at as soon as we mentioned that the people can do magic. The people who were near there acted like they didn't see anything at all. Part of the school is damaged, but was back to normal the next day. Something is going on here, but it seems that no one from the school knows anything about it, but Hyudu. The thought of asking that pervert scares me, but you are right, he is the only one we can turn to for now. As soon as free PRD starts, let's get Hyudu. Murayama and Khaos finish talking as they head inside the school building. Sometime later, Issei is seen talking to Matsuda and Motohama, who later beats him up after Zenovia hints how he won Sona's heart. First the school idol and now the student council president? Why is luck only on your side? We are just as perverted as you, yet none of it is coming to us. Matsuda complains. Give us those flags now, Motohama yelled. I am telling you it is not like that. Issei attempts to struggle as Matsuda puts him in a wrestling SBMSN hold. Before Motohama and Matsuda continue their assault, they were hit by Khaos and Murayama on the back of their head, knocking them down before dragging Issei from the floor. Murayama? Khaos? What are you doing? We need you to come with us for a bit, Hyudu. Murayama said. I don't like it, but there are some things we need to know from you, so bear it. Khaos answered. Wait, why me? Just come. Both of them yelled simultaneously. As soon as Motohama and Matsuda took witness to the situation, they remained unusually calm despite seeing Issei getting grabbed by the girls of the kendo club. She must have done something to anger them. Matsuda commented. That will teach Issei to get ahead of us. Motohama shows a confident smile. Murayama and Khaos reach the rooftop and finally lets go of Issei. Why did you two drag me here? Murayama answers first. We know you have something hidden from us, Hyudu, and we want answers. What are you talking about? The fight last week. You were wearing that red armor while fighting the guys who infiltrated the school. The things we saw are very unusual, as if they are magic. What is going on, Hayudu? Khaos answers next. Issei becomes surprised when the two girls reveal that they remember his battle with the stray magicians. Wait, how could you remember all of this? That magician erased your memories. Both girls became shocked and started to panic. So that really was a magician we saw that attacked Hayudu. What is going on here? It's actually a very long story, even if I wanted to tell you. Issei tries to avoid answering. We have been having abnormal events happening to us as well since then. We both even have the same dream where we were saved from a dragon by a large bird. At least tell us what you think of all of this. This is definitely not normal. I probably would have reported this to Bucho, but she is not here. Maybe I will report this to the student council as well. That won't be necessary, Issei-kun. Serafall emerges from the stairs to the roof, much to Issei's surprise. I already knew about it long before they did. You already knew Levi-sensei? Yes, in class Murayama-chan and Khaos-chan both already exhibit signs that they remembered you from a certain event as well as a special ability none of us knew about until now. Serafall then turns to Murayama and Khaos. Tell me, girls, did you say that you dreamed of a large bird saving you from a dragon? Yes, but what does that mean? Khaos replied. With everything that's happening recently, I guess it's okay to tell our secret. Me and Issei-kun aren't humans. We are actually devils, and to explain the unnatural events occurring, you two signed a contract with Hraesvelgr, the cosmic eagle of Norse mythology. What? Both of them yelled simultaneously again. Meanwhile, in the mountains of some country. Aha! Gasper screamed. Keep it up, Chiron. Jaya-kun, stop screaming and focus more on surviving Naya. Gasper and Kaneko are on the mountains getting chased by a herd of minotaurs after Kuroka purposely attacked one. Why do we have to come here to train? Nae-sama said in order to master Senjutsu, we must have a focused mind, and that can be done by getting in shape. Why is it necessary to get chased by minotaurs to do that? She also said that by doing survival training, your mind will be focused on nothing but survival. Doing this will help give you understand how to clear your mind. I think Nae-sama took it too far with this one. Kaneko doesn't show signs of exhaustion compared to Gasper, who is practically running for his life. I am going to become roadkill at this rate. Somebody save me. And so the chase continues. After Murayama and Khaos confronted Issei to question him about the natural events that were occurring around them, Serafall went outside after hearing their questions and revealed that both she and Issei are devils and that they unknowingly signed a contract of the cosmic eagle of Norse mythology, Hraesvelgr, which is said to have created the winds whenever he beats his wings. Soon after, they were taken to the old school building where they are introduced to the members of the Occult Research Club and Student Council. Much to their shock, they all revealed that they were never or are no longer human. Wait. So everyone, including Kiba-kun, are not human, but devils, angels, and other beings? Murayama asked. Yes. The Occult Research Club that was formed was actually a cover to prevent normal humans from finding out about us and our important meetings. In fact, Kuro Academy is practically run by us. Sona said. This is quite hard for us to take all of this in at once. It's still quite a shock to us to find out that all of you are not human. Explains why someone as awful as Hayuda gets to join the Occult Research Club. Khaos said bluntly. I am still here, you know. Issei complains. Issei-kun is not a bad person once you get to know him. Sona defended Issei, causing him to behave strangely due to being grateful. I am very thankful for your high opinion of me, Sona. Issei said in his thoughts. So the rumors are true. Sona Kaisha's heart was stolen by a pervert. Khaos complains, causing Sona to blush. Don't say things you don't know. We are nothing like that in school. Kaicho is stolen. Kaicho is stolen. Saji is currently sitting in the corner of the room away from others while feeling very depressed. Sorry, Hayudu-kun. I had to break the news to Saji that Sona is currently staying with you. Tsubaki whispered into Issei's ear. So that's why he looks so out of it. Saji suddenly turns towards Issei and charges right at him. Before Issei can escape, Saji placed a wrestling hold around his neck. Kaishu is staying with you? Why are all the girls around you Hyudu? How many more of our girls are you after? It's not like I force her or anything. This decision was made by her family, not me. Saji immediately released his hold and goes into another state of shock. So he even got her family's approval instead of mine. As I thought, only Hyudu has all the luck. Saji then goes into another state of depression. I am sorry, Saji, but it's not like nobody likes you. Issei again said in his thoughts as Momo and Ruruko tried to comfort Saji. Marayama and Keitais are also in shock after hearing Saji's outburst. Wait, Kaicho is actually living in Hyudu's house. Marayama screamed. How awful! Hyudu is keeping her prisoner for his own desires. Keitais cried out, Hey! Don't say things that will cause misunderstandings. Issei protested. All of the girls here besides the student council, with the exception of Sona, live in Issei's house, and he is not who you think he is. Akino defended Issei this time. After a brief PRD of silence, Marayama and Keitais decided back to the main topic. Is it true what you said earlier? The fact that you all are not human, is that really the truth? Keitais asked. Yes. This school is the main base for the three factions, which is why they are allowed to attend this school. They used to be at war with each other, but with greater threats that is happening at the moment, a peace treaty was signed in order to combat the threat. We can't let normal students know about it due to the dangers it might bring them, so we disguised ourselves as humans to prevent suspicions. Sona answered. Wait, so the people that attacked Hyudu earlier were not human? They are, but not normal ones since you witnessed them using magic. They are real magicians. Many would not expose themselves in the human world, but the ones who attacked are very hostile towards people like us and have committed terrorist acts to get their demands met, no matter the cost. This time, Issei answered. Serafall then adds herself in. I think it is time to explain to the girls why they are here, so I will explain. I told both of you earlier that you two signed a contract with Hraesvelgr, correct? Hraesvelgr is a giant eagle that sits at the northern edge of the heavens, and according to legend, the bird is also said to create Earth's wind whenever he beats his wing. Hraesvelgr is often feared as its power is on par with the evil dragons, powerful dragons of abnormal power that it takes the most powerful people of the three factions to beat them. They were extinct, but with terrorists reviving them for their own ambition, we are recruiting everyone we can to stop them. Hold on, why are we the ones who got a contract with Hraesvelgr? We don't remember signing contracts like that. And why now? How come we didn't know about it before? Both Marayama and Keitais become worried. Serafall grabs a piece of paper out of the desk. On the paper, there is a round symbol with an eagle at the center. Did you two pick up this recently? Both girls immediately recognized the symbol. That's right. We saw a cosplayer passing around paper we thought were advertisements for a special event. When me and Keitais got one, we realized that these weren't pamphlets, but some sort of symbol. We were holding one half of the symbol, so we thought that by connecting the two halves, we can see what else is going on in the city. When we did, a bright light flashes on the eagle symbol and then it disappears. The two halves were suddenly connected. We thought it was some kind of trick, so we ignored it and move on. For the two of you to be holding both halves, no doubt that Hraesvelgr has chosen you too. Connecting the symbols together means that you two have signed the contract and therefore is now the master of this giant bird. So because of this, we are going to have to fight terrorists? No way. We may be good at kendo, but as humans we can't deal with supernatural beings all of a sudden. Keitais complains. We know that. Only our strongest will be the ones dealing with the terrorists, such as Issei-kun. Issei becomes alarmed at Serafall's statement. Wait, are you telling me that I am the one who has to deal with our strongest opponents? I never said you are doing it alone. You have all of us to help you, including me. As long as we are together, no one can stop us. Serafall said enthusiastically. Sona sighed. Seriously, Onizuma, you shouldn't take the situation so lightly. Considering that you now hold a contract with Hraesvelgr, I don't think it is safe for you to even live in your own house due to increasing terrorist attacks by the Khaos Brigade. Kiba told the two girls. Khaos Brigade. Both girls said at the same time. That's the group responsible for the attacks that have been happening recently. Then the only place I know that is safe enough for them is Issei's house, considering that it was built to withstand warfare. Zenobia suggested. Murayama and Khaos becomes dismayed over Zenovia's idea. No way. No way. We are not staying at the pervert's house. Both of them yelled simultaneously. He will violate us once we even take one step in there. Agreed. If we are even across from him, there is no telling what he can do to me and Murayama. Zenovia does have a point. If you stay in your own homes, both of you will be at risk of terrorist attacks along with your family since we can't be there to protect you. Are you sure you want to risk that? Irina asked. Murayama and Khaos, unable to respond, became silent. What should we do? What should we do? The two girls said in their thoughts. For their own safety, Murayama and Khaos reluctantly agrees to stay in the Hayadu residence after the student council obtained permission from their parents. As Issei walks by them, Murayama grabs him by the collar. Listen, I don't care what the reason is, but if you dare touch me and Khaos, you are dead, understand? I got it. I promise I won't do such things while you two are living in my house. Murayama then releases Issei. Don't worry, Issei-kun. They will eventually warm up to you. Serafall tries to cheer up Issei, although he wasn't really depressed. As soon as Issei's house is in sight, Murayama and Khaos expressed shock and amazement. You live in a mansion, Hayadu? What exactly do your parents do? This was built by Bucho's family to accommodate the number of people living in the house. I see. Both of them are not impressed after hearing what Issei said. Once the door opens, Serafall immediately greets the new house guests to Issei's parents. While admitting that it was unexpected, they are not surprised. As long as they can take care of themselves, I don't mind considering that we are not the ones who built this house and that more people keep on coming and coming. Issei's mother sighs. As I thought, my son has truly surpassed his father in accomplishing his dreams. Issei's father starts crying tears of joy. It's not like that. Both girls immediately went into denial. Issei sighs at the situation and heads back to his room, leaving the other girls to accommodate them to their rooms. Hang on, Issei-kun. Serafall heads to Issei's direction. What is it, Sarah? Issei becomes speechless when a soft feeling touched his lips, much to the shock of others. I didn't want you to forget a goodnight kiss. After all, I am your girlfriend. Sorry, Sarah. I am still getting the hang of being in a relationship. Murayama and Khaos, however, reacts the most strongly. What a minute, Levi-sensei, did you just say that Hayadu is your boyfriend? Murayama starts to tremble. Yes. Me and Issei-kun have been dating a couple of months now. He is the reason why I became an assistant teacher for his class. Both Murayama and Khaos yelled. After this, I am next, right? I hope that I get my turn. Time for me to test my limits as an angel. Everybody is going with the flow? Then give me a kiss too. Akino and the church trio begins showing signs of jealousy after seeing Serafall kissing Issei. Sylphie tugs Issei's sleeve. You are going to give me a kiss too, right? Rosweiss, who was already home, gave a small laugh at this situation. It appears that everyone is not giving up on Issei-kun, despite already having a girlfriend. What about you, Sona-chan? Are you going to give Issei-kun a goodnight kiss? Sona's face immediately turns red. Not in front of everyone, One-sama. Murayama and Khaos grows even more shocked at Issei's high popularity with girls. Does everyone in this house likes Hayadu? I am already surprised that this pervert is able to get these girls to live with him. Serafall then turns to the kendo girls. All right, both of your rooms will be on the 4th floor in the left. Get some rest, because tomorrow we will train you too on how to use magic. But we are not magicians. No ordinary humans can actually do magic. Both of you are no longer ordinary after signing that contract, Khaos. Magic is needed in order to summon Hraesvelgr again. which both of you gained when you connect the two halves of the contract. Anyway, good night. Serafall walks away. All right girls, follow me. Akino guides the kendo girls to their rooms, while the girls eyed Issei for a goodnight kiss, much to his dismay. The next morning, as Murayama begins to wake up, she becomes confused and starts looking around. It took her some time for her to remember where she was. Oh yeah, I am living in the pervert's house. Fully awake, Murayama decides to head out of her room, where she sees Khaos walking past her. Morning Murayama. Are you heading downstairs for breakfast? Morning Khaos. I am, but I am still not used to this house yet. I know. I feel intimidated going through the large hallways to find the bathroom. I even got lost when I was on my way back. I still remember where the elevator is. Come on, let's go. Before the girls can reach the elevator, Ravel runs to them. Excuse me. Can you two check if Issei-sama is awake on the second floor? We need him for today's training. Thank you. Ravel ran off without letting them give an answer. If we are going to do this, we need to bring our shurnai. Yeah. Who knows if Hyudu is actually planning something for us? Murayama and Khaos grab their shurnai as they head to the second floor. Once they figure out which room is Issei's, they made a big mistake by opening the door without knocking. Hey Hyudu, Ravel-chan told us to wake you up so. Before Murayama can even finish, she became speechless at the sight of Issei laying in bed with Serafall and Asia on both sides. Issei, who was already awake, begins panicking after seeing Murayama and Khaos at his door and struggles to get out. Wait, this isn't what it looks like. Hyudu, you pervert. Both yelled, as they prepare to beat him with their shurnai. What? Issei yelled as he is getting hit. At the kitchen table after Serafall left to the underworld for work. So that is how you get all those bruises on your face. Do you want me to comfort you to make it feel better? Akino attempts to stuck Issei, whose face is filled with bumps and bruises being healed by Asia. Murayama and Khaos emits a killing intent, causing Issei to become afraid to answer. Not at this moment. I don't want to get beat up again. Sona then comes to the kitchen table. I am sorry you had to see Issei-sama like this with Issei-kun. She feels that as his girlfriend, it is her right to sleep with her loved one. Murayama and Khaos' opinion of Issei worsens after hearing Sona. I still can't believe this. If we weren't targeted by terrorists, we would never stay here with this womanizer. Forget it, Murayama. As long as we are going to stay in Hyudu's house, we might as well tolerate his antics, but only as long as he doesn't do strange things to us. But you hit me when I didn't do anything to you. We thought you were violating Levi-sensei and Asia. Like I can do that when both of my arms are held. Alright, we've got training to do after this. You two better be ready, because we are not going to go easy on you. Zenobia warned. Why yes. After finishing the rest of the morning preparations, the kendo girls were dragged to one of the training rooms in the first basement with Lu-Fei Pendragon supervising them. Alright, now try concentrating your magic into your hands. Lu-Fei apparently already taught them the basics of magic, but being able to use magic is a different story for them as they hold up their hands, trying to concentrate. Nothing is coming out. I am pretty sure that this is the way you taught us. You are not supposed to force it out. Relax and concentrate, otherwise your magic could become out of control. Sylphie and Rosweiss are seen training together in combat, while Zenobia is sword fighting with Kiba. Sona, who is also interested in getting magicians for her servants, is working with Ravel. Akino is also training with magic alongside Irina and Asia. Issei, on the other hand, is currently attempting to further develop the forms of illegal move Trident in order to fully stabilize True Queen through various training methods involving speed, weightlifting, and magic, considering that the forms are based on them. This house sure has a lot of convenience. Griselda's voice is heard as she, Dulio, and Dog, who brought a large black dog with him, make an unexpected visit to the training room after Issei's parents welcome them. Hello there, I am Dulio Gesualdo. We are here on behalf of Michael-sama and former Governor Azazel. Let's get along from now on. I am Tobio Accuse. This here is my Longinus who I named Jean. Dulio-sama? What did Michael-sama sent you for? Irina said out of disbelief. We are here to supervise the training of the Gremory to further prepare you to fight the Khaos Brigade, especially Security Dano. Marayama and Khaos became confused of their unexpected visitors, which Luffei took notice of. Dulio-sama is an angel of heaven who is known as the strongest exorcist ever. Griselda-sama is also a top exorcist who was reincarnated to an angel by the seraph, Gabriel-sama. Dog is also the current possessor of the Longinus, Canis Lycaon, which is the big black dog you see there. Longinus. Top-tier sacred gears with enough power to kill gods. Issei-sama, Dulio-sama, and Dog are currently Longinus possessors. Our leader, Valisama, is also a Longinus possessor, although he is not within this group. The Kendo girls goes into a state of disbelief. Are you telling us that Hayudu has a weapon that can kill a god? Not at this moment, Marayama-san. Asama has gotten powerful, but he has yet to fully master it. That is why Dulio-sama and Dog are here. So what do you say? Will you let us be your sparring partners? Dulio asked. Many immediately agreed, especially Issei, Zenobia, and Irina. If you don't mind, I would like to have our Vritra user to participate. I am hoping that he would be able to reach balance breaker with these members. That should be okay. The more people we have, the stronger our force. With the Khaos Brigade making even more mysterious actions than before, we are hoping to get all the support we can since those who can stand up to them are all in high positions, which is hard for them due to political issues. We need all of you to lend your strength to stop them, and we will do our best to offer support as well for the sake of the three factions and the human world. Sister Griselda bows her head down as everyone agreed. After hearing her reason, Marayama and Khaos rid themselves of doubt and decided to take part in the training as well. We don't know much about what is going on here, but it seems that the situation is quite serious. Our family was threatened. If we want them to live, what choice do we have but to get stronger? If the Khaos Brigade are as tough as you said they are, then let me become stronger as well so I can fight them. We will also have to come up with a plan as well to defend against them, especially since we don't know what their motives are. Sona suggested. That's right. Even the most powerful should never underestimate the enemy. Dulio said. Just as they begin, Kuroka came back with the exhausted Kaneko and Gasper. That was very mean of you, Ne-sama. I don't think I can move anymore. Kaneko and Gasper complained while catching their breath. Naya, you two are the ones that wanted me to train you, and that was the quickest way, Naya. I am glad that my sparring partner is Julio and not Kuroka. Issei joked. How rude, Naya. They are the ones who asked me to train them. Was it really necessary for us to clear our minds? By getting chased by minotaurs? Gasper asked while shaking. Again, I am glad I am training with Dulio. Go get some rest. Our training has just started. Yes, Issei-senpai. I will. Both Kaneko and Gasper head to the bath to wash up as Kuroka watches over their training. In Romania. What exactly do you mean that Valerie escaped? Rias is questioning Marius, the new mayor of the Teeps faction. Even I don't know myself, but for sure her escape won't last as long as she still has the Holy Grail. If you get in the way, I will send Krumkruch to deal with you. Hearing this, Rias backs down, but swears to stop him after leaving with Kiba and Azazel. Valerie, however, is no longer in Romania. Wounded, but still alive, she collapsed in front of the Hayudu residence as she loses consciousness due to blood loss. Issei is seen sparring with Dulio in the training room, although he seems to be at quite a disadvantage due to the difference in strength. Issei can't even land a single punch despite using illegal move Trident. Dulio, on the other hand, would just simply move aside to dodge Issei's attack or would block them by only using one hand. You fight quite well, Security Dano, but the instability of Cardinal Crimson promotion is showing with the way you fight. You seem to rely more on using the powers of the Rook than Knight, and you lose your stamina much faster than your other forms when you use Bishop. I train my forms one by one. Using all three at once is most troubling when you are in battle. That is true, Security Dano, but you shouldn't train just one form consecutively. In order for you to fully master Cardinal Crimson Promotion, it might be better for you to take turns each day instead. I see. In that case, Welsh Sonic Boost Night. Issei's armor begins to shed, making it less bulky. Armor release. His armor sheds even more weight. Issei then begins charging at Dulio at god speed and begins circling around in an attempt to confuse him, but the latter remains unfazed. As Issei moves in for a quick strike, Dulio sticks his hand out and easily blocks his fist and pushes him back. As the rest continue training, Saji suddenly shows up in a panic. There was a wounded girl outside of your house. Saji? What happened? Issei asked. There was a wounded girl found outside of the gate. Your parents took her in and are treating her, but we need Asia-san to treat her. Yes, I'll come. Asia immediately rushed out of the training room. We'll put our training on hold. Whatever happened to that girl might relate to the Khaos Brigade. Dulio said and then rushed out. The girl is seen in the living room currently being treated by Asia while being cared for by Issei's parents. Hayuru, do you know who this girl is? Saji asked. No. This is the first time I've seen her. I wonder what happened. Jean can smell the blood of the vampire coming from this girl. She must have traveled all the way from Romania. Tobio explained. How is her condition? Dulio asked. Her wounds are deep, but I should be able to heal them, though it might take a while before she can wake up. Asia said. As Gasper and Kaneko make their way downstairs, the former immediately recognizes the girl and rushes to her. Valerie, what is she doing here? How did she get like this? Saji found her wounded outside of my house, so my parents took her in and Asia started treating her. If she came here all the way from Romania, then something must be happening there. Rias might be in trouble. Sona becomes alarmed. Issei becomes worried. Then we've got to go there right now. I don't think that is a good idea at the moment, Issei-kun. Remember, Valerie is now the head of the Teeps faction. If we just leave her here or bring her back, it will put her in danger. You already saw her condition when she was found. If they are looking for her, then at least we will lead the danger away from Rias and the others for the time being. Sona explained. We better watch ourselves, however, since we don't know how powerful her enemies are. We have to stand on guard at all times. Rossweiss suggested. Everybody, Valerie starting to wake up. Irina took notice. When Valerie opens her eyes, the first thing she sees is Gasper's crying face before looking at everyone around her. What? Gasper? Valerie asked. Valerie. Gasper immediately hugged Valerie upon seeing her wake up. You are still such a baby, Gasper. I am just glad to see that you are still alive, Valerie. Same here. Valerie then takes a look at her surroundings. Where exactly are we? Valerie asked. You are in Senpai's house. His parents took you in after Saji-senpai saw you injured. Gasper turns his head towards Issei, allowing Valerie to get a good look at him. Much obliged to your hospitality. No problem. You are Gasper's friend after all. I see. You have made many friends, Gasper. I am so proud of you. Thank you. They are also the first people who accepted me. Gasper smiles. Suddenly, Valerie remembers something and begins to panic, turning her head side to side. Valerie, what's wrong? Gasper asked. They are coming for me. Everyone, find a place to hide quickly. Before they can react, an explosion was heard from a long distance. When everybody goes outside, they can see smoke coming from Kuo Academy. They must have tracked her to the city. We must hurry or there will be human casualties. Dulio flies off with Dog and Jean following. Before the rest can respond, a magic communication circle appears in front of them showing Azazel. Sensei, Kuo Academy is being attacked right now. What is going on? Issei, Marius has sent Euclid, Grendel, and Krumkruch to retrieve Valerie. Try to hold them off until we arrive. They've already attacked. Couldn't you have mentioned that earlier? The Khaos Brigade is moving faster than before. Just do as I say until we arrive. Azazel then hangs up. Did Azazel just say that Grendel and Krumkruch is here? Ddraig becomes disturbed at the message. They are attacking the school right now. Once we get there, I am going to need all you can give me, Ddraig. Partner, Krumkruch is the strongest evil dragon in existence. He is the type of dragon you want to avoid fighting at all cost. There is no avoiding it considering that innocent lives are at stake here. Hopefully with our combined forces, we should at least have a chance to fight them. If you are going to fight, then make sure to fight at your best. Don't even think about taking it easy. Good luck, partner. Ddraig warned. Griselda retreats back to heaven to alert the Seraphs of the attack. Lufei, Kuroka, Ophis, and Ravel were told to stay home to protect Valerie and watch over the house in case the Khaos Brigade gets there. Once they reached Kuo Academy, they can already see part of the building destroyed. Luckily, there were no civilians in sight during the attack. As the dust begins to fade, 2 human silhouettes and 1 giant dragon silhouette were seen. When the dust clears, Euclid, Grendel, and Krumkruch, who has taken the form of a human with black blonde hair and heterochromic eyes, were standing only 10 feet away from them. We are here to take back Valerie. Should you not obey, death will be what awaits you. Euclid said. We don't negotiate with terrorists. We will protect Valerie and we will stop you. Dulio shouted. I see. So the strongest exorcist and one of the top fighters of Grigori decided to join. This should be interesting. I am back, Ddraig-chan. Is it time for me to destroy you? Grendel approaches Issei. As Issei prepares for battle, Dulio stops him. Sekirano, we will take care of Grendel and Euclid, you take care of Krumkruch. You are pitting me against the strongest evil dragon alone? No. Jean can sense another coming. Dog said. As Issei looks straight at Krumkruch, a magic circle appears in front of him. The one coming out happens to be Valet in his normal balance breaker form. So this is the strongest evil dragon I was told about. It looks like we are going to have to work together in order to fight him, Hayudu Issei. So Valet is also joining the battle. That actually makes me feel relieved a little. Issei said in his thoughts. Before Valet and Issei could say any more, the Gremry group along with Saji and Sona already begins attacking Krumkruch, while Dulio and Dog attacks Euclid in his inferior balance breaker form. Seeing this, Issei begins activating Cardinal Crimson Promotion. I, who is about to awaken, am the Security who holds the truth of the king up high, holding the infinite hopes and unbreakable dreams and walking the path of righteousness. I will become an emperor of Crimson Dragon, and I will lead you to the path of heaven, glowing in deep crimson light. Cardinal Crimson Full Drive. Once Issei's armor turns crimson, he notices that Valet is still in his normal balance breaker. Sorry about this. Hayudu Issei, but I have to save the energy to use Juggernaut Overdrive against the real enemy. Valis stated. Real enemy? Yes. He is a super devil even more powerful than the people we are facing right now. That is the person I want to fight the most. He may be the one most likely behind this attack. Seriously? If that is the case, then let's try to find a way to overthrow Krumkruch then. Uneasiness grows within easy. For both heavenly dragons to work together instead of fighting, this should be interesting. I shall enjoy this to the fullest. Krumkruch raised his ki as he prepares for battle. Take this. Issei attempts to land a punch at Krumkruch, but the humanoid dragon easily dodged the attack. Krumkruch strikes back with a punch of his own, sending Issei through the debris of the school. Gah! Issei can still feel the after effects of the punch. Valet unleashes a powerful demonic energy towards the enemy dragon, but was blocked after Krumkruch had one of his wings enveloped his own body. It appears that I will have to use stronger attacks. Valet, I need you to support me so my attacks can hit him. Oh, that sounds interesting. Valet then moves closer to Krumkruch and begins fighting him in close combat. Issei grabs a cannon from his left wing and aims at the dragon. Crimson Blaster plus Ascalon. Fong Blast Booster. A large amount of energy in crimson color blast out of the cannon, hitting Krumkruch directly while he was defending himself with his wings. The attack had strong impact, but as soon as the smoke clears, the only damage seen on Krumkruch was a damaged wing and part of his human form destroyed. He still stands as if the attack did not affect him. That was a good attack, But that won't be enough to break through me, who is known as the Darkness Dragon. We will complete our main objective no matter what the cost is. The training I have done in the human world and underworld allows me to take ideas like that directly. I thought you were destroyed due to the lack of people believing in your existence. Valle said. True that I left the land for that reason, but not once was I destroyed. I just went observing both worlds as an experience. I want to see the place where dragons would reach at the end. Looks like we both have something in common. I'm even more interested in you now, Krumkruch. Let's see which one of us will reach that goal first. Murayama and Kates were forced to watch the battles in the sidelines, but are trembling after seeing their true abilities. These are the terrorists all of you are fighting against? We thought Hayudu was strong, but by the looks of it, all of them look kind of scary. You two are still new, so it's common that you would be surprised by this. Sylphie said, acting as a bodyguard. But while they are fighting, what are we supposed to do? It doesn't feel good just to watch as they are risking their lives protecting what is left of the school. Murayama stated. But you two still lack the training to be fighting in battles like this. They are actually some of the strongest opponents that both the forces of the underworld and heaven are having trouble dealing with and are working together as a result. Beginners like yourselves shouldn't be involved with such fights. I also don't feel good just standing here and doing nothing. Can we just summon the giant bird? Every creature that are summoned are different. There might be a price you have to pay in order to summon Hraesvelgr. I know this especially after seeing Asia-san summon the Dragon King, Fafnir, during training. Man, that dragon was horrible. Sylphie also begins trembling. What happened? The Kendo girls immediately got curious. Don't make me remember. Sylphie's face turns red as she looks away from the Kendo girls. Ddraig, it looks like we are going to need a little help here. It was never wise for us to take on Krumkruch at this stage, partner. He was able to withstand one of our most powerful attacks without any enhancement, and with the extra training he has been through, his power may have reached the level of a heavenly dragon. Even in True Queen, you are not at the stage to defeat him. But we can't let them to get to Valerie. As Krumkruch begins to strike, he suddenly stops moving. He looks at his leg and saw that it was being pulled by a dark force. Looking ahead, the humanoid dragon spots Gasper using Forbidden Baylor View as he covers himself in darkness. Recognizing where this darkness comes from, Krumkruch smiles. Baylor, how nice for us to meet again, yet you don't seem as powerful as you once were. You're right. I lost my divinity, but my power remains within Gasper as only a fraction of his consciousness, where I became this boy since birth as the actual Baylor was killed by the god Luff. In the situation you are in right now, none of this matters, right? I will never allow you to get to Valerie. Even with only a fraction of your consciousness, this still would have been a threat to me back then, but with my current self. Krumkruch easily breaks free of his restraints, much to the dismay of the Dark Gasper. You can no longer control me as you once did. I have gotten stronger while you have gotten weaker, so the results were obvious from the very beginning. True, but I am not alone. Dark Gasper takes a look at all of his friends and allies working together fighting the Khaos Brigade. My strength is now made up by my friends and allies. Together, we can defeat you. As Issei looks at Gasper with shock, he soon begins to feel pain on his left arm. Gah! His left arm is emitting energy of similar intensity as Dark Gasper's, slowly transforming his armor black. What is happening? A loud roar was heard, something that even surprises Dark Gasper. I still have some unfinished business with the evil dragons. See, you either overcome this painful obstacle or I take over. Azdaja, what are you doing? Ddraig is also alarmed at Azdaja's sudden appearance. The evil dragons left me for dead. I will not let this opportunity to go to waste. Grendel, Krumkruch, and Azidahaka are all alive. I will kill them. I will kill them all. Gawa. Issei continues to scream in pain as his armor further transforms. What is happening? Akino is also dismayed by this sight. Azdaja is awakened. He is trying to take over Ahikuen's body. Sona said, Partner, I can't stop Azdaja at this stage. This was definitely going to happen, so you will need to overcome this or Ddraig will take over your body and corrupt you. That darn dragon. Gah. Does he really hate evil dragons that much? He wouldn't be in this state if he didn't. Blah. Issei starts spilling blood. You listen here, Issei. I will fight the evil dragons no matter what. If you can't overcome this, then weaklings like you will die with the rest. Like I will let you kill me. We shall see. As Ddraig releases even more of his power to Issei's body, causing the pain to become more intense. Ga wawaweya. Issei-san, what should we do? Should I summon Fafnir? Asia begins to panic and goes after Issei before being stopped by Rosweiss. Don't. If you come too close, you will go through the same thing. We just have to believe that Issei-kun will overcome this. I shall be in control and slaughter those who tried to kill me. No, I shall rule all. And no, as Ddraig, it will be me who rules you. And how can you do that in this state? You are already at the state where you can barely keep your sanity. You are no partner of mine. Issei then starts seeing the tragedies of the previous hosts caused by the attempt of using Ddraig's power. Realizing that he is doing the same thing as his predecessors, he now knows that the struggle of power is what killed them, that he won't be able to suppress Ddraig from coming out in the end. I see now. Ddraig, if vengeance is what you truly desire, then I shall allow my body to be your vessel. Take over. What? Everybody yelled in dismay. Ddraig's dark aura finally spreads fully across Issei's scale mail armor. This is new. Albion, do you know what is going on? This is the first time I have seen this in all my years of being sealed. Ddraig doesn't even have this power, which means that his current host has something else. As soon as the dark energy clears away, Issei is seen in a black armor filled with yellow spikes on his forearms and a tail connected between his shoulders. The armor is very similar in appearance to Issei's normal balance breaker, except for the color, and it appears to be more primal and bulky, making it more beast-like. It appears that you have finally figured it out. Congratulations, Issei. Ddraig commended Issei for being the first host to finally achieve balance breaker with him. I thought I recognized that energy from somewhere. So Ddraig was in Ddraig's sacred gear all along. A lot really has changed since I last saw him. Crouch commented. Ddraig? The evil dragon of Slavic mythology. Valley is also astonished. Amazing for the boosted gear to have 2 dragons instead of 1. Albion is also impressed. Amazing! Dulio is also impressed at Issei's transformation. An evil dragon on our side? Things just got more interesting. Tobio commented. It looks like I will have to gather more data on this boy. Euclid also seems surprised. So, Ddraig, what does this armor do? There is a wide variety of abilities that you can choose from and use. Considering that you can only reach your imperfect True Queen with Ddraig at your farthest, this armor is only as strong as that in terms of raw power, but its variety of abilities will make it more reliable for use. The only drawback is that you will run out of stamina much more quickly. Partner, I can still transfer power to the armor, but you won't be able to use the abilities you have with True Queen since you are using Ddraig's armor instead. I see. Time to give this armor a test run, starting with Crouch. Issei grabs the tail behind him and rips it out from his armor. Dark energy surrounds the tail, transforming it into a black sword. The sword can cut the power of your opponents, but not by large amounts, and it won't be able to absorb it like Albion. Alright, that's a start. Yuri-ah! Issei begins charging at Crouch with his tail sword, but the humanoid dragon easily dodged the attack and unleashes a powerful breath of fire. Crouch is fighting more seriously now. To use your fire breath. Ddraig ordered. Yes. Issei did as he was told and begins inhaling deeply. Boost. Issei uses the boosted gear's ability to power his attack and finally releases his own breath of fire. Like his battle with Grendel, his flames are blue instead of orange. As soon as Issei's fire clashes with Crouch's, both attacks explode upon impact. I see you haven't lost your step despite being sealed in a sacred gear. In fact, you might have become even stronger than you were. This will make the fight more entertaining. Crouch increased his ki, having more of a desire to fight Issei seriously. Let's see what else this armor can do. Issei points his sword at the dragon. Kromkruch begins charging at Issei after witnessing Asdaja's true awakening. This is it, Asdaja. Give me a battle that I would never forget. Kromkruch then aims his right fist towards Issei, showing no signs of holding back. Hold still, Issei. I'm going to stop this guy. Just what are you planning? What the? Kromkruch notices that his fist is not moving any further after reaching just 1 inch apart from Issei's face. When Kromkruch looks down, he sees a dragon head grabbing his leg. Another dragon head shows up and bites his arm, pulling his fist back from Issei. Wow. How did I? As Issei tries to figure out this ability, Asdaja calls him again. You didn't. Did. In legend, I am considered a multi-headed dragon, but that is only half correct. I can actually copy my own head and make them grow on any surface, including my own body. People saw me in that form, which is why the legend was born. Alright, so now what? Hit him with the sword, you idiot. Asdaja becomes frustrated. Okay. Issei then prepares to swing his tail sword at Kromkruch, but the humanoid dragon manages to break free and avoided a direct strike. Heh, it seems like you managed to make a small cut on Kromkruch's face. I can feel his power decreasing a little. Tisk. Kromkruch shows small signs of frustration. It looks like we might have to intervene. Euclid suggested. First Ddraig-chan, then Albion-chan, and now Asdaja-chan is going to join the fight? I love this era. There is no end to how many strong brats there are in this world. Grendel becomes excited, but both he and Euclid were stopped by Kromkruch. Don't you dare interfere. It has been a while since I was able to fight seriously, and I am going to enjoy it to the fullest. Besides, your opponents are us. Dulio, followed by Tobio and Jean, stops Euclid and Grendel. The rest of the team also joined in, but does not interfere with Issei's battle with Kromkruch. This is very interesting. I wonder what other abilities Hayudu Issei has using Asdaja. Valley watches the battle patiently, knowing that all of the opponents would be too easy since the whole team is battling them. Among all the years I was sealed, never have I thought of a sacred gear with 2 legendary dragon, let alone the red one and an evil dragon. If his host manages to master the power of both dragons, we are at a disadvantage. If that is true, Albion, that would only increase my desire to fight Hayudu Issei once this is done. Back to the battle, Issei breathes blue fire again, but this time, he manipulates it, surrounding Kromkruch and trapping him in a fireball. Like such a thing could hurt me. I see. Increase pressure of the attack. Like this. Issei begins turning his right hand into a fist. This is new. Kromkruch notices that the fireball surrounding him is getting smaller and brighter. Let's see what happens when I do this. Issei's hand finally turns into a fist. The fire then begins glowing until it turns white, releasing all of the pressure and causing a huge fiery explosion, strong enough for everyone to use defense spells, but falls short of damaging the rest of Kuo Academy. Whoa! Issei was amazed by the power of the explosion. Did we stop Kromkruch? Is he dead? The strongest evil dragon won't go down so easily, Issei. That attack might slow him down, but it won't kill him. Issei then notices magic circles that were summoned by the team. Sorry. Did my attack hit you? It's okay, but it did catch us by surprise. Dulio laughs a bit. It looks like I will have to research a bit more about Asdaja. He has an amazing number of abilities. Sona takes a curious look at Issei, making him feel awkward. That was another nice attack. Too bad that it still wasn't strong enough to break through me. Kromkruch emerges from the smoke with his human skin damaged on the head and his left shoulder. It looks like I will have to try another technique. Before Issei can try anything else, however, he felt his body becoming heavier all of a sudden. What's happening? I warned you about my abilities. Each technique requires a different amount of stamina for you to use them. Apparently, that last attack took a lot out of you. The fact that you also haven't fully mastered True Queen also plays a factor to your lack of stamina. You won't be able to use the same attack for a while. It looks like I will have to stick to what I already used. Issei charges at Kromkruch with his tail sword, but his strike was avoided by the latter. Crumb-Crutch then launches a direct hit with his fist, sending him flying backwards. Juge. As Issei struggles to stand up, he puts his hand on the damaged area. How? It looks like Issei-san is in trouble. I will have to summon Fafnir. Asia then takes out a panty from her pocket, something that Murayama and Khaos takes notice of. What are you doing, Asia-san? Murayama immediately stops her. In order to get Fafnir to listen to me, I have to sacrifice a panty to him so he can help. How? Asia becomes dismayed at the thought. No, we will not allow someone as pure as Asia be used by such a perverted beast. Let us summon our own creature to help Hayudu. Right? Leave it to us, Asia-san. Khaos and Murayama then hold hands together while summoning a magic circle in the other. But you don't know the cost of summoning your creature. Asia warned. As long as we don't have to give up our panties, anything will do. Agreed. Now it is time to summon Hraesvelgr. The Kendo girls then put both magic circles on the ground, which fuses and creates a big one. From the circle, a giant eagle emerges and spread his wings as he flies around. Hraesvelgr, we summon you to provide assistance against the evil dragon. What is your price for the summoning? Khaos asked. Hraesvelgr's eyes begins to glow yellow and traps both girls inside of a tornado. Once the tornado clears, Murayama and Khaos emerges only in their underwear. Both girls screamed out of embarrassment and desperately tried to cover their underwear. The others were just as surprised over what just happened. WWW, what is this? Murayama screamed. That is my price for assistance. Hraesvelgr lets out a loud squawk. I take it all back, Murayama. I think I would rather give up a panty from my closet than to be half naked in public. Khaos complained. Don't look at us. Hraesvelgr, I thank you for allowing me to witness such an awesome event, but please remove the bra and panties next time. Issei whispered while wiping out blood from his nose. Ouch! Kaneko hits him on the back of the head. Lewd thoughts are forbidden, senpai. Are you thinking of naked bodies of women in the middle of a battle? Turn your head around. We still have to deal with Crumb-Crutch. Asdaja is very dismayed over Issei's lewd thoughts while he is still battling. All right, let's see what else I can do. Before Issei can think of a strategy, Crumb-Crutch was already heading towards him. Issei narrowly avoided the strike by moving to the side. Not bad, but you can't dodge this one. Crumb-Crutch then strikes Issei using his other fist, but Issei manages to block it with both of his hands. While still holding on, Issei then unleashes another large stream of blue fire, directly hitting Crumb-Crutch this time, but to little effect as it only burns more of his human skin off. Time really has not weakened you, Asdaja, but sadly, your desire for vengeance have caused you to lose your judgment. Therefore your attacks are poorly coordinated and renders the rest of your abilities useless since the Security no longer has the stamina. You used more power than you should have, which is why you ended up in this exhausted state. Crumb-Crutch then grabs Issei's throat and unleashes his own fire breath towards Issei. Ga'awa! Issei screams in pain. Before any more damage can be done, Hraesvelgr blew the fire back at Crumb-Crutch and Vala decides to come back to the battle after noticing Issei's limit using Asdaja's power. Give it up, Crumb-Crutch. You are no match against all of us. Hraesvelgr proudly declares. Fine. There is still more data to gather anyway. Valerie is yours for now, but mark my words that we will be back. Euclid then orders both dragons to retreat. What? But I still want to fight. Grendel is dismayed that the fight ended so quickly. We are at a disadvantage considering that there are 4 legendary beasts including the 2 dragons within the Security. The fact that the strongest exorcist and one of the Grigori's top fighters are also here would make it impossible for us to complete our mission without alerting the rest of the 3 factions. Next time we fight, it will be to the death, so get stronger. Crumb-Crutch tells Issei. The 3 members then retreated using a magic circle, allowing Issei and the rest of the team some relief. Issei then turns his attention on the Kendo girls. Both of them are whimpering out of embarrassment due to their half-naked bodies. Get away from us, you beast! Murayama yelled after noticing that Issei's gaze is on her and Khaos. Since Issei is now more focused on his allies, he tries to resist letting his perverted instincts take over. He places his school jacket over Murayama and asked Asia if there are any towels or extra clothing for Khaos. Hayudu. Khaos is surprised by Issei's act of kindness. After everything that has happened, I am more concerned on whether you are okay or not. Just please don't call me a pervert when I am only trying to help. I see. So this is the side of Hayudu that Sona Kaishu was trying to tell us. Murayama remembers Sona's opinion about Issei being more than just a pervert, causing her to question her initial opinion of him. Ise. Murayama and Khaos turn their head back to see Rias, who is currently showing a surprised expression on her face after seeing Issei standing in front of the half-naked kendo girls as Azazel and Kiba make their return. Bibucho? Wait, this isn't what it looks like. Just what in the heck were you doing while we were gone? Rias yelled. Back in the Hayudu residence. Oh, so that's what happened. I've heard from Sona and Azazel about Isei's new power as well as rescuing Valerie. I am quite amazed how many things have happened since we were gone, but it is even more surprising that we have 2 more girls that hold another legendary creature. Rias shows mixed feelings after looking at Murayama and Khaos. We didn't think we would have a legendary creature ourselves. We were just living our lives as usual until we found out. It was horrible summoning that creature. Murayama's face turns red after remembering the price of summoning Hraesvelgr. That bird that making our clothes disappear as a price. Rarely have I ever been so humiliated other than being harassed by Hayudu at school. Khaos is still shaking over the experience. Hey, I don't do that while we are in the house, okay? Since you are already living here, let's just try to get along. Issei complained. But I will admit, you did look kind of cool when you are fighting Hayudu. Murayama embarrassingly admitted. After the battle was over, I thought that Hayudu was going to take advantage of us, but instead treated us with kindness by handing something to cover us. It really surprised me. Khaos also finally admitted one of Issei's good points. After seeing the blushing faces of the kendo girls, Ria starts emitting a crimson aura out of jealousy while Akino gives a creepy smile towards him, but before they can do anything, someone rushes in and starts hugging Issei from behind. Ise-kun. I am finally back from the underworld. I missed being with everyone so much. Did you miss me? Serafall playfully hugs Issei, which causes Rias and Akino to back off. It's good to see you again, Sarah. Issei replied. I heard a lot has happened from Azazel-chan. For Ise-kun to awaken the power of the second dragon as well as being able to face Krumkruch with it was amazing. Serafall then turns her head towards the kendo girls. I also heard that you summoned Hraesvelgr in order to help Ise-kun. I thank you for that. Yeah, but at a terrible price. By the way, Levi-sensei, what is with that outfit? Do you cosplay as a hobby? Murayama asked after noticing Serafall's magical girl attire. This is my uniform. I always wear it so that I can defeat enemies with just a flicker of my wand. Serafall did a pose and a peace sign to follow, rendering the kendo girls speechless. Sorry, but this is how One-sama is in real life, so please get along with her. Sona is still dismayed over Serafall's passion for magical girls. Hayudu told us that you two were sisters, but it is hard to believe that since you two are way different from each other. Khaos said, excuse me. What exactly happened in Romania while I was gone? Valerie asked as she heads downstairs to join the group. Not good. Marius will still be after your holy grail and no doubt that he plans to send Krumkruch to retrieve it. The vampire community is also being threatened by the super devil known as Rizavim Levon Lucifer, the grandfather of Vale, who plans to cause chaos by unleashing an army of evil dragons. Rias explained. No one knows of this but us since both factions are too busy fighting each other to care. Valerie is only Marius' objective so he could obtain your holy grail, but Rizavim doesn't need it considering that he already has one extracted from you according to Azazel-sensei. Kiba added himself in. It looks like my worst fears have been realized. It doesn't look like Romania will be getting better anytime soon. There is some good news though. Considering that they were able to successfully defend you from Marius, his plans were halt, and knowing that he would need to be at his full strength to retrieve it, and due to the war with the Carmilla faction, it would actually take some time for him to prepare another attack. And next time, we will be the ones who attack him. What about Ryzavim though? Ryzavim is not the type who would attack directly out into the open. He proclaimed to us that he will wait until we are ready. Apparently, he is trying to test us. Rias said. That is where we will have to come in. Sun Wukong emerges while followed by Dulio, Tobio, Jean, Serafall, and Valle. No doubt that all of you have fought your battles well, but in order for you to face such enemies again, you are going to have to reach the levels where you are able to reach ultimate class devils as well as a Maoan god. We will discuss this more in the VIP meeting area. On the 6th floor of the Hyudu residence, everyone in the house, minus Issei's parents, were joined by Sikvera Agars, Griselda, and Azazel to discuss the situation at hand, which later lead to the formation of DXD. Azazel then mentions that Ryzavim has the intention of summoning a beast known as the 666, which is said to be as strong as Great Red and was sealed by the god of the Bible before the Great War. In order for the Valle team to join DXD, the group was pardoned of their crimes thanks to Odin, who adopted Valle as his son, much to the dismay of Sikvera due to their criminal records. Dulio was named the leader of the team, much to his surprise, due to the bad image that devils and fallen angels show in general. After Azazel manages to get through to Dulio, the latter would accept the position only if Sun Wukong would become the sub-leader, which he accepts. However, what they did not expect was having another visitor. A magic circle suddenly appeared and a female fallen angel emerges from it. She has shoulder-length black hair, purple eyes, and, like most fallen angels, well endowed. Her outfit consists of a white t-shirt, which shows her midriff, and skinny jeans while wearing sandals. Azazel-sama, I was sent by the Grigori to live here and help discuss strategies to deal with Ryzavim and the Khaos Brigade should another attack occur. I am hopeful that I would prove useful for the time. The fallen angel declared. Oh yeah, the Grigori mentioned that another strategist is planning to join us to help us deal with the current crisis. May I have your name? My name is Marta. Will you allow me to assist? If the Grigori sent you, I don't see why not. Sona herself is a brilliant strategist, but it would be better if there are more to guide us. Wait a minute. She is going to live here? But Azazel, that's Rias is against the idea of having another girl live in the house. Marta then caught sight of Issei and approaches him. I've heard of the security through the Oppai Dragon show. You have a lecherous face, but I can see something cool from within you. Would you mind if I get closer? Marta then puts her hand on Issei's cheek and apparently intends to kiss him. Wait, Marta. Issei weakly resists her advances. It's okay, I just want to see what it's like to be with the security. Marta then speaks with a stuck voice. My name is Hyudu Issei and please stop this. We can't do it in the middle of a meeting. Well then I hope that you satisfy me during the rest of my stay. Satisfy? That's enough. Rias pull Issei away from Marta. Why did you have to stop them, Rias-chan? This was just getting good. Serafall complained. We are in the middle of a meeting right now and if you look around, everyone has an awkward look on their face over what just happened. Half of the girls were blushing after seeing Marta attempting to stuck Issei while many of those who are attracted to him look at this attempt with hostility. Some of the men in the group only had confused and awkward looks on their faces while the others ignored them. Is she really going to be one of the strategists for our team? Sikver asked. If the Grigori sent her then she must be reliable in a way. Marta, are you really the strategist they sent to assist us? Of course, Azazel-sama. Sorry about that, I only wanted to play with Issei a little, but it seems my switch got flipped by accident. Marta laughs it off. There is no way I will accept having her in the house. Rias screamed. We cannot send her away due to the fact that the orders for her to stay were from the Grigori, so everyone should just get along with her. Azazel makes a big laugh much to Rias' dismay. Moments later, the meeting ended with the formation of Team DXD and awkwardness ensues with their new house guest. I still have yet to figure out the rest of Azdaj's abilities since I can only use so little of There is still so much for me to learn about that dragon. Issei said in his thoughts as he leaves to train. In Romania, I will get Valerie and her holy grail no matter what. Marius shows obvious frustrations by Euclid's failure to get Valerie despite backup from Grendel and Krumkruch. After knocking down a vase, Marius was visited by Euclid and Krumkruch. The three of you were supposed to bring Valerie to me. What the heck happened? There were too many powerful opponents for us to fight. More data needs to be collected before we can go any further. If we are going to win against the Carmilla faction and take over the human race, I need the Holy Grail for the mission to be accomplished, and you two coming back empty-handed does not help. Euclid then stabs Marius with a blade he had hidden in his robe. We never intended to win the war. Humans and vampires will all meet the same fate eventually. We only came in to let you know that you are not needed anymore and killed you under Rysavim's order. No longer will this war be relevant. Euclid then pulls back the blade and Marius drops dead. The last fight may have delayed us, but we will succeed nonetheless. Euclid and Krumkruch then leave the room as Marius' blood begins spilling on the floor. The next morning, as Issei lies on his bed half asleep with Serafall, Rias and Asia, he felt something heavy lying on top of him. Bucho? No, she is sleeping on the right side of me. Sarah? No, she and Asia are sleeping on the other side of the bed. Did Akino-san sneak into my blankets again? Then again, her Oppai is slightly bigger than what is on top of me. Dang it. No time for this. Who is underneath my blanket? Issei finishes rambling in his thoughts and uncovers himself to see Marta naked on top of him. Marta-san. Issei accidentally bursted out. Rias ummed for a bit before turning, much to Issei's relief. Good, she is still asleep. I can't imagine what she will do to me if she sees this. Wait a minute, what is Marta-san doing on my bed anyway? I also don't want Sarah and Asia to see this. I am afraid that they might get influenced to do this. Never mind. Sarah also does that from time to time, but still. Come on Marta-san, get off of me. Issei again rambles in his thoughts. You were awake, Issei? Good morning. Marta rubs her heavy eyelids before allowing herself to get a good look at Issei's face. What exactly are you doing in my bed? My. Is it so wrong just to get to look at the sleeping face of the security? You may not have known, but I have always been fascinated by you since you became the hero of the underworld. To see you in Ddraig's armor, the way you treat kids, and the sportsmanship you have shown against Serorgbale, I have seen it all through the recordings of you and it only intensifies my desire to meet you. Now that I feel like I want more. Marta puts her hand on Issei's cheeks. Wait Marta-san. I don't want any misunderstandings to occur, especially so early in the morning. Issei becomes desperate. Relax, Issei. I am not going to have you break off the relationships you've made with the other girls. I am just wondering if you have room for one more. One more. Issei becomes speechless at the thought of Marta becoming his. Marta definitely has the beauty of a fallen angel for her. She has a very good figure with a large Oppai. The thighs that are currently touching my legs are also very soft. To have my body be connected to hers, that is definitely not a bad thing. Maybe I can. Before Issei can continue thinking about the pros and cons of having Marta with him, he felt a strong pressure coming from the right side of his bed. Marta, just what are you doing with my Issei? Rias is staring intensely at Issei and Marta. Well, if it isn't the Crimson Bust Princess. Aren't you supposed to say good morning instead when you see the face of your friend? Someone who calls me by that name and steals Issei is no friend of mine. Looks like we have a selfish one here. Do you honestly think that you can keep Issei to yourself? I heard that he is already in a relationship with Serafall-sama, yet you and the other girls are treating him like he doesn't have a girlfriend. I think I have the right to allow myself into this group. I am not going to consider you to be part of the Hyudu residence just because you live here. There is no way I am going to allow such a person to be near Issei. Azazel-sama told me that everyone should get along, but apparently he never told me that the Crimson Bust Princess could be such an obstacle. Marta teased. Stop calling me that. Rias grabbed her pillow and tosses it towards Marta, but she easily dodged simply by moving her head to the side. It looks like I will delay my fun for the time being, Issei, but I do hope we get to play next time, and when we do, I will offer you even more of my service. See you downstairs. Marta gets out of bed and puts on her sleepwear she left on the bed before heading downstairs, leaving Issei puzzled and Rias frustrated. Who does she think she is to do this to, Issei? They sure do get along, don't they? Sarah said. Sarah? When did you wake up? Issei asked. Around the time you accidentally blurted out Marta-chan's name. She looked like she was having fun, so I decided not to bother her. Serafall lets out a small giggle. Issei checks on Asia and is relieved that she is still asleep despite the whole ordeal. During training, Ga. Saji takes a blow from Dulio as they spar. Dulio and Saji continue their match in hopes that the latter will achieve balance breaker, but with no luck so far. Issei sees this as a completely one-sided battle with Saji on the losing end. Come on, Saji. You are going to have to do better if you want to achieve balance breaker. Issei is currently using his Ddraig's armor rather than Ddraig's in an attempt to unlock and understand his new abilities despite having yet to master True Queen, which is essential in mastering his new armor as well. If you are going to use my powers for training, keep the level of power of your techniques in moderation, or you will pointlessly deplete your stamina like you did when you battled Krumkruch for the first time. As Ddraig warns Issei, I will remember that as I train. Let's see what else I can do. Issei spreads his wings as they become covered in blue flames and shoots them like bullets. Fire can take on many forms, Issei, but the power remains the same, so don't just rely on it as one of your main attacks. If long-range attacks are needed, there is still a variety you can use as mentioned before. Securidano, you better watch out when using as Ddraig's fire. Blue flames are a lot hotter than regular, so try not to burn down your own house. Dulio warned. I will take note of that. Issei then accidentally summons a black shield, but at the cost of his tail. What the? It seems as though Issei-kun can also make weapons from his Ddraig's armor. It looks like what I was told about the variety of abilities of this dragon is true. Sona explained. Yes, but there is no telling what more I can do considering that each ability I use drains my stamina. I suggest you switch back to Ddraig and train using True Queen to work on your stamina. After all, you haven't unlocked all of Ddraig's abilities as well. I will do so. Issei then switches back to Ddraig's balance breaker and transforms into True Queen. I see that you have been too busy using as Ddraig's power instead of mine. Ddraig sounds displeased. Sorry, Ddraig. I just wanted to get more used to the armor. It's definitely a good thing trying to adapt to the changes, I will admit, but it won't do any good if you try to force it like you did in battle. I know. Let's just get this done. Issei then proceeds with his training as Sona watches both him and Saji. It seems like Sun Wukong and Valley are making decent progress, although none of the Hakayuka's attacks are hitting Sun Wukong. Marta approaches Sona. Issei-kun is making progress as well with his new powers, but hasn't fully adapted to it yet due to lack of stamina. He is currently training with Ddraig to get around that. I see. It looks like it's very clear on who is the stronger of the two heavenly dragons, but Issei definitely has a few advantages over Valley, especially since that he can use True Queen during training. Agreed. By the way, do you have any information regarding the Khaos Brigade? Azazel seems to trust you in order to let you be our strategist, so I suppose you have some knowledge of the situation. I was told how sharp you from Azazel-sama, and for you to deduce this just because of his approval is very impressive. Yes, I do have some new knowledge of the Khaos Brigade from a source. Sona becomes curious. A source? Before I was sent here, the Grigori decided to send a spy to join the Khaos Brigade to figure out what their goals are and the methods they plan to use. To achieve that, what we did find out from him was that the summoning of 666 is actually a very slow process and that has yet to begin, so we will be given some time to prepare. He wasn't able to find what method is needed to undo the seal as of this moment. Our spy also has yet to meet Rizavim, but promises to tell us when he does. For now this information is classified, so we have to keep it a secret from the rest until information is gathered. I see. Ah. Marayama's scream was heard. Marayama and Khaos are lying on the floor exhausted with their shurnai beside them after apparently losing to Sun Wukong's Shikigami, who takes a form of a human and is just standing there calmly with a disappointed look on his face. You two definitely exhibit the basic skills needed to use a sword, but in order for you to defend yourselves against the Khaos Brigade, you are going to need to be at least 10 times better than what you are showing now. Sheesh, we are only human. We can't be as strong as devils like Hayadu and Kibakuin. Khaos complains. No doubt that humans are weaker in terms of raw strength, but that alone isn't what makes you strong. Some members of the Khaos Brigade are human and are strong enough to keep even the security at bay. We want you to at least achieve part of that since your magic is still very limited as you are only able to summon Hraesvelgr as your only technique in that area. Lu Fei is currently training us in magic so that we don't have to rely on Hraesvelgr to do our battles. Summoning him is practically the last thing we wanted to do. Yeah. The price of summoning that bird was horrible. Both Marayama and Khaos shriveled at the thought of summoning Hraesvelgr again. After Issei spars with both Dulio and Serafall, with the former ending up as a frozen popsicle both times due to their abilities, the day of training ends with most showing signs of exhaustion except the trainers and Ophis, who was sitting next to Sona to watch. I will help if needed. Ophis told Sona before leaving. Is the information on who the spy is classified as well? Sona asked. Yes. It will be dangerous for him if everyone here knew who he is. We can't risk his identity being found out by such a dangerous terrorist group. Even if you meet him, you must treat him like an enemy at all cost as he will do the same. That is as much as I can tell you. That information is good enough. Well then, since taking a bath is the next thing after hours of training, I guess it is time for me to wash Issei's back. Talk to you again later. Marta softly giggles. What? Sona yelled in shock as Marta runs towards Issei. She is just like Akino. Sona said in her thoughts. Marta's actions soon got Issei into more trouble with the other girls once they are in the bath. Meanwhile, in Romania, Master Lucifuge, I just received word that Marius' death has given a huge advantage to the Carmilla faction. Soon enough, they will acquire all the territories they desire. The messenger spoke to Euclid. It matters not who wins or lose. What really matters is the progress of our plan. Has there been any word from our oppositions? Your involvement in the human world has alerted those beyond the three factions. You must plan your actions carefully as they are now allied together against us. Euclid remains calm. They won't be much of a problem after they are eliminated. After all, for us to summon the Great Red, something bigger must be freed. How exactly are you going to free 666 when the seal was made from the God of the Bible himself? It's a slow process, I will admit, but every journey begins with a single step. The first step will be a sacrifice. Euclid then opens the curtains behind him. Behind those curtains was a young vampire girl restrained heavily on the arms and legs with her mouth tied up. Euclid takes a knife and makes a small cut in her arm. The girl makes a small cry. The blood drips on a symbol below her, which then glows briefly and stops. The blood of a pure-blooded vampire is always welcome as a sacrifice. Now that the girl knows of our plan, I suppose that a quick and merciful death will suit her. Euclid then begins releasing a spell, which takes the form of a miniaturized sun. The girl grunts painfully before her body quickly turns black and fades away. If that is something you didn't like to see, then don't worry. We needed only her as a sacrifice. The rest of the plan will be acquired through other means. Yes, Master Lucifuge. There is something I must attend to. Euclid then leaves the room with the messenger following behind. The next day in the Hayudu residence. Valerie is currently adjusting to her new lifestyle. Since her soul has been broken due to the overuse of the Holy Grail, she often requires assistance from the other residents. Gasper shows the most concern for her condition, but is happy that she will be staying with him as a safety precaution from the Khaos Brigade. It seems like you've made quite a life for yourself, Gasper. Compared to me, it looks like you had the better end of the deal. Your hard life is over, Valerie. Senpai is a kind person and I know that he and everyone else will treat you well. Gasper said. Oh my. You have grown after all for you to be this confident. I guess you really made the right decision to be with the Gremory clan. I didn't choose to be with them. I was actually found by them and they took me in first before meeting the rest of them. You're right, however. I felt like I was becoming stronger thanks to my friends who are there to support, and with the Khaos Brigade on the loose, I need to get even stronger. I'm sure you will. Valerie suddenly grabbed her head out of pain. Gasper panicked. Valerie, what's wrong? Don't worry. It's just the dissipating effects of my Longinus. It will take a while before the effects fully wear off considering how long I have been using it. Valerie, don't push yourself. You only started recovering from your broken state, so you need to be careful. I was told what happened to Valerie through Bucho, and all that did was made me more determined to defeat the Khaos Brigade. Issei said as he approaches Gasper and Valerie while holding a cup of some kind of hot beverage. Senpai. Issei gives Valerie the drink. This tea is something I learned from my mom. It will help relax both your body and mind, hopefully. Thank you. Valerie takes a sip from the tea and suddenly becomes surprised as the tea enters her mouth. It's good. What did you add in this? It's a special kind of tea leaf I bought that are often used to make Chinese medicine. My mother would often have me drink this tea or miso soup with crushed ginger whenever I am sick. I know you are not sick, but I think it will help you recover faster once your mind calms. I see. Again, thank you very much, Security. My name is Hayato Issei, but feel free to call me Ise like the rest of my friends. Very well, Ise-kun. Valerie gave Issei a genuine smile, causing Issei to feel embarrassed. Thank you for caring for Valerie, senpai. Issei responded to Gasper's gratitude by petting his head. You're welcome, Gasper. With more people in the house, let's get stronger together. Yeah. Both Gasper and Valerie agreed immediately. Just as Issei was about to leave the room, Marta approaches him. Marta-san. Hello, Ise. Flirting with Valerie after she just recovered. Valerie lightly blushes after hearing Marta. No. I was just thought that maybe since Valerie is a new member of the house, I thought I should help her since is still affected by her Longinus. Issei immediately denies it. So you are truly as caring as they say you are. It's okay to flirt with all the other girls, but just don't leave me out, okay? What? Again? Issei becomes dismayed. Our fun just keeps getting ruined by the other girls, like in the bed and just earlier in the bath. For once, I hoped I get to have my way with you. Issei is at a loss on how to react, which Marta finds amusing. Just kidding. You are probably already tired of getting in trouble with the other girls, so I will leave it at that for today, but don't think I am going to give you up so easily just because your girlfriend is a Mao, understand? I will see you soon. Marta gives Issei a wink before leaving. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you some things about Senpai. Senpai is a very kind person who also attracts a lot of girls around him. He also likes women's BS a lot. Gasper told Valerie. Issei panicked after Gasper told Valerie one of his bad points. Gasper, you didn't have to tell Valerie that. Seeing Issei like this caused Valerie to make a small laugh. Don't worry about it, Ise-kun, everyone has their bad points. Besides, if those girls are attracted to you, it must mean that you have more good points as well, and one of them is being brave, like Gasper said. You did take on the strongest evil dragon, and to do such a thing, you have to be really brave. Is that so? Haha. Issei gives out an embarrassed laugh. Besides, I don't mind if Ise-kun likes women's BRSS. That just proves he is a man, since I heard men are turned on by such things. What are you saying? Issei begins stammering. If you were to find me naked while I was taking a bath or something, I wouldn't mind. Issei suddenly imagines Valerie's naked body in the bath talking in a CC voice, telling him to come. He then has a small nosebleed, which Valerie and Gasper takes notice of. Just kidding. I prefer it if men don't try to peep at me, but I still don't mind though. I just wanted to poke a little fun at you, but I will give you a little reward for protecting me and trying to treat my current state. Valerie gets up and gives Issei a kiss on the forehead, causing the latter to blush. Anyway, I am going to go explore the rest of the house. Make sure to take care of Gasper for me. Right. Issei could not respond in any other way as Valerie left. Sorry, senpai. When we were kids, Valerie has a tendency to play with me every chance she gets in order to deal with the tough environment back in Romania. She doesn't really flirt with men like Marta-senpai, but she can be just as playful, and she doesn't take kindness for granted, considering that no vampire in Romania was ever kind to me and her. Gasper told Issei. Is that why she kissed me? Yes, because it is the first time that someone has risked his own life for her, and she didn't feel right about not returning it. I hope you don't mind that part of her. Of course not. She is your friend, and that alone is enough for me to allow her to stay. Gasper smiled brightly at Issei. Thank you, senpai. I'm going to go train to get stronger so I can fight alongside you. Gasper immediately heads to the training room Issei was using. Of course, I also like the reward. Issei gives a lewd smile after remembering Valerie's kiss. In Marta's room. Hello, it has been a while since I've last heard from you. Did you learn anything new? Marta is speaking with someone through a magic communication circle. Euclid has already began taking steps to undo the seal. They have already accomplished the first one by taking the blood of a pure-blooded vampire that had been affected by the Holy Grail. How long do we have before all of their steps are completed? The process is very slow. I would say no less than 8 months, maybe about a year at least. Team DXD is currently training to the max in order to catch up to the Khaos Brigade. Do not blow your cover until we are ready. Back in Romania. Understood. I will keep playing my role. I will also make sure to keep you updated. See you soon. A fallen angel shuts off his magic circle before going through the door behind him. Behind that door was none other than Euclid and Kromkruch. Looks like our messenger has returned. Euclid remarked. What? Is the next step Master Lucifuge? You will know soon enough. For now, let's try to draw the attention of the Carmilla faction away from us, and once that is done, our enemies are next. Years before the Great War. In the land of the Geats, Gotaland, Sweden, under the night sky, a naked woman enters a cave carrying what appears to be Grendel's head into a cave. After reaching the lake inside, she gently lets the head sink into the water as she mourns. My son. Who did this to my son? She screamed in pain as she mourns. The water soon begins stirring up huge waves as her scream reaches out of the caves. She then destroys a nearby rock out of grief. May no mercy be shown to the killer. No mercy be shown to man. The woman begins transforming into a much larger creature with dark silver reptilian skin. Her head and lower body remains unseen, but shows to be on all fours. As she leaves, she lets out a might roar before heading to the village where Grendel was killed. Today in the Hyudu residence. Hello? This is Marta calling for Doran. How are things going with Euclid and Kromkruch? Marta is in her room again using a magic communication circle. Not much activity. Euclid told me he had some personal business to attend to and just left. Nothing about 666 or the process of reviving the being so far. Kromkruch is currently getting his body fixed since he is still at the tuning stage. I see. Tell me if you find something new. Will do. How is the team doing? Team DXD have temporarily disbanded to finish their current objectives in the human world. After all, many of them are living here while still maintaining their identities as part of 3 factions. Must be tough, isn't it? Marta gave a small laugh. It's actually pretty relaxing when you are not thinking about battles or strategy for battles. Kind of wish you were here. So do I. I kind of wish to meet the team. Shoot, I got too sidetracked. Kromkruch is now on his way, so I better go. Goodbye. Goodbye. Marta's magic circle disappears. After she hangs up, Issei unexpectedly enters her room. Issei? What are you doing here all of a sudden? Azazel-sensei told me that he needs you back at the Grigori headquarters. Oh yeah. He and the other fallen angels are currently tracking Klipitha's next move. There is still not much information I can give him though. He told me he got some information from the stray magicians captured and needs you to look through it. I see. Tell everyone I will be back within a couple of days then. They already know. Okay, see you later, Thais. Marta blows Issei a kiss before disappearing in a magic circle, leaving the latter uncomfortable. What is with her? Issei said in his thoughts. As Issei goes into deep thought, he looks down on spots of pink panty on the floor, unintentionally getting himself excited. Whooch, what is a pair of panties doing on the floor? I thought Marta-san is a more organized girl, but to leave something so precious on the floor. Issei then looks around to make sure that nobody is watching. What should I do? Should I pick it up and put it back in her drawer? No, that would make me look like I was taking her underwear out instead of putting it back. If I leave it, it will make me look even more like an underwear thief. Issei becomes deep in thought, unsure of what to do. Maybe it is better for me to put it back. I just have to make sure no one is watching, cause if I just leave it on the floor, it will be even worse. Okay, here it goes. Issei then picks up Marta's underwear and opens the drawer, but before he could actually put it back, the door suddenly burst open. Hey Marta-san. I heard you were leaving, so I thought maybe you need lunch. So Marayama was holding a bento box she made for Marta, but goes into shock after getting a clear look at Issei. Issei stood there frozen with sweat dripping from his head. Marayama-san, this isn't. Before Issei could finish, Marayama, out of anger, takes out her shurnai and starts beating him up. You pervert! Issei's scream is then heard through the whole house. Issei is currently sitting on his bed while Asia is healing him. Thank you, Asia. I am glad that you believed my story. Things like this always happen to you. You have to be more careful. Understood, though it seems like I can never get on Marayama-san and Keitei-san's good side no matter what I do. Asia remains optimistic. Actually, I still remember Marayama-san saying you looked kind of cool after your battle with Krumkruch. Don't worry, Issei-san. Marayama-san and Keitei-san are good people. I am sure you will be able to become friends with them once they warm up to you, because Issei-san is a kind person. Asia. Issei is touched over Asia's opinion of him. As Asia finishes healing Issei's face, her face suddenly turns red. Hey Issei-san. Do you mind going on a date with me? It's been a while since the two of us were together. Issei becomes a little surprised, but smiled at Asia's request nonetheless. It has been a while since it was just the two of us. If you are okay with me, then yes. Hearing the answer she wanted, Asia becomes excited and nodded strongly. Hi. That's not fair for you to get ahead of us, Asia. That's right. I want to have a date with Ahikuin too. Zenobia and Irina suddenly show up in Issei's room, surprising the two. Zenobia-san? Irina-san? Both of you were here? Of course. We overheard you asking out on a date earlier, and for you to get a head start is unfair. Zenobia complained. It's been a while since me and Aiken spent time together as well, so I should have the right to date him first. Irina also complained. How? But Issei-san already said yes. No way will I be left out. Asia remains persistent. As the church trio argue, Sylphie stepped in and is the most calm of the four girls. I heard that you said yes to Asia's request for a date. Why yeah? Issei was reluctant to answer due to the church trio arguing. Well, I would also like to date Issei-kun, but I am actually here to tell you that I think you should date Marayama-san first. Everyone in the room becomes shocked over Sylphie's opinion. Sylphie-san? What are you saying? Asia responds first. I overheard Issei-kun complaining about having a hard time getting Marayama-san and Keitei-san to fully acknowledge him. Considering what you've done to them in school, it's easy to understand why they don't trust you. That's not helping, Sylphie-chan. Issei complained a little. I am only pointing out why they still don't fully trust you. I am asking you to go on a date with Marayama-san so that she can learn to trust you a bit further. Trust is not just something you receive, it is something you have to earn. If it's to earn trust, then it can't be helped. Too bad. Oh well, I'll just have to wait until my turn. Zenobia and Irina reluctantly accepts Sylphie's suggestion. I am sorry, Asia, but it looks like our date will have to wait for another time. I understand, Issei-san. I hope that you and Marayama-san get along better after this. Serafall suddenly shows up in Issei's room, apparently having overheard everything like the other girls. All of you are going on a date with Issei-kun? No fair. I am Aikuin's girlfriend, so I want to have a date too. Serafall pouts, then forcefully puts her arms around Issei. It's been a while since we were together. I am always looking forward to spending time with you since I am always so busy. This is so unfair, I have to wait again. I got it. I got it. Please don't look at me with such a sad face, Sarah. You are going to make me feel bad. Issei becomes desperate seeing Serafall's sad face. Issei hesitantly turns to Asia. Asia? Asia looked as though tears were about to come out of her eyes, but holds it back. Serafall-sama is right, she has less time with you due to her jobs than most of us. Make sure that I am next after her, okay? Of course, Asia. Issei felt relieved. Wait a minute. How am I going to convince her to go on a date with me? I am sure that all of you already know that she will refuse if I ask her. Just leave it to me, Issei-kun. I will make sure she comes to meet you. Just wait at the entrance of that department store you and the girls always go to it. See you then. Sylphie then leaves the room, leaving Issei and the church trio uncomfortable over what she is planning. The next day, Issei is already waiting at the entrance of the department store after arriving 15 minutes early to make sure he isn't late. Seriously, how the heck will Sylphie-chan be able to convince Murayama-san to come here? She and Keitei-san are already avoiding me as much as they can in the house. I just hope that no blackmail is involved. After 5 more minutes of waiting, Murayama suddenly shows up running to the entrance and is surprised to see Issei standing there. Her outfit consists of a pair of pink tom shoes, a colorful flower-patterned skirt, jeans jacket over a purple t-shirt, and a white handbag carried on her right shoulder. The time is 9:58 a.m. How you do? Issei is just as surprised that Murayama would show up as scheduled. You actually came, Murayama-san. Sylphie-san told me that Keitei is going to be here at this time. Do you know where she is? So that's how Sylphie-chan is able to convince her. Just how exactly am I supposed to follow it up? Issei said in his thoughts again. Sorry, but Keitei-san isn't here. Did you actually plan this out with her? No. Sylphie-san told me that Keitei wants me to dress up in some cute clothes for some reason and that I have to meet her here. She didn't tell me why, but from the sound of her voice, it sounded important, so I decided to go only to see that she is late. Issei starts having trouble finding words to say due to Murayama's innocence, but knows that he has to tell her. Murayama-san, I was also told to come here by Sylphie-chan at this time. You were told to come here to meet with Keitei-sen, but since she isn't here, I am sure you know what this means. Murayama did not immediately get the idea and begins looking around to see if Keitei would show up. As soon as she figures out what Sylphie did, her face begins turning red. WH. What? Why did Sylphie essay and set me up with Hayudu of all people? Murayama's scream attracted some bystanders nearby. And not so loud, Murayama-san. Sylphie-chan set this up so that maybe we can get along better. There is no way I can get along with someone who peeks in the girls' locker room almost every time he goes to school. Please just give it a chance, okay? I promise I will do nothing of the sort since I do want to get along with you and Keitei-san. Murayama looks at Issei giving an innocent plea to continue and sighs. Since we are here, we might as well take a look around and maybe get some shopping done, but you better not get too close to me. Alright. Issei follows behind Murayama as she enters the store. After the two enter the store, Sylphie is seen behind the bushes observing Issei and Murayama. Alright, everything went as planned. Time for me to go follow them. Before Sylphie is able to leave the bushes, a hand grabs her right shoulder. When Sylphie turns around, she sees Rias and Akino enveloped with aura emitting a strong pressure, frightening Sylphie. Are you going to explain what is going on here, Sylphie? Rias asked in a frightening tone. Why yes. Back in the mall, Issei and Murayama are looking around the store and exploring different shops, although the latter is keeping distance from him, making it impossible for Issei to give eye contact with her. Just when Issei is about to give up hope, he saw Murayama staring at a beautiful blue dress with stars in her eyes. That is so cute. Murayama forgot that she is with Issei as her eyes are too focused on that dress. Would you like me to buy that dress for you, Murayama-san? Murayama finally snaps out of her trance and becomes surprised over Kazuto's sudden offer. Like I would want anything touched by your hands. You are saying it like I have some sort of disease. Issei protested. Of course, every time you lay your hands on mine, I always feel the need to wash them. How rude. Despite his complaints, Issei couldn't help but smile looking at Murayama strongly staring at that blue dress. Well, since you keep staring at that dress, I'll just go into that store and get it. Hey, I already told you I don't. Before Murayama can finish, Issei headed into the shop. Geez. After buying the dress, Issei rushes out of the store and holds the bag in front of Murayama with both hands. I told you I don't want it. Murayama protested. Your words don't support your actions. Ugh. Murayama couldn't fight back. Just think of this as an apology gift for school. All right, I will take your gift. Murayama reluctantly took the bag from Issei. So where to next? I am still looking around. I told you not to stand too close to me. Sorry. Issei immediately backs off a couple of steps. Murayama then turns her head to the front and secretly gave herself a smile while holding the bag. Thank you. Murayama softly whispered so that Issei couldn't hear. Did you say something? Issei asked. Nothing. Let's just continue. Murayama and Issei then took the escalator to the upper floor of the store, not knowing that they are being secretly followed by Rias, Akino, and Sylphie. Seriously, if this date was just to get Murayama to trust him, you could have just told us. Rias sighed. I thought Asia and the others told you by now. Sylphie replied. Wait, Asia knows about this? Oh yeah, Asia-san, Zenobia-san, Irina-san, Serafall-sama, and I made Issei-kun promise to take them on dates after he is done. He sure has his hands full whenever he has time off. Rias becomes frustrated. Darn, I should have come earlier. Maybe after he is done with Murayama-san, I will make up for lost time by offering my services to Issei-kun in bed. No, absolutely not. If anyone is going to be with Issei in bed, it's going to be me. After all, I was the one who made him into a devil. Rias fights back. Selfish as always, Bucho. Uin makes everyone happy, so why not let others do the same? I am already spending less time with him since Serafall-sama became his girlfriend. I do not want to lose any more time being with Issei. Sylphie sighs. Sheesh, then let Issei-kun know that Rias-san. We already made plans with him, because we let him know what we want, but at the same time, Issei-kun is already very busy so he can't always come to you. Try coming to him for a change like you do almost every night. Both Akino and Rias are surprised over Sylphie's maturity despite being younger than they are. It appears that you are still immature on how to handle relationships since Sylphie-san knows how to handle situations better than you. I wonder if Sylphie-san is next after Serafall and others. Wouldn't that make you sad, Bucho? Akino teased Rias a little. Like you are one to talk, Akino. You also barely came to Issei other than at night. Akino snaps after hearing what Rias said and the two starts emitting powerful auras yet again, but this time towards each other. Other shoppers took sight of this and fearfully steps away from the girls. Is that a challenge, Bucho? I'll be happy to accept since it involves Issei-kun. I won't lose. This is getting dangerous. I got to find Issei-kun and Murayama-san fast and get away. Sylphie sneaks away to the escalator while Rias and Akino are distracted. Back in the Hyudu residence. Hey Valerie-san. Kate finds Valerie cooking in the kitchen. Kate, is there anything you want to talk about? Have you seen Murayama? She left her cell phone in her room and I can't find her in the house. I recall Asia telling me that she went on a date with Issei-kun at a department store before going out with Zenobia and Irina. Hearing this causes Kate go into a state of shock. Are you telling me that my best friend is on a date with that pervert? Kate yelled loudly, startling Valerie. What? Not so loud, Kate. Issei-kun just wants to get along better with Murayama. There is no way I can keep silent knowing that Murayama is with that beast. I got to go rescue her before he does something indecent. I think you might be overreacting a bit. Don't you think you have taken the situation a bit too far by calling Owen a beast? Of course not. That pervert and his friends keep peeping on us whenever we are changing. That is why I must rescue Murayama. Who knows what he will do to her since he is that close. No more wasting time. Wait for me, Murayama. I am coming. Kate rushed out of the house at lightning speed. Maybe Hikun should try to get along with her better as well. Valerie gave a small laugh. Back in the department store. Come on, Hayadu. Pick up the pace. Murayama ordered Issei around, who was forced to carry all of the things she bought. It's impossible for me to go any faster without collapsing. I am already carrying so much that I can barely balance myself. To his surprise, Murayama gave a cute laugh. You are the one who wanted this, Hayadu. You have to live with the consequences. Growl. Murayama's stomach was heard rumbling, causing her face to turn red. Why don't we get lunch and take a break? Yeah. Murayama and Issei then head to the food court with Sylphie smiling behind a pillar. This is turning out even better than I thought. Hopefully, Murayama-san would think better of Eun by now. Sylphie said, unaware that what she is doing she is attracting attention from other shoppers. Security, we got a stalker. One of the shoppers yelled out. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Sylphie begins to panic. One of the security guards grabbed her arm. Come with us. We need to have a word with you. I am telling you that this is a misunderstanding. I am not trying to kidnap someone, I am just looking out for a friend. You can tell us everything later. For now, your actions have attracted suspicions from the other shoppers. Please wait. The guard ignored Sylphie's plea and continues to drag her by the arm. In the food court. Hey Hayudu, do you mind if I ask some questions about you or devils in general? Murayama asked as she took another bite of her tonkatsu. What do you want to know? Issei then took another bite of tempura. Were you always a devil or a human-turned-devil? I heard that Asia-san and Zenobia-san used to be human too before being reincarnated. Issei froze after remembering his murder by Rainier that forced him to become a devil and finds himself unable to answer. Hayudu? Are you okay? I am fine. It's just how I became a devil was not a good memory. Asia and Zenobia also did not have good memories of how they became devils as well, so it is hard to say. I see. Then I guessed I shouldn't have asked. Sorry. It's okay. I can tell you if you really wanted to know. If it's something that you really want to forget, I would feel bad for making you remember it. I just thought. Issei suddenly muffles Murayama and hid under the table. Murayama forcefully makes Issei let go. What are you doing? Not so loud. Look. Issei pointed at several people wearing black robes. Based on their outfits, these are stray magicians. They must be from the Khaos Brigade looking for us. What? Now? They are terrorists. They don't care what they do as long as they can accomplish their goals. What are we going to do? Murayama becomes anxious. We will hide until they leave. Try to be quiet. Realizing that Issei probably knows their presence, the magicians forcefully push away the tables using magic, causing everyone to panic and make a run. They are using magic here? This is bad. Issei becomes unsure of what to do. Security guards rushed immediately with their batons in an attempt to stop their attack. Stop. Stay right where you are. One of the guards yelled. Very well. The magician then snaps his fingers and swatted all the guards away as if they were flies. It's too dangerous here. Murayama-san, get outside now. I will deal with them. Should I contact the others? Report it to Bucho and the others. Go. Murayama then rushes out to the entrance of the department store where she bumps into Rias and Aquino, who were also alerted of the situation. Bucho? Aquino-senpai. What is going on here, Murayama? Rias asked. Stray magicians are going after Hayu. He told me to run to report it to you. The Khaos Brigade is on the move again. Let's go, Aquino. Hi, Bucho. Rias and Aquino then rushed to the food court. In the security room. Terrorists are in the food court. Evacuate the civilians now. The security guard watching over Sylphie was alerted of the attack through his walkie-talkie, causing Sylphie to be on alert. Looks like you are innocent. Now. Both Sylphie and the guard rushed out to the store to see panicking shoppers running outside. You follow them. I will assist in the evacuations. Right. After the guard left, Sylphie instead heads further into the store to find Issei. Back in the food court. Well, thanks for saving us the trouble of finding you, Security. One of the male magicians said. Issei, who is already in Balance Breaker, just stare at them with hostility. For you to attack in a place full of innocent people, this ends now. Let's see how tough you really are, Security, replied one of the female magicians. Issei then gets into battle position as the magicians get ready to cast their spells. In the Grigori headquarters, Azazel and Marta learned from their prisoners that the other stray magicians planned to stage an attack in the human world, only to find out too late. If we go now, we should be able to assist stopping them. Right. Azazel and Marta were about to get out when they suddenly heard a loud noise. Shemhazai rushed to the two, apparently trying to alert them. The Grigori's headquarters is under attack. The security guards are dead or dying. We have to move. Azazel and Marta decide to stay and rush towards the entrance, where they see fallen angels desperately trying to get out. A stream of fire suddenly appears and kills the retreating fallen angels. When Azazel and Marta look up, they see a large dark silver wingless dragon looking down at them, apparently at least 50 meters tall, more than 3 times the height of Tanin. No way! Azazel looks up frightened at the sight of the large dragon looking at him with hostile eyes. Why did you kill them? Azazel asked. They are the ones who attacked first. This is my punishment. A female voice comes out of the dragon. If you see my son, tell him that his mother is looking for him. The dragon then turns back to her human form before disappearing, leaving both Azazel and Marta anxious. In the food court, the male magician makes an unusual move as he takes off his robe and drops his staff, apparently putting on a martial arts pose. If you are that concerned about the people here, that is fine with me. Now that you are here, there is no reason to involve them anymore. Issei becomes very surprised at the magician's sudden pose. Are you actually going to fight me barehanded? Of course. Do you want to risk destroying this mall or have a proper one-on-one fight? The other magicians were surprised at their comrade's suggestion and started complaining. Are you serious? We defeat him if we all fight. That's right. You don't have to risk injuries fighting the Security, especially since he is covered in the armor of a heavenly dragon. This is my fight. The rest of you already have opponents to fight. I see. Rias called Issei as she, Akino, and Sylphie arrived. Stay back. It appears that he intends to fight me one-on-one. Take care of the other magicians. Hi. Sylphie yelled as she prepares for battle. Now with the others taken care of, shall we begin? The lone magician asked. Of course. Once both sides are ready, Issei charges at the magician at full speed, ramming the magician through one of the food vendors until they reach the kitchen. Issei pins the magician down and attempts to strike his head with his right fist, but the magician countered with a monkey flip. Not bad. You sure used quite a bit of strength when you charged at me, although you let your guard down when you charged at me. I did not come here to take lessons from an enemy. Issei charges at the magician again, this time to properly land a punch. The magician, however, ducked and punched straight at Issei's neck. Gah! Issei yelled in pain while grabbing his throat. The magician took advantage of this and gave him a roundhouse kick, knocking Issei down and proceeds to taunt him. Is that all you got, or should I provoke you by destroying the mall so you fight better? Issei gets up and tries to land another punch, but was easily avoided. He was then kneed with such force on the abdomen that his armor started to break. Since you have that armor, it wouldn't be fair for me to fight without some kind of enhancement, so I hardened my body to match that armor of yours. The magician then elbowed Issei on the back of the head, knocking him down a second time. Are you sure you were the one whom Grendel fought equally with? I just don't see it with your lack of skill. Hearing this causes Issei to become more furious and proceeds to charge again at his opponent at full speed. Again? You sure haven't learned your lesson, haven't you? The magician proceeds to do another kick, but to his surprise, Issei stops suddenly and grabbed his foot before it can strike. What the? Who said I don't learn from my mistakes? Issei tosses the magician to the counter of the food vendor and punches him on the abdomen, sending him through one of the tables. As the latter tries to get up, Issei tackles him through the fence before he can recover, sending both of them down to the first floor. As Issei gets up, he taunts the magician. How is that? I am going to get you for this. The furious magician then charges at Issei as he prepares to defend himself. On the other hand, Rias, Sylphie, and Aquino are currently holding back the other magicians, but have much difficulty turning the tide of the battle. Ha! Is that all you've got? I expected more from someone from the Gremory clan. One of the female magicians taunt Rias. Rias unleashes another suppressed form of the power of destruction towards the magician, but her attack was easily avoided and only caused another part of the store to be destroyed. I see. So you are purposely holding back so you don't put others in danger. Too bad we don't hold such morals like all of you. Tisk. The magician then casts an attack spell aiming for Rias, launching a huge fireball, only for Rias to easily block it with her defense. You don't appear to be that strong yourself. My, it looks like I will have to increase my power with this next attack. Ha! Rias becomes startled. The magician then casts another attack spell, this time in the form of blue energy, and launches it towards Rias. Despite the strength of her magic shield, it was unable to hold the attack and knocked Rias back. Rias fell hard on the ground. I expected a better fight from you. Mina, Kai, let's finish these amateurs off. We don't want to keep Master Lucifuge waiting. Kai, Mina was knocked to a wall. Gahaha. Kai is shocked by Aquino's holy lightning, rendering him unconscious. It seems that I can hold back less compared to Bucho. Aquino makes a sadistic smile, frustrating Rias' opponent. How annoying. The magician then casts the same spell, knocking Aquino back. Time to make sure the two of you don't get back up again. Before the magician can do anything, Sylphie, who is already transformed, was able to distract her opponent fast enough and launches a huge tornado towards her, knocking her hard through another food vendor. Don't think we are weak just because we are holding back. Nana! Kai, who appears to have recovered, yelled in distress. Nana emerges with only her robe slightly torn. Aquino becomes surprised over Kai's sudden recovery. Bucho, these magicians are apparently enhanced with magic. I can see that. All of the magicians knocked down by the girls are able to get up on their feet with ease, although their bodies show that they have taken some damage. Not bad. Let me show you mine. Kai launches a lightning attack towards Aquino, knocking her down yet again. Aquino! Rias tries to reach for her friend, but was knocked back by Nana. You shouldn't take your eyes off of your opponent, princess. Like I would like to be called that from the likes of you. Rias then launches another attack using the power of destruction, but was easily avoided again. On the first floor, Issei is currently fighting in a clothing store, but none of his attacks were able to strike his opponent at this point. Let's see how you like a knee to the face. The magician knees Issei to the face this time, cracking even more of his armor. Gah! Or a punch to the gut. Gah! Issei soon started coughing blood. Partner, his body is definitely enhanced by magic. He specializes in close-quarter fighting, giving him the advantage using his enhanced strength and durability. You have to use magic in order to turn the tide. Ddraig advises Issei. No, if I do that, then the whole shop will come down. There may be people still trapped here. Still up for more? Then let me deliver it. The magician charges towards Issei. Not good. Can't take much more of this. There has got to be something. Issei desperately looks around the store to find a counterattack. There. Issei grabs a jacket and puts it in front of his opponent, causing him to punch the clothing. Instead, giving Issei enough time to dodge. What the? The magician then turns around and saw Issei's fist heading towards his face. Issei's strike connects, sending the magician from one shop to another across. Gah! This time it was the magician who spills blood. Before he can recover, Issei charges at him and delivers another blow, this time to his gut. Realizing that the magician cannot act fast enough, Issei continues to strike his body without stopping. With each blow, the magician continues to spew more blood from his mouth. You are not the only one trained in close-quarter fighting. Out of anger, the magician holds up his hand and unleashes a blast of energy, pushing Issei back. What the? I thought you were going to fight me without using magic. Issei complained. Since when does so-called terrorists ever keep their word? You must be dumb if you expected that. The magician then summons his staff right back to his hand. I am very well aware that destroying this mall is not what you want. Too bad for you, because that is exactly what I am doing. The magician raises his staff and begins chanting a spell. Can't use any of my attacks without causing tremendous damage. Need to find another way. It seems as though you have forgotten about me. Asdaja's voice was heard, startling Issei. Asdaja? Correct. Use my abilities to stop him without putting anyone in harm's way. There are some you used during your battle with Krumkruch and training. Yeah, you are right. Ddraig, transfer a little power through Asdaja's armor. Understood. Issei's armor transforms from red to black with the exception of his left hand as the boosted gear begins transferring power. Boost. Issei then begins shooting blue fire bullets towards the magician, forcing him to cancel the spell to defend himself. Issei takes advantage of this distraction and takes out his tail sword to break his magic circle, although his strike was avoided. It looks like I am going to have to do things a little differently. The magician creates a magic circle below his feet, and out of the circle comes a huge stream of fire taking the form of a dragon. The dragon then charges at Issei. In response, the tail sword transforms into a shield, holding the attack back until the magician's magic can no longer support it. This is very interesting. It looks like I am going to have to take back my doubts I had of you earlier. I see now why Grendel likes to fight you. Be careful, Issei, because you transformed in your normal balance breaker instead of True Queen. This armor is only as strong as the form you transformed from. Asdaja warned. It's all right. I don't think I will need that much power to defeat him. Very well. As I said before, make sure to keep the level of your techniques moderate. Don't waste your stamina in this battle like with Krumkruch. Like I will make that mistake again. Issei and the magician continue their fight on the first floor. The three girls, fighting in the food court, are not faring as well as Rias is the only one left standing while breathing heavily. Not bad, but I guess being in Clippeth would make anyone's job a lot easier thanks to the magic given to us. As Nana prepares to kill them, an energy attack was launched towards her, shifting her focus away from them. Nana turns her head to see Murayama and more members of the Occult Research Club members behind her. I figured how dangerous you stray magicians could be, so I called for some help. Rias smiled proudly at Murayama. Help couldn't have come in a better time. Good job, Murayama. Rias then turns towards Nana, Kai, Mina, and a couple other magicians behind them. Everyone, those stray magicians, are covered with magic to enhance their abilities. I am going to have to use this technique, so hold them off. Asia, Hilakino and Sylphie. Rias summons a magic circle below her feet and begins channeling magic. Hi Bucho. Asia then heads towards her injured comrades and begins using Twilight Healing. Murayama, Kates, stay back and let us handle this. The Kendo girls obey as Zenobia then summons Exdurandal. Let's see how well the rest of you fare against us. Nana becomes eager to fight them. Here I go. Kaneko emerges from the ceiling and scatters the magicians by punching the ground with immense strength. Kiba and Zenobia took advantage of this and aim for the two magicians behind Nana. Kai attempts to fight Kaneko, but was blocked by Rosweiss and Gasper. Irina and Kaneko decide to fight Nana, but with great difficulty. Since we are fighting in a department store, we have to be careful in case there are people still in here. Rosweiss said as she tries to bombard Kai with explosive magic, but all were easily blocked by his defense spells. Gasper activates Forbidden Baylor View to freeze Kai, giving Rosweiss another chance to strike him with explosive-based magic yet again. The attack hits, but when the smoke clears, Kai emerges with only minor wounds on his body. That attack would have killed me if it wasn't for my body being covered by magic. This is going to be interesting. Kai then launches an attack spell of his own, but both Rosweiss and Gasper avoided it. Kiba summons Graham and, along with Zenovia, starts the fight off equally against the two magicians they are facing. Neither side, however, have the advantage over the other. How very persistent. Nana manages to block Kaniko's punch, but distracts her long enough to allow Irina to summon her light bow and launches a light spear towards her, causing Nana to move back. In response to Nana's superior magic, Kaniko goes into Nikomata mode, growing a pair of white cat ears and a tail to match her opponent's abilities. We can't let any of them get near Bucho. Right. Kaniko then uses Senjutsu in the form of an energy ball and launches it towards Nana, but was blocked. Irina then summons her holy demonic sword, but her strike was blocked as well with Nana's. So, apparently, you are all lacking compared to our first opponents. Nana easily pushes them off. This is getting boring. Allow me to create some fun in this fight. Nana summons a large magic circle below her feet. What is coming out of it isn't a spell, but a large creature with two heads emerge from it. One head is that of a lion while the other is that of a goat. Its tail is a snake head. The creature is about 3 times the height of Rias and lets out a loud roar once the summoning is complete. It can't be. Kiba becomes astonished upon sight. I heard that the group has faced one of those transformed from the one known as Freed. With this one, you have every reason to fear. This chimera is at least 4 times as strong and he will be the one to kill you all. Nana makes a sadistic smile and orders the chimera to attack. Like I will let you. Zenovia beaks away from her opponent to attack the chimera, but her strike was caught by the snake's head and was tossed hard onto the wall. Looks like I will have to slow it down. Kiba activates his sacred gear, Sword Birth, summoning a huge number of swords below the chimera's feet. Sword Birth succeeded in slowing the chimera down, allowing Kiba to outmaneuver the creature using his high speed. Kiba then summons the Sword of Betrayer and attempts to strike the chimera. Kiba manages to land a hit. What? Despite using all of his strength, he was only successful in making a somewhat deep, but non-fatal cut on the neck of the lion's head. I forgot to mention that even our spells are enhanced. If you want to chop off his head, you will need to use a lot more magic than that. Tisk. Kiba moved back before the chimera can swing its giant paw at him. Don't let it get near Bucho. Akino, who has already recovered, attempts to slow down the chimera with her holy lightning, but the creature's high durability allows it to keep moving. Don't you dare kill my friends. Gasper is suddenly surrounded darkness, turning him back into Dark Gasper. My, I guess summoning the chimera was a smart move after all. Nana only laughs seeing Gasper transformed. Like I will let you. Kai attempts to stop Gasper from transforming completely, but was blocked by Rosweiss. It looks like I have a huge mess to clean up. Wait, Gasper. Ria-san is still channeling her magic for an ultimate attack. We just need to slow them down. Sylphie warned Gasper. Sounds interesting. Very well, I will abide by your terms to see how you do. Dark Gasper surrounds his enemy with darkness. What is this? Nana struggles to break free. None of you are safe for what is coming. The chimera violently struggles against Gasper's restraints. This one appears to be a little stronger. When is her attack ready? No. Everyone move back behind Bucho. Akino yelled. All of them fighting the magicians obeyed, including Dark Gasper. Once everyone is behind Rias, a slow-moving giant sphere of destruction was released in front of the chimera and the stray magicians, confusing the latter. Is this really her ultimate spell? It's really slow. Nana mocked Rias' attack. Oh, Nana, I am being seen. Mina shouted as her body is being pulled into the sphere. Kai and the chimera are pulled as well while Nana tries to resist. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Master Lucifuge. Kai screamed out before his body comes in contact with the sphere. Issei, you might have beaten us, but I am glad to die for Clippeth. This isn't the end. Those were Nana's last words before her body was enveloped by the sphere with the others. Once the sphere disappears, the bodies of the magicians and the chimera are no longer there as well, much to everyone's relief. However, a mysterious cloaked figure emerges from behind one of the broken food vendors and gets a good look at the exhausted team. A woman's voice was heard. I've heard from a couple of magicians I tortured that this is the team that fought Grendel. From the looks of it, all of you appear to be very weak. I am pretty sure this can't be all of you. I will be looking forward for when you are gathered. For now, I have a message to deliver to the other fighting. The figure then disappears after giving a warning to the girls. As Issei and the magician continue fighting, the former currently has the advantage thanks to his Ddraig's armor. Using the tail sword, Issei manages to weaken his opponent a great deal, although the latter is still strong enough to hold his own. I'm getting tired of this. I am going to capture you Security, even if I have to destroy the entire city to do it. The magician then raises his staff and a huge fireball comes out of it. Let's see what a tiny star would do to this store. This is bad. I better stop it. Issei attempts to attack the magician, but all froze when he realized that his opponent is not even resisting. Smart. You know I wouldn't do such a thing if I were you. If something were to interfere with my concentration, I would no longer be able to hold the star, and I already told you what might happen if I drop it. Now be a good Security and let me kill you for Master Lucifuge, or I will make this star bigger and have you watch the city burn. Grr. You coward. Issei becomes frustrated over the choice he has to make. I won't let you ruin my child's fun, Vaman. The magician's name is finally revealed from a woman's voice. Before both Issei and the magician can figure out who it was, a hand was stabbed right through a magician's stomach. Gah! Vaman screamed in pain and was left dying on the floor. Before the star can touch the ground, the cloaked figure grabbed it and cancels the spell. So Vaman says you are the Security. Well then, it looks like you have more trouble to deal with in the future, unless you can kill me now. The woman taunted Issei. Don't get caught up in this, Issei. I sense an extraordinary power coming from this woman. Ddraig warns Issei against fighting her. If you aren't going to fight, let's see if your friends can fare any better. Leave them alone. Against Ddraig's advice, Issei charges at the woman with his tail sword. Before the sword can connect, however, the woman grabs the weapon between her finger and tosses it away. Before Issei can strike back, the woman takes a deep breath and suddenly releases a huge stream of fire at him. Issei screams in pain. Issei falls on his knees, allowing the woman to make one more strike on his abdomen, causing Issei's armor to shatter almost completely. How disappointing. I only threaten your friends so I can have a good fight against the one who fought my son to near death, but I can see you are not at your full strength. I will be expecting better once we meet again. The woman disappears, leaving her cloak behind. With the woman's disappearance, the battle ends. Outside of the department store, we will take care of the people's memories so that they don't remember what happened while the store is getting fixed, but we can't erase the trauma people felt from this experience. Rias told Serafall, who arrived upon request to get a report. Understand, Rias-John. I will alert the underworld authorities. Serafall disappears using a magic circle. Issei, who is currently being healed by Asia, explains what happened to Murayama and Sona. So there is a woman you fought wearing a thick black cloak and you lost easily in the end. This is very troubling. Are you sure that this is all the information you can provide us about her? She mentioned that I fought her son to near death, but considering how many strong opponents I have faced, I can't tell who it is. Before Issei can continue his discussion, Khaos suddenly attacked him. Gwa! Battle or no battle, I heard that you've had a date with my best friend and knowing you, you've probably violated her. No way I can forgive this. Khaos puts Issei in SBM's hold. You've got it all wrong, Khaos-san. I didn't do anything of the sort. Issei struggles to get Khaos to let go. Lies. Murayama would never accept a date with you willingly, so you must have used dirty tricks to get to her. Khaos, as strange as it sounds, Hayato did not do anything wrong to me. In fact, he saved my life when those magicians attacked. Murayama urges Khaos to calm down. Really? Khaos relaxes her grip. Yes. To be honest, I think it would have been a lot worse if I had been to the store on my own without him. It's safe to say that Hayadu never had any ill intentions during our date, at least this time. This time? What do you mean? Are you saying that I am actually going to violate you next time we are at a store? Murayama ignored Issei's complaint. Let go of him, Khaos. Fine. Khaos reluctantly lets go of Issei. Back to the issue, we must find out whose son Issei defeated to find out who that woman is. Sona gets back on topic. That will be no longer necessary. Azazel shows up alongside Marta. Sensei? You know who that woman is? Says, yes. That woman is Grendel's mother. Azazel answered, much to the shock of everybody. After the battle in the department store, everyone, except Issei's parents, is gathered in the living room of the Hayadu residence as Azazel and Marta explain their encounter with Grendel's mother. She bursted through the headquarters and murdered many of the retreating staff members. More than half of the people inside are now dead. Sensei, do you know whether she is working for the Clippeth or not? She killed off the magician I was fighting, but decided to keep me alive. Issei told Azazel. Clippeth is a group that prefers to make ends meet. The magicians that attacked the store were after Issei, correct? The fact that Grendel's mother decided not to kill or take him means that she is most likely not affiliated with the group in general. If she is, her only reason for doing this is because of Grendel. Marta explained. I see. So that means we have another enemy to watch out for. Rias said. Correct. For the moment, Clippeth is currently quieting down due to the failure of the mission, but remember to keep alert at all times. We will never know when they will strike like last time. In the meantime, I'm heading back to Grigori headquarters to assist cleaning up the mess caused by that woman. Do you want us to help? Thanks for the offer, I see, but you already had your hands full fighting off the magicians. The least I can do is clean up my own mess. Marta, you are staying with them also. But Azazel-sama, I can help. Marta protested. I have already been calling on your help more times than I should. I need to start doing things on my own again. Don't worry, I will call for your assistance if needed, so take it easy here for now, okay? As you wish, Azazel-sama. Marta reluctantly accepts Azazel's request. Azazel then disappears from the house, leaving the entire Hayadu residence back to their own affairs. All of a sudden, a magic circle appears in front of Issei and out comes Serafall hugging him by the neck. I'm back, Akun. I was just done reporting to the underworld and I am tired, so I am going to lean on you for a bit. Serafall then causes Issei to trip onto his couch as she tightens her grip, causing most of the other girls to give intense stares at the two. Issei, however, had another issue to deal with. It's touching. Issei can feel Serafall's beauty pressing his chest. What is? Serafall innocently asked. Your BRSTS. Your births are touching me. I don't mind. Lewin is my boyfriend after all, so I will let you touch my births as many times as you want. Serafall smiled, much to the shock of Issei. Seriously? Of course, I have always been pushing myself onto you. Despite being known as the Oppai Dragon, I thought you would enjoy touching women's BRSTs, but you seem to avoid touching mine. Serafall makes an unpleasant face. It's not that I don't want to touch your BRThis. In fact, I want to do it a lot, but Sona is watching, and even though you are not working as one, you are still a Mao, so I guess I am just a little afraid. Issei desperately explains to Serafall. I will also not allow it. Sona immediately intervenes. For my sister to become like this, Rias and Aquino definitely has something to with this. I think I rather have you be a Mahou Shaojo than to become the lewd Mao I was afraid you would turn into. I remember Sona saying something like that when we were in the department store shopping for Office. Both of us were trying to select underwear when. Wait, don't tell Wani-sama about that. Sona interrupts Aquino before she can finish. What happened at the department store? It's kind of hard for me to answer, Sarah. A lot of things happened when we tried to look for office necessities. It happened in the underwear section. Aquino picked out a very lewd underwear for Issei and Sona immediately prohibited her from wearing in the school, so. Awa. Sona closed Office's mouth immediately. Why do you have to tell them that? Like I will lose to Akino-chan. Serafall immediately runs out. Where are you going, Wani-sama? To get new underwear that will ours Issei-kun. I am his girlfriend, so I will not lose. Wait, Wani-sama. You shouldn't follow Akino and Rias. They are bad influences. Sona yelled before hastily following Serafall, much to the dismay of Rias and Akino. The Citri sisters are quite lively, aren't they? Marta gave a small laugh. Not knowing what to say at the moment, Issei could only stay silent. The next day, Issei wakes up to see darkness around him. Confused, Issei tries calling for Ddraig, but to no avail as he can't even summon his boosted gear. Where am I? Look behind you. A voice called out to him. Issei looked behind and saw a man appearing to be in his early 30s wearing a completely black attire. I needed to speak to you, Ozzy, so I took you to my realm. As Issei tries to figure out who the man is, he saw the man's shadow taking the shape of Azdaja. Azdaja? Is that you? Indeed. I thought it might be easier to speak to you as a human instead of a dragon, although none of us are human anymore. Issei gives a small laugh. You're right. So what did you need to speak about? I am here to give you a warning, Issei. With Grendel's mother now on the loose, all the worlds we know and love will vanish should they complete their goals. You know about Grendel's mother? Indeed. As her title says, she is the mother of Grendel who gave birth to her son by an affair with a human. After Grendel's death at the hands of Beowulf, she challenged the hero by killing everyone in the Heorot as they were celebrating her son's death. Beowulf accepted the challenge and fought the last of the water demons to death. The result was Beowulf's victory. And like Grendel, the Khaos Brigade revived her. Right. Azdaja shook his head. I am afraid not, Issei. I had a hatred of man back then before I was sealed and sided with her for a time before Beowulf's birth. Wait, are you telling me that you? Azdaja interrupts Issei and answers his question. Yes. To prevent man from dominating the lands, I kept her alive, but she was too weak to fight back and had been in hiding regaining her strength until now. However, the loss of her land and her son eventually drove her into madness. With Grendel revived, she would stop at nothing to be with her son and take vengeance on humanity that nearly killed them both. Issei clenches his fists. If Beowulf had killed her, then we wouldn't have to deal with as many problems as we do now. There would be many still alive if it wasn't for her. It was an extremely regrettable decision. If I wasn't sealed within this sacred gear, then I could fix what I have done. It is now up to you to finish the job I started. How can I defeat someone who can fight against a Mao? This is the only option to save your precious world, considering that Clippeth is also aiming to destroy it. I wouldn't have put you up to the task if I didn't have to, Issei. For an evil dragon, you sure show quite a bit of morality. Maybe it's from the fact that I am now sealed inside of the boosted gear, but I was once human as well. What? You were a human? Issei is shocked at the sudden revelation. Indeed. I was a mere guard for a grand prince whose name I no longer remember. Because of my weak stature, I was treated like a lackey and was often made a fool of by the other guards. Not one day passes when I see my weapons and armor stolen, and my superiors would often punish me in various ways for being ill-prepared. That doesn't sound like someone who became an evil dragon all of a sudden. I never thought I would become one myself, but I do remember why I hated man. Eventually that hatred boils me down to the point where I thought every man deserves to be punished for the pain they caused me. A witch approached me as I was standing guard asking me if I wanted revenge. She told me that she can grant me that power. I told her yes. Suddenly she turned me into this hideous dragon, and the next thing I saw are 2 extra heads connected to my body. She gave me power, but at the cost of my own humanity. I started wreaking havoc and killed the superiors I worked for before fleeing. That was the beginning of my life as an evil dragon. So that form you are taking now, was that you as a human? Issei asked. No. I only remember why I was mistreated, but I have no memory of my human body. What I know comes from the people I have already killed. That is all I am going to tell you. Issei, you must stop Grendel's mother as well as Clippeth. They can't be allowed to unleash 666. I agree, But what will happen should 666 be unleashed and be allowed to fight the Great Red? Allow me to show you. As Ddraig and Issei then found themselves floating in Earth's orbit. The Earth that they now witnessed is now the color of desert sand with lightning storms relevant in certain areas. Issei becomes dismayed. What happened to our planet? Both 666 and the Great Red no longer exists, and thanks to their battle, Earth will no longer be the utopia you once knew. With Qliphoth ruling, humanity is almost driven out of existence and those who oppose them. Before as Ddraig can continue, a human body hits Issei. As Issei desperately tries to figure out the situation, he suddenly sees that the Earth's orbit is now filled with dead bodies of all races of different worlds. Issei begins trembling. What the heck is this? A possible future and maybe the best one for humanity should Qliphoth and Grendel's mother succeed on their goals. I can't tell the future, but I do know their course of action. Now do you understand why I need you to finish my job? If we defeat Grendel's mother, can we prevent this future? It will give you some time, enough time for you to stop Qliphoth as well. It should be better than what you see now at least. If I have to take some responsibility to save everyone, I am going to need help from both you and Ddraig. Don't worry, both of us are there to help, so you will not face this threat alone. The only thing for you now is to get stronger. It is now up to DXD to stop them. No way will I let them win. I will not allow this future to happen. It's time to go. As Ddraig then covers Issei in dark energy until he disappears. Gah! Issei suddenly wakes up in his bed breathing very heavily. Was that a dream? No, it's too real. If that future is what results from Qliphoth's victory, then we must make sure they never succeed. Because if that happens, I won't get to SCK everyone's Oppai. Issei said in his thoughts. As he was trying to calm down, he notices that his body is feeling much heavier than usual. With Rias and Asia sleeping next to him as usual, Issei could only guess that Serafall is under his blanket, but notices that someone else has snuck in. As soon as he opens his blanket, guess who? Marta's head comes out of the blanket. Marta-san? Why are you under my bed? Issei loudly whispered in panic. Don't wake up your girlfriend now, considering that she is also on top of you. Marta pointed to someone next to her. Issei uncovers his blanket even further and sees Serafall sleeping comfortably on the right side of his body. Issei-kun. Serafall appears to be talking in her sleep. That's quite a cute girlfriend you've got there, but since other girls often sleep with you, I thought I would add myself in. Marta calmly explains. Don't just sneak into other people's bed just because other people are doing it. How unfair. I have seen different girls coming to your room every night and I can't. They are the ones who did that on their own without my consent. Oh, I get it. It appears that Issei-kun is unsatisfied with my body. Too bad. As Marta begins to get up, Issei sees her naked body and his eyes soon glued itself to her large BRSS. I never said that. Didn't you hear what I said? So does Issei-kun want me with him or not? If he does, then he will be allowed to do this. Marta grabs Issei's left hand and puts it on her BRSS. Soft, aren't they? Marta gives Issei a stuck look. Ooh. Issei's mind soon spirals out of control after being able to touch Marta's BRSS. Marta-san's Oppai are really big. Just like Kuroka, she has the elasticity of Bucho and the softness of Akino. Even if they are not as big, it is still a marvelous combination. My, it seems Aihin really likes it when I let him touch my B. Yes, Marta-san's Oppai is really marvelous. Issei accidentally spoke out loud. I think that was a little too loud, Issei-kun. It seems that your girlfriend is now taking action. Huh. Issei turns around seeing Serafall pouting as she immediately grabs his left hand and places it on her BRSS. I have said it before, I will not lose my boyfriend to other girls. I have big births too, so Issei-kun should touch mine as well. Serafall pushes Issei's hand further in. With both hands touching the BRSTS of two girls, Issei starts having a nosebleed. For me to be able to touch two Oppais in the morning, it feels like heaven even though I am a devil. What are you two doing to Issei? Rias asked in a hostile voice. Nothing. We are only just going to do it with Issei right now. Marta teased. What? You were planning to do it while me and Asia were asleep. Rias' aura suddenly becomes visible and getting stronger by the second. Wait, Bucho. Please calm down. Issei begged. With Asia still asleep, a catfight ensues between three women. Is this going to happen every night? Issei asked himself. In the dining room. Sounds like a lot has happened this morning, didn't it? Sona is displeased after seeing not only Serafall seducing Issei in bed, but Marta as well. Sorry about that, Sona. I can't help that girls would sneak into my bed at night. Issei genuinely apologizes. I already know your situation, Issei. Having a harem has its ups and downs, but considering that being harem king is your goal, you have to take responsibility. Understood. Issei said in a low tone. Serafall becomes unhappy. What is with that low tone, Issei? It's like you don't want your girlfriend to be with you in bed. It's not that. I just don't want to wake up in the morning just to hear you girls fight or get in trouble for something I didn't do like now. Sona remains silent for a brief moment, but her face begins turning red. Considering that my sister is involved, would you like me to watch over you at night? I just want to make sure that my sister doesn't do anything inappropriate even though you two are lovers. Ugh. How daring of Sona-chan to want to sleep next to me and Utton. Serafall becomes excited. It's not like that. Sona becomes even more embarrassed and denies it. Immediately. Rias, however, is not convinced and starts showing anger while Asia starts having teary eyes. Sona, is that true? Well, I mean. Sona is desperately trying to find an excuse over what she just said. Meanwhile, Khaos and Murayama are watching them from afar. Seems like Hayuda got himself in trouble again. Murayama commented. What do you expect? With many girls living with that pervert, there will always be trouble with him involved, right, Murayama? Khaos bluntly said. Alright. Murayama hesitantly answered. Is something bothering you? No. It's just that I can see another reason why trouble often occurs around Hayuda. Really? Yeah, but it is something you need to figure out yourself, Khaos. Maybe if you try to know him a little more, you will understand. Huh. Khaos got even more confused over what Murayama just said. Looking at her friend's face, she can see a faint blush appearing as she watches Rias, Sona, and Serafall arguing over the incident. The scene switches back to the argument where Marta looks at Issei as if something bad happened to him. Hey Ian, do you mind if I ask you something? What is it? I woke up first before you did and I noticed that your body was starting to tremble before you woke up and screamed all of a sudden. Did you have a bad dream? Issei realized that he has nearly forgotten to tell everyone about the possible future that Ddraig has shown him and stands up. Put everything on hold for now. I have something very important to tell all of you. Hearing Issei in a serious tone, Rias, Serafall, and Sona finally stopped arguing. During my sleep, Ddraig took me inside of the boosted gear and gave me more knowledge of Grendel's mother and how her role in this could lead to Clippeth's victory. It turns out that Clippeth is planning to use her. Sona becomes curious. Can you explain this in more detail, Issei-kun? Ddraig didn't tell me directly, but what he told me is enough to know that Clippeth is well aware of her existence and plans to use Grendel's presence to cause chaos by luring her to both the underworld, heaven, and here. They want to use her to remove obstacles out of the way while the evil dragons and the other followers take the role of unleashing 666. It's just as Azazel-sensei and Marta suspected. Grendel's mother is not part of the group, yet the Khaos Brigade found a way to use her. But what doesn't add up is considering that she was revived by the Khaos Brigade, they wouldn't need to result in using her son as bait. Sona said. That's because Grendel's mother was never killed. Everyone in the room becomes shocked over the revelation. You can thank Ddraig for that. He was the one who kept her alive after Beowulf left her for dead. Now I see. While Grendel's mother was alive, her near-death as a result of her battle with Beowulf greatly weakened her to the point where she is nearly mortal. She must have been in hiding to slowly regain her strength. Rias explained. That is exactly what Ddraig told me. Before he was sealed, he had a hatred with humanity and was willing to side with Grendel's mother despite being in different mythologies. Azdaja believed that without her, man would dominate the lands, which would lead to their deaths or permanent extinction of their kind. He did not think about the consequences it would bring and now relies on me to fix his mistake since he himself cannot do so on his own. Then it looks like the choice is clear. If Qliphoth plans to use Grendel's mother to weaken us, we must take her out first in order to slow them down. Serafall said. Azdaja has shown me a possible future of the three worlds should Qliphoth succeed. We will stop Grendel's mother. Partner, be careful. Grendel's mother is several times stronger than her son, maybe even rivaling Krumkruch. If you are going to face her, you are going to have to be a lot stronger than you are now. Ddraig warned. I know. I felt it when I first fought her, but if I can't beat her, then there is no way that I can beat Krumkruch, let alone Qliphoth. We will not lose. Issei remains determined despite the overwhelming odds that he and the rest of DXD may face. The fallen angel messenger appears before Rise of him. Sir, the DXD team is on the move. Grendel has been permanently defeated by the Seraphs during our attack in heaven. My, that wasn't too smart of that battle-hungry dragon to suddenly attack the Seraphs without good planning. Perhaps his death will serve as a lesson to us for what happens when you foolishly attack the heads of a faction before they are weakened. Rise of him said in a light tone. Grendel's mother is not going to be happy about this when she hears it. Euclid appears behind Rise of him. It matters not. Our goals are not too far off. Grendel may have been defeated, but she doesn't know that and, therefore, she can still be used to deal with the DXD team when the time comes. That's right. Yuhaihaya, besides, we have more powerful evil dragons within our possession to deal with them. As a matter of fact, I am getting a little bored just waiting around for something to happen. Euclid, make something happen now. Right away. Euclid disappears using a magic circle. Unbeknownst to them, their messengers secretly recorded their conversation with a small recorder hidden inside of his jacket. In the repaired Grigori headquarters. Marta is currently listening to the recording the messenger provided for them with Azazel watching over. It seems like our mole confirms that Euclid is planning something for us. Even with Grendel dead, they still plan to use Grendel's mother for their goals. If she knows this, Grendel's mother would never cooperate Khaos Brigade, but such rage could lead to chaos, which means that she will still be able to fulfill their goals with or without Grendel. Azazel theorized. It looks like regardless of what happens, Grendel's mother is still our enemy. I don't want to keep relying on DXD considering that many of them are students, but with the higher-ups occupied with other ordeals, they will have an extra hurdle coming their way. Marta understands the difficulties, but is not discouraged. I believe that DXD will still win Azazel-sama, no matter what comes in their way. After all, many of them have surpassed our expectations and no doubt that they will do it again. Azazel forms a smile on his face after listening to Marta. You are right. The underworld has changed greatly because of them. I should have more faith in them after knowing that for this long. And with everyone on alert and working together, chances of victory can only increase. Rise of him better watch his back. If only there were more like you, Marta. Speaking of which, how did you become a fallen angel anyway? Our records show that you were formerly from heaven, yet the cause of you falling is omitted. Marta is immediately startled upon hearing Azazel's question. Every fallen angel that is not of birth has a reason why they fall. Why is yours one of the few that wasn't listed? Marta blushes and starts to squirm as she tries to give an answer. Well. Is it something that bad? I might have had an accident when I was young by creating a machine with liquid meant to wash our clothes while wearing them. What went wrong with it? It worked at first when I was testing it to some willing volunteers, but after a few minutes, their clothes disintegrated. Both male and female bodies were shown right in front of me. I tried to resist having dirty thoughts as the other angels tried to cover their bodies, but when a male angel turns around to complain, he exposed me to . Marta becomes too embarrassed to continue. I see. I had a nosebleed and my mind became filled with dirty thoughts. Butts, melons, and those areas all stuck in my head. How embarrassing to fall like that. Marta quickly said to avoid further embarrassment. The Zizzle, however, becomes greatly amused. Wah! So that's why there were so many angels that fell that day. Marta, please use that machine again. I want more angels to fall and come to our side and then get a good laugh at them. Haha. That is not funny, Azazel-sama. I had never felt so humiliated in my entire life. Stop it, stop it. Marta begs Azazel to stop teasing as he continues to laugh loudly. Meanwhile, in the Hayudu residence. Keep it up, Saji. You are doing good. Hayudu and Saji are seen sparring with each other in the training room in an attempt to unlock Saji's balance breaker. Another round. I won't stop until I am able to reach it. Saji charges towards Hayudu. Yeah, bring it on. Issei enthusiastically responds. Rias and Serafall proudly watches the boy's progress. It seems like Sona-chan's servant is improving with every round. It makes me proud that she got such a dedicated servant in her peerage. I agree, but Issei himself is also making just as much progress. With Clippeth on the move, he became even more dedicated to stopping them, and children in the underworld became even more motivated to help others after seeing him in action. Serafall, however, doesn't seem as enthusiastic over Issei's progress for some reason. Hey Rias-chan, did you notice something different about Issei-kun the last few days? Different? What exactly do you mean by that, Serafall-sama? Every night, Issei-kun would get excited whenever we sleep in his bed. He doesn't seem to feel that way as much anymore, only saying good morning as he is relaxing. Now that I think about it, he hasn't been acting as perverted as he used to be, but it's not like I blame him after everything that is going on. Yeah, but the way he acts makes me feel like he might be losing interest in us. Rias quickly becomes worried. What? There is no way Issei would lose interest in girls just because he isn't acting like himself as much as he used to, right? About half of the interactions we share are mainly about training and dealing with the Khaos Brigade. With Issei-kun, he doesn't talk about Oppai or women's body as much anymore and only gets excited when we are the ones doing the action. Rias becomes desperate and starts to panic like Asia. How? We've got to get our Issei back. Serafall-sama, will you help me do so? Serafall immediately agrees. I don't want my boyfriend to ignore me. Come on Rias-chan, we've got to at least get Issei-kun back to the way he was, even if it's just a little bit. Hi. Sona, however, was watching them in dismay after listening to them. I really hope my friend doesn't end up like my sister. I am already troubled just hearing what they are talking about. Still though, I agree that Issei-kun has gotten more serious since the Khaos Brigade started making their move again. I wonder if that's a good thing. Sona muttered to herself. After Saji left, Issei soon finds himself in the bath relaxing, but his thoughts on how to defeat the Khaos Brigade remains. So Grendel is finally dead thanks to the Seraphs. At least that dragon is taken care of, but no doubt that Clippeth will not let this go unanswered. There are evil dragons stronger than Krumcroch, and I still haven't fully mastered either of my balance breakers, even though I have been training hard with Valet and Sunday. If I am going to face a super devil, I really have to be able to fight a god. Issei then sighs. Now that I think about, all we have been doing recently is fighting off the Khaos Brigade. I haven't been able to relax as much as I used to, and I haven't been able to SCK any Oppai at all. Since when was the last time I was on a date with Sarah? I guess I better make plans for that. I don't want her to think I am neglecting her. Just as Issei is about to get out of the bath, Rias and Serafall unexpectedly make their way inside. Yeah. Me and Rias-chan came to wash your back. Serafall said in a childish tone. It's been a while since we are able to take a bath together, Issei. All of us had a hard day of training, so let's just relax. But I was just about to get out. It's okay, Issei-kun. We all got a little more dirtier than usual, so please stay with us longer. Serafall sits Issei down and she and Rias starts washing his back. Issei starts getting embarrassed as both girls continue to gently slide his back. Is this really okay? I thought Issei-kun would be more excited than this. Don't you like seeing our naked bodies? Yeah, see, you seem to have changed more and more since our first battle with Clippeth. Both Rias and Serafall share the same concern. I am sorry. Things have gotten a little more complicated for all of us since we started fighting the Khaos Brigade. Every time we managed to stop them, we always ended fighting even more powerful enemies no matter how much stronger we get. I am concerned with how long this will go on. I haven't been able to fully relax since then, especially since it shows how vulnerable we are when I let my kuhais get captured. It's true. The Khaos Brigade have been relentless towards their goals, but remember that there are even some that are on our side knowing how grave the situation is. I can assure you Issei, they will never hold victory in the end. I have also held on to the belief for a long time, but even if we win this, how do we know that there won't be anyone more powerful that may come? I mean, it's not just the Khaos Brigade that we have been fighting. We fought Rainier, then Riser, then the Khaos Brigade, then the Underworld Crisis, and now a threat that can destroy world. When will it end? Issei-kun, there will always be others who would disagree with our ways. Remember that not everyone can be satisfied no matter how good we try to do things. Nothing lasts forever, even peace. Peace is something that can only last as long as it can, and that is why we are all prepared for any threat, even during peacetime. I believe that peace will be restored once again in our world's Issei-kun. Many have tried and failed, Clippeth will be no exception. Something sparked within Issei after listening to his girlfriend mature for his sake. Sarah. Everyone still believes that we will win Issei, and after everything you've accomplished, why are you the only one? Rias asked. Issei begins to smile. Yet you both are right. Even though they keep coming, the results always ended in their defeat, and no doubt that it will be the same for Clippeth. Serafall becomes excited. Now that's the when I know. Also remember that we are with you, so don't think you are fighting alone. It still feels like peacetime is far off, but not impossible to reach. I will be looking forward to it once we get there. Hehe, maybe having a mature Issei-kun isn't so bad after all. Serafall jumps from the bath and immediately clings to Issei. What? Sarah? Serafall's BRSTS then presses against Issei's back. Rias, not wanting to be left out, also clings to him and pushes her BRSTS against him. How does it feel to touch our BRSTS now that you are relaxing? Serafall asked. How do I feel? Even if you ask. Issei becomes too distracted by the size of Rias and Serafall's BRSTS that are currently being pushed against his back. It's been a long time since I've been able to feel Oppai. To experience the sensation again, it feels like the joy I felt when I first touched them. The size, the softness, the elasticity, all being felt at once. It truly is a blessing for a devil like me. Issei rambles in his thoughts. He-kun really is back. Rias becomes relieved. I am glad. For a second there, I really thought we lost the Issei we knew. Issei then realized why the two girls wanted to bathe with him. Wait a minute, that's the reason you girls did this? Hi. We fear that if Issei-kun gets less perverted, he would lose interest in us. So I sometimes have to be perverted to show how much I like a girl? My existence really is a horrible thing. Oh well, I guess this is just what I am going to have to live with. Issei sighs. We really prefer this Issei though, so it's alright. Rias confirms, though she can be heard snickering, much to Issei's dismay. A voice can be heard outside of the bathroom. Now that everything is done, it seems I can finally relax. Issei can hear footsteps coming closer, making him more anxious. Sona? This is bad if she sees this. Before Issei can finish, the door opens with Sona coming in while wearing a towel. I see that Wani-sama and Rias are already in the bath, so it looks like I am coming in. As soon as Sona takes a look at Issei, she goes into a state of shock. Ah, Sona-chan. Want to join us? Serafall clearly cannot read the atmosphere. Issei immediately gets up and desperately tries to explain. Sona, please don't get the wrong idea. They are just... What Issei realized too late is that he made his lower body visible, causing Sona to drop her towel as steam comes out of her head. Issei immediately covers his eyes. Sona? Seeing Issei covering his face, Sona looks down, finally realizing that she is standing naked in front of him. Wada wada wa. Sona immediately runs out of the bathroom extremely embarrassed by what she and Issei both saw. Issei, still heavily embarrassed, sits back to try to calm down, but more footsteps are heard coming closer to the bathroom. When the door opens, Ravel and Kaneko immediately steps in while still wearing their towels. Ayase-sama. What happened? I saw Kaicho suddenly running out of the room and Ravel and Kaneko become speechless seeing Rias and Serafall hugging behind Issei. We are also going to be taking a bath. Both girls yelled as they threw their towels and jumped into the water. 30 minutes later in the living room. What's wrong, Sona? Your face has been red ever since you were taking a bath. Do you have a fever? Valerie asked. Sona desperately tries to make an excuse. No, I am. Okay. It was just the hot water. Really? We were in the same bath together and it didn't feel that hot. Are you sure? I am fine. Maybe because I was just a bit tired since we were training all day. Sona saw something inappropriate during Issei's bath. Ophis emerged from behind. Ophis! Sona immediately reacts as her face turns even redder. Seeing something inappropriate? Wait, you don't mean. Valerie's face turns red as well after figuring out what Sona saw in the bath. How did you know? Sona asked Ophis. That I was in the bath. With Issei. Huh? How come I didn't see you? I was under for 30 minutes. That is not how a dragon god should act. Sona yelled. For Sona to see Equins I never thought that why you would go this far. Valerie said while stuttering. Don't misunderstand. Sona yelled loudly. Sona-chan. Sona-chan. Serafall calls out her younger sister. Sona-chan, a letter was delivered to you by mail. It has no name on it. Serafall handed Sona the envelope. Who is it from? Sona opens the letter and reads the content. As she reads, Sona suddenly gasps and has a fearful look on her face. Is something wrong, Sona-chan? I need to go to Issei-kun. Sona immediately rushes to Issei's room. What person can make Sona so nervous like this? Valerie asked. I don't know, but whoever dares to hurt Sona-chan, then I won't allow him or her to get through. Serafall becomes cautious. As soon as Sona enters Issei's room, he is soon playing games with the church trio watching. Sona? What's up? I need you to do me a favor. Will you listen? What is it? 10 minutes later. You want me to what? Issei, as well as the church trio, are shocked by Sona's request. I know it is sudden, but that will be probably what he will be expecting. I honestly thought I would never had anything to do with Hal again, but it appears that he never gave up on me. That is why I am asking you to put up with this just for that time. Please, Ayase-kun. Sona begs. I don't think I would like this guy after hearing the way you described him. Okay, I'll help out, but don't you think we should let the others know? They will probably be mad if such an important thing is kept secret from them. I will, but I wanted you to agree with helping me first, because I am afraid that the other girls will be against it. Just like they are. Sona points to the church trio. No, usually I am against such a thing, but if that guy is going to do something against your will again, that is something I will not allow. Zenobia offers her support. I agree. You should live your life the way you want to, Kaicho. Irina adds herself in. Hi, I don't want to see my friends leave. We will make sure the others understand. Asia is the last to support. Everyone. Thank you. Sona is touched by her friend's dedication. All right, now we can go tell the others since we now have support. I am sure that Bucho will understand also as your friend. Reassures Sona. You are right, Ayase-kun. I shouldn't have gotten worried over a letter since my friends will be there to support and protect me. Let's go. Sona, Issei, and the church trio then left the room. After spending the next 20 minutes explaining everything to the rest of the Hyudu residents, most of the girls, with the exception of Rias, Aquino, and Ophis, were in shock. Many were slower than the church trio in accepting Sona's favor to Issei, but later understands her situation. For Hal Valak to return again, this is most troubling indeed. I thought that an agreement was made that he would never do such a thing again. Rias said. No, only his family agreed to it. I didn't hear he'll say such a thing. Knowing him, he probably convinced his family to give him another chance, and he is making full use of that opportunity. Sona explained. There is no way I will give up Sona-chan to this guy. Serafall already declared. If Hal was the only one who didn't swore, I guess I shouldn't be too surprised then, but that's quite low of him to reject his family's agreement. Says the girl who tries to break up her arranged marriage with Riser. Ravel points that out, much to Ria's dismay. Hey, not all of my family agreed to this even though my parents did. Oni-sama and Wani-sama opposed to it and send I to rescue me. Rias goes into denial. Maybe you should choose your words carefully or they may come back to bite you. Ravel, at this point, is making fun of Rias. Anyway, I will make sure to protect my friend at all cost and I hope all of you help out too. Rias changes the topic, causing everyone to laugh. Hey, stop that. This is about Sona here, not me. It took a few more minutes for everyone to calm down and get back on topic. So when is he going to be here? Gasper asked. In the evening. Even though none of us like him, I want all of us to behave around him if you can. I don't really want him to think that I am being corrupted in a carefree household. Everyone reluctantly agrees to Sona's condition. Sona then turns to Issei. You ready, Issei-kun? Hi, leave it to me. Issei answers confidently. A couple hours later, a handsome young man who appears to be a couple years older than Sona walks into the house. He has brown eyes and hair that reaches down his neck, and his attire consists of those typically worn by nobles with the colors of black and gold. He looks around the house and is delighted upon catching Sona within his sight. So this is the house Sona is currently living in. Not a bad place for the security, I guess. How rude of me, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Hal Valak, the heir of the Valak clan, which as most of you know is one of the surviving families of the 72 Pillars after the Great War. Hal, I've read your letter. Care to explain why you wanted to visit the Hyudu residence all of a sudden? Sona asked as Akino serves him tea. Thank you. Yes, as you read in my letter, I came here to see you. As you have probably figured out, I convinced my parents to arrange something so I can come and get you. Now my dear Sona, won't you come back and stay permanently? Hal asked obnoxiously. Hold it. Issei steps in. What gives you the right to come into my house and take Sona away? I am guessing that Sona didn't tell you everything about me, security. Issei turns to Sona, who remains silent. I happen to be Sona's former fiancé, the one that Sona broke off thanks to a stupid chess game. What? Everyone, again except for Rias, Akino, and Ophis, gets surprised and turn their eyes towards Sona. I told you, Hal, I refuse to marry anyone who can't match my intelligence. I am well aware, which is why I studied about tactics and have been practicing using them in raiding games ever since the engagement broke off. After a while, I finally convinced my family that I should be able to take Sona back. I even convinced both parents to consider. My parents no longer approve of you as my fiancé. I already have another. Sona then turns to Issei and grabs his arm. The security's name is Issei and his family owns this house. He is currently my boyfriend and fiancé, the one that my parents approved of. Hal remains undeterred. Really? Didn't you say that you wouldn't marry anyone whose intelligence can match your own? Is that boy really as smart as you? When I asked that to the Citri clan, they were unable to respond, and that is how I was able to have them consider. Sona and Issei are unable to answer. I knew it, but I am sure that the security probably has some experience of being a strategist, doesn't he? Issei nodded. Yes. I learned quite a bit from Sona and her peerage. Well then, I will make you a deal. If the security wins, I will leave Sona alone permanently. However, if I win, Sona comes back to the underworld as my fiancé. Saying no to the challenge is not an option, and you know that. With no way out, Issei reluctantly agrees. I don't want Sona to end up like what nearly happened to Bucho. I will accept your challenge and I will win this time. We shall see. I am pretty sure you are familiar with Scramble the Flag game. That is what we are playing one-on-one. I will see you in a couple of days after you get more familiar with it. Good luck, Security. Hao left the house without turning back. Tisk. Issei becomes frustrated over what he has to do to prevent Hao from taking Sona away. Everyone else, especially Sona, also becomes worried. I have not even won the board game variation once against Saji. How am I supposed to defeat a top strategist in the real thing? Issei-kun. Sona said apologetically as she held Issei's left hand to calm him. After an unpleasant encounter with Hao Valak, Issei is currently being taught by both Rias and Sona how Scramble Flag game works. Issei manages to get the basic idea thanks to playing the board game variation with Saji, but lacks the intellect of an actual strategist, resulting in numerous defeats in both games. There is the flag. Issei is currently practicing the virtual game with Sona and attempts to get the last flag located beside the school. Too naive, Issei-kun. Sona said. All of a sudden, the flag that Issei got was nothing more than a hologram and his hand passed by without grabbing anything. Sona emerges from the school rooftop with the last flag, winning the game. Issei pounds the ground in frustration. This is my third loss. If something like this is allowed in the game, how am I supposed to beat Hao Valak? You have to grab the flags by any means, even if you have to deceive or beat up your opponent. Any non-fatal strategy would be allowed for this game. Remember that, Issei-kun. But it's all or nothing, Sona. I only have days before the game begins, and if I can't win this, you will be off getting married to him. I don't want to see you off like that. I don't want to say goodbye. Issei said out of frustration. Issei-kun. Sona becomes moved by Issei's words. Let me try again. I want to be at my best before the day is here. Issei picks himself back up, despite exhaustion, and goes back into formation. Although worried about Issei's stamina, Sona agrees to another round after seeing his determination and positions herself as well. Very well, Issei-kun. Come. The next round begins as Issei and Sona dash towards each other's flags. The round ended in Sona's victory again, but Issei put up a better effort than the previous. Issei then requested 2 more rounds, all ending in Sona's victory, despite Issei progressing each time. Issei wanted to go for a 6th round, but with both he and Sona exhausted, the latter called it off, saying that she is no longer in condition to continue. Issei-kun, even if the outcome doesn't end in our favor, I will always be proud with how far you've gotten since we first met. Please remember that also. Sona said with a worried smile. Not wanting to think about Sona's possible marriage, Issei walks away, but stops momentarily. I won't lose Sona. Issei said without turning back. The next day, the Satsuma Rebellion occurred between January 29th to September 24th in 1877 after military reforms by Japan's new imperial government that left the samurai obsolete. The rebellion got its name from the Satsuma domain, which was the home of the samurai after they were unemployed by the new government. As the teacher is giving a lecture about Japanese history, Issei is secretly writing down possible strategies for Scramble Flag game, but has also taken notes from the strategies mentioned by his teacher when he started talking about the siege of Kumamoto Castle and the Battle of Taburzaka, both of which Issei feels will benefit him once he faces Hao Valak, despite knowing that those strategies won't effective. Issei is actually paying attention to history? Did you eat some bad meat or something, or has your brain gone haywire? Motohama mockingly asked. What is? And now you guys? Can't you see that I am busy? What is it? Did you get dumped by several girls and are trying to change by studying? In your dreams, Issei, because girls can never see someone change after hanging around us for a long time. Matsuda also mocked Issei. Actually, quite the opposite. I am doing this for someone as she is expecting me to be at my best. Issei answered. What? What girl expected you to do this? Motohama and Matsuda screamed out loud. Hey! No disrupting the class or I will have you stay after school. The teacher yelled. Sorry. The boys then sat quietly at their desks. Now, can someone tell me what was the outcome of the rebellion? How about you, Issei? Do you know this one? The rebellion ended when Beppu Shinsuke helped Seigu Takamori preserve his dignity either by beheading him or assisting him in seppuku. Which one remains unclear due to contradicting evidence of the battle presented. Issei answered. Correct. There was contradicting evidence regarding Seiga's death, but either way, his death was what signaled the end of the Satsuma Rebellion, allowing the new imperial government to make new reforms to modernize Japan. Since when did Issei get so smart? Matsuda again questions Issei. He did mention that he was doing it for someone. It must be a beautiful girl again. I am so jealous. Motohama yelled. Dai Issei. Matsuda yelled with tears in his eyes. The teacher slams his desk after hearing Matsuda and Motohama yelling loudly again. That's it. Both of you boys, out of my classroom right now. Waya-sensei. The boys left the classroom frightened. Issei proceeded through the class, pretending that nothing happened. Kates, Murayama, Asia, and Zenovia were also a little astonished over Issei's intelligence since they believed that the Satsuma Rebellion had nothing to do with his match with Hell. Issei, however, remains doubtful about the possibility of matching an actual strategist and continues to take notes as the teacher continues his lectures of the strategies used in the historic battles. In the old schoolhouse. Although the Occult Research Club have no activities today, Issei is currently using it as a study room, taking several books that were recommended by several of Sona's servants. As Issei is reading, Sagi enters the room with a worried look. Osagi. What brings you here? I heard everything from Bucho about the scramble flag game you are competing in against the heir of the Valak clan and that if you lose, Kaicho will be forced to marry him. I didn't want to accept it, but he made arrangements with her family after a lot of convincing. This is all I can do to give Sona a chance to live her life the way she wanted. I have to try my best. I know. That is why I am going to help you prepare. Issei becomes shocked by Saji's statement. What? You are helping me, Saji? Of course. If Kaicho gets married, she will have to leave the school and abandon her dream. Even though Kaicho has no interest in me, I want to help her follow that dream, and for that to happen, she needs to stay with the people willing to support her, even if it means I have to work with you, Hayadu, the stealer of Kaicho. Saji becomes frustrated. Hey, I already have a girlfriend, alright? Even though I like Sona, if she likes someone else, there is no way I am stopping her. Issei immediately reacts. Even so, she already called you by name and is actually living in your house. Do you know how much I envy you every time I visit your house for training? I wish that I have your luck so that Kaicho would be living with me instead. Tears started falling from Saji's face. I already told you about what her family said about me. I thought you were here to help me, but if you just came here to argue with me, then leave, because it is wasting my time. I don't want Sona to leave either, which is why I am doing this. Issei makes a serious face, causing Saji to become silent as he sits down. You're right, I am sorry. I let my jealousy get the best of me. I just don't want Kaicho to leave without fulfilling her dream. So where are you stuck on? I managed to list several strategies based on my own abilities. I am currently trying to review the rules of the game and the environment I am supposed to play in. Do you know anything about Hal Valak? What kind of strategies he would use in the game? I've only seen him play the scramble flag game only like once or twice, but I will tell what I know from watching him. He may not be as smart as Sona, but he is quite intelligent, nonetheless. He often uses deception in order to fool his opponents in order to think they are winning. What exactly did you see him do? Well, from what I saw, he would often place fake flags in the stadium in hopes that his opponents would grab them instead of the real ones. He would also create holographic versions of it as well. Before you accuse him of cheating, that strategy is technically legal since he used his own power to make those flags. Then how am I supposed to tell which is real or fake? He cannot make an exact replica of the flag due to the high number of materials used to make the real one. This is to make sure the real flags are durable in case the contestants go into combat. If you have a large-scale attack, the fake flags might react differently to the real ones. I am sure you have such an attack since you have Ddraig. Yeah, you are right. Thanks, Saji. This is going to help a lot. Is there anything else you are stuck on? Not at the moment. Right now, I just need to look at all those books so that I get more of the idea. Saji then gets up and prepares to leave. You better not lose Hayadu. Keep Kaicho here no matter what. I won't. After hearing Issei's promise, Saji then leaves the room. This is the first time I've seen you this serious. What is your motivation for winning this game? Ddraig asked. I don't want this to end like last time. I will not have any more of my friends taken away from me. Issei remembers Ria's engagement with Riser and the losing result in a raiding game against the latter. Understanding the feelings of loss, he becomes more motivated to get a better result despite his disadvantage against Hal. Never again. Issei muttered to himself. It seems that I misjudged my new host. The first time I started working with him, I thought of Issei as nothing more than a boy motivated by women's BRSTs. His true motivation turns out to be protecting his friends from whatever danger, even though that girl is technically not in any danger. I guess permanent separation is a danger to him. This is the first time a host of ours doesn't succumb to our powers and uses it to protect the innocent and his loved ones instead. It is for that reason I consider him to be my best host. Mine too. Asdaja reluctantly admits. Both dragons then remain silent inside of the boosted gear out of respect. At the Hayadu residence during evening, Rias, Akino, and Issei's mother are currently preparing dinner while everyone else is either relaxing or helping to make the table. Rasweiss is currently at a meeting back in Kuo Academy while Ophis is currently watching Oppai Dragon on TV. Kuroka is currently helping Kaneko train to increase her stamina whenever she uses Chiron mode while Lufei is studying to become more useful to Issei as her contracted magician. Issei, however, is too concerned over the game to get involved with him and is seen sitting on a couch reading The Art of War by Sun Tzu in hopes for inspiration, something that both Ravel and Kuroka took notice of. Visama, do you really like Sona-sama that much to keep her here? Yes, but what is more important is that I want Sona to live her life the way she wanted. I know that she loves being with her friends just as much as we like being with her. No way will I let her be forcefully taken away, otherwise it would feel like all the time we spend with her will be for nothing. I am also quite surprised Security-chin. Valley only shows how much he cares for his comrades on occasions, but it seems like you care for them to the point where you are willing to put aside your BRST-loving self so they could live freely, Naya. It looks like there are more things I like about Security-chin after seeing this, but I hope that he can go back to his normal soon so I can play Naya. Kuroka makes a mischievous smile, but Issei was not in the mood. Not now, Kuroka. Issei turns away from Kuroka, much to her displeasure. Mao, you are so boring when you are like this, Security-chin. Do you really believe that you have this low of a chance to beat Hal at your current state that you have to ignore everyone to get better? Kuroka pouts. Ravel calms Kuroka. Kuroka, I think it's better to leave Issei-sama alone at this point. The fact that he is putting that much dedication to the game shows how much he cares for us. He would have done the same if we were put in the same position as Sona-sama. If you put it that way, little birdie-chan, then it looks like leaving him alone is the best option for Security-chin. Geez, when will you start calling me by my name? Ravel and Kuroka then left Issei alone. Serafall and Sona, however, overheard everything from behind a wall, both grateful and worried about Issei's dedication to free the latter from being taken away. Sona, however, was the more worried one since Issei is risking everything for her and is the reason why he is even reading a book on strategy, which he often finds boring in class. Wani-sama, I feel really guilty over letting Issei-kun do this just for my sake. Maybe it would be better for him if I just go to Hal. At least that way, he can stop worrying about me. No, Sona-chan. Issei-kun and I will never approve. If you get taken away, we will never be together like we promised. Serafall immediately refuses Sona's suggestion. I can't just let this go on. Almost everyone in this house seems to be better off considering that I am one of the newer residents here. Even if I am gone, it won't be long before everyone gets used to my lack of presence. Don't say that. When you first arrived, everyone welcomed you with open arms just like how they've treated me when I first moved here. We are now part of a bigger family, Sona-chan. If you are gone, then we lose a family member. Nobody will ever be happy losing a loved one. That is why Issei-kun is doing this for you. That is why your servants are helping Issei-kun study and practice to become better. That is how much you mean to us, Sona-chan. We will never be okay if you are taken away. A few tears started falling from Serafall's eyes. But Wani-sama. No buts. Sona-chan, let's go to Issei-kun tonight. I am sure he needs us right now after everything that has happened. Please, Sona-chan. Sona remains unsure, but seeing Serafall's tearful face as well as Issei putting a lot of effort in his studies, she reluctantly gives in. All right, but just for tonight. Yeah, for Issei-kun. A few hours later. Issei-kun, are you really asleep? Issei hears Sona's voice over him. Issei opens his heavy eyelids to see Sona staring back while on top of him. Issei is very alarmed by this and raises his voice. Sona-MB. Sona immediately covers Issei's mouth. Not so loud. You don't want to wake up Rias and Asia since they are sleeping right next to you. Issei quiets down after realizing his situation. Sona? What are you doing here so late? It's not just me. Look who is lying right next to you on the left. Issei did as he was told to see a smiling Serafall lying next to him while grabbing his arm. Rias is seen lying asleep on the other side. Rias-chan doesn't know of this, but don't worry, we will get up before they wake up. I see. Wait, that's not the point. Why are the two Citri sisters on my bed? Both sisters remain silent for a bit until Sona decides to speak up. We overheard you talking to Ravel and Kuroka. I got really worried that you might be risking too much for my sake, so I was actually considering the engagement. What? Sona, don't do this. She didn't. I convinced Sona-chan not to go through with it. I told her that it will not be okay with any of us if we lose a family. We are here because I want your opinion, Issei-kun. Do you like Sona-chan? Do you consider her as family? Serafall asked. Sona waits anxiously for Issei's answer. Yes. I like Sona and I consider her not just as family, but also something closer than just a friend. Sona shows a faint blush over Issei's unexpected answer yet did not act too surprised due to how their relationship progressed during his visit to the Citri castle. That is why I don't want to lose against Hal. Everything we did with you alongside, those are the memories we want to keep. If you go away, it feels like it was all for nothing. Let me ask you, if I win, what are you going to do? Sona gives a smile. I want to stay. You are right, Heiken. This house is where all of my best memories took place. The time I spent together with all of you is something I wish would go on forever. That is why I am counting on you to win. It won't be all for nothing. Now both me and Sona-chan know what Issei-kun thinks of us. Let us be your charm for good luck. Is that why both of you are here in my room? The game has gotten 3 of us worked over the edge. Right now, the 3 of us being together is all we can do. I believe that you will win, Issei-kun, but since no one can actually tell the future, I want to spend at least one more moment. I want to make one more memory before the game. Make this moment your motivation, Issei-kun. Sona then lies down to the right between Issei and Asia. Yeah. The thought of both Citri sisters sleeping with him caused him to briefly forget about his match with Hal out of embarrassment, but soon falls asleep comfortably seeing as they have. The day has finally arrived. Both Issei and Hal are standing across from each other on an underworld battlefield with numerous flags scattered around them. While Issei stares intensely at Hal, the latter shows no sign of hostility and remains calm. I wish you good luck, Security. You, tell me why you want to restate your engagement all of a sudden? That is something you will find out after the game. Tell me, do you think you can beat me? The only time to find out is after the game. Balance break. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Issei then covers himself in red armor. Hal becomes impressed by the sight. So that's the armor of the Red Dragon Emperor. I cannot wait to face him. The announcer then begins to speak from the announce table. All right, it appears that both contestants are ready. I shall announce the basic rules of the game once more. Both contestants have 30 minutes to collect as many flags as they can and carry them to their base zone. They will not be allowed to steal the flags that either contestant is holding in their hands. but are allowed to take the flags from each other's base zones, and whoever is able to gather all of the flags or has the most flags in the base zone when time runs out will be the winner. Are you both ready? Alright then, start. The referee then moves out of the way. Using his quicker speed, Issei proceeds to gather as many flags as he can while Hal moves at normal pace. Alright, I can see probably 101 flags on the field. In order to win, I have to gather all or at least 51 to my base zone before time runs out in order to win. I can see that Hal is grabbing less flags than I am. I've got a bad feeling about this, but I must gather as many as I can. Issei manages to get 25 flags and decided to put them back at his base zone while Hal only got 5 in his hand before going back. Alright, I got 25 flags in the base zone while he only got. Let's see what the score is. What? Issei looks at the scoreboard, which shows that he only got 2 flags while Hal got all 5 correct. It looks like among the 25 flags the Security manages to get, only 2 of them happen to be real things while Hal manages to collect 5 of the real ones with no fakes. The announcer explains. So that's why Hal was moving so slow. He was touching the flags to know which flags are fake and real. He must have made it certain that there were fake flags before the start to catch his opponent off guard. I cannot feel anything with this armor on, so I better think of something quick. Hey Security, are you going to stand there or play? I already got 2 more flags in my base zone. Wait a minute, Saji said that the real flags are more durable than the fake ones. In that case, Issei then takes a deep breath. It appears that the Security has a plan to turn this around. I am sure that the audience is also curious over how he is going to overcome the disadvantage. Once the announcer is done, Issei lets out a huge stream of fire, spreading it across the whole field. What the? Hal becomes alarmed as the flames were heading towards him as well. Forced to drop his flags, Hal creates a magic defense circle to block the flames from hitting him. After Issei is done breathing fire, he immediately sees the fake flags burning quickly while the real ones remain undamaged. Alright. Realizing the opportunity, Issei immediately grabs Hal's flags that were dropped before he can cancel the spell and places them in his base zone, allowing his score to increase to 4, although it's still 1 flag less to Hal's score. Amazing! The Security manages to burn out the fake flags and gathers his opponents while he was confused. With this, it seems as though the Security might have a chance of winning this. The announcer expressed his excitement. Good job, Issei-kun. Serafall cheers alongside her sister and the rest of the Hyudu residents as they are watching from the audience seats. Something is wrong. I've got a feeling that Hal has more up his sleeve. Sona expressed worry in her thoughts while the rest cheer. Time to win this. Issei then gathers 2 more flags while avoiding the burning ones. Hal, however, remains undeterred. Once Issei's back is turned to pick up a flag he missed, Hal placed his hand firmly on the ground. Got you! Issei turns back only to see even more flags than there were before. How did he? No time for this. If these are fake flags, I better get rid of them. Issei then takes another deep breath and lets out his flames. Hal created another magic defense circle as he picked up a couple more flags. Once Issei finished his attack, he is shocked to see that all of the flags remain undamaged except for the ones that are already burning. I will not fall for that trick again, Security. And it looks like Hal turned the tables again. How will the Security be able to counter this one? The announcer is also watching the match anxiously. It looks like I will have to gather all of them in hopes that they are real. Issei then tries to grab a flag nearby while holding the ones he has already gathered before his attack. Again to his shock, the flag passes right through him, making him realize that the flags Hal planted are holographic, making it even more difficult to distinguish from the real ones. Looks like I am ahead again. Issei looks up at the scoreboard to see that Hal already has 10 flags in his base zone while Issei only has 6, including the ones he is holding. After dropping the 2 flags in his base zone, Issei desperately tries to find the real flags, passing through all of the holographic ones with little success, only able to gather 5 more after 10 minutes of searching. Issei then looks up at the scoreboard to see that Hal now has double the amount of flags in his base zone than his last count. Too slow. Only Hal knows which flags are the real ones while the rest are holographic. Hal then grabs another real flag and puts it in his base zone. Issei looks around the field desperately, but remains unsure of what strategy to use. What am I going to do? Unable to tell the difference between the holographic flags and the real ones, Issei desperately attempts to think up a strategy to counter Hal's technique. More than 20 minutes have passed since the match started and Issei only has about 14 flags in his base zone, less than half of Hal's 32 flags. Out of desperation, Issei decides to enter Hal's base zone to steal some of his flags, only to fall into a trap. A magic circle appears below Issei and tightly restrains him with chains. Did you honestly think I didn't see that coming, Security? You aren't exactly the first person who tried to enter my base zone. Hal then holds up his arm and aims his hand towards Issei. A small magic circle forms in front of his palm and highly pressurized water suddenly shoots out, knocking Issei all the way back to his own base zone. Gah! Issei was knocked hard to the wall that was protecting the audience of the first few rows. Is that a water spell? Could he be? No, he was just using ordinary magic to control it as it lacks the technique of the Citri clan, but for it to be powerful enough to send me back here while in my scale mail, I think I can somewhat see why he was formerly Sona's fiancé. Issei spoke to himself. Issei then takes a look at the flags he collected on his base zone and noticed that a couple are missing. When did he? While you were too busy struggling to get out of the chains, I decided to take the opportunity to do the same thing that you did. You try to take my flags, I take yours. It's that simple. Oh, and try not to get angry, because otherwise you will lose focus. Take a look at the score now. Issei did as told and calms himself before looking at the scoreboard. Issei now only has 11 flags while Hal has, darn it. As I thought, there is actually no way I can match an actual strategist. Is all of this work for nothing or am I missing something? Are you going to let the same thing happen again? You lost the rating game against Riser and nearly lost Rias as a result. Now you are playing another game with Sona on the line this time. Are you okay with letting her down? Ddraig said. Of course I am not okay, but I am not cut out to be a strategist. It's like everyone said, I am an idiot who only knows how to fight. I will not let my host speak about himself like that. As Ddraig spoke up. It's been a while since I've last heard from you. Can't help it. Other than fighting, there is not much for me to do here besides giving you power to train. I am also not quite as fond about this whole Oppai Dragon thing Ddraig seems to enjoy so much. Who says I enjoy Oppai Dragon? Ddraig was quick to deny Ddraig's statement. Ha! Now that reaction is what will keep me awake and laughing. Anyway, do not tell me that you are willing to give up this easily after getting this far. I will not have a host who doesn't have the determination to win. So the rules are a bit different from an actual fight. Who cares? I've been there and done that back then and never let such a thing stop me. Don't let that stop you either. I don't have the brain power to beat this guy. Saji may have warned me about his abilities, but I was never able to figure out how to counter it. I was hoping that I can gather the flags quickly and end the match before this happened. You don't have to be smart to beat him, you just need to have the imagination. Remember that I am here too. Not just Ddraig. My imagination, huh? For the time being, I guess I better keep Hal occupied. Issei then charges towards Hal, who had already gathered 4 more flags. Hal immediately takes notice and lifts his right hand. Just 3 more flags until this is over, Security. Even if you manage to take more flags, there is only 5 minutes left in the game. 5 minutes is more than enough to take yours. Hal becomes a little surprised. Hold on there, it's against the rules. Directly take flags from your opponent. Are you planning to get yourself disqualified? You're right. I cannot take them directly from you, but I can take them from your base zone. You already tried that. What makes you think you can just take them? Just watch. Issei heads over to Hal's base zone. As soon as he crossed the line, a magic circle appears below him, summoning the chains. Issei, who've already predicted such a move, jumps away and flies towards Hal's flags as the chains follow him. Okay, I better make sure that I am faster than these chains. Issei then increases his speed. I see. So you think you can just dodge my restraints just by increasing your speed? This isn't going to work, because the faster you are, the less time you have to react. Hal then forms another magic circle in his hand and summons a large volume of water heading straight for Issei. This is it. Without stopping, Issei takes a deep breath as he is heading towards a large wave of water. He then opens his mask and unleashes a huge stream of fire from his mouth. As the fire and water collide, the temperature difference is causing fog to form from the two attacks, covering the entire field. So this was his strategy. Not bad at all, Sekiryu, but it will take a lot more than just fog to stop me. Since it is made out of water, all I have to do is control it. Like I will let you. Issei's voice is heard. Before Hal is able to do anything, Issei tackled him, causing him to lose concentration and drop one of his flags, which Issei grabbed before disappearing back to the fog. In the audience seats, all members of the Hyudu residence are quite pleased with the unexpected turn of events, even though they can no longer see the battle due to the fog. That's my Issei. Do your best. Rias said in her thoughts. I am his manager, so there is no way Issei-sama will lose to this arrogant playboy. Ravel becomes more tense. Do your best, Aiken. Asia is also supporting Issei within her thoughts. Issei-kun is finally back in the game. Go Ahi. Win this so Sona-chan will stay with both you and her Onizama. Serafall is acting in a manner similar to a high school cheerleader. Onizama, please sit down on your seats. There are people watching. Sona turns away out of embarrassment. Even in this situation, there is always something interesting going on with you girls. Azazel said from several seats behind Sona. Everyone immediately turned around after hearing Azazel's voice. He is seen sitting next to Marta while the latter is cheering for Issei. Since when were you two here? Ria said. Since the beginning, but all of you were too focused on the match to notice. You didn't think we knew about Hal's challenge to Issei? The news spread out across the underworld since it involves both the Citri and Valak clans. That makes sense. Sensei, you seem to have a lot of faith that Aion will win this, don't you? Kiba asked. Of course, this is an idiot known to make miracles happen. I believe that a miracle will happen here. For you to ask, it seems like there are some of you that don't believe that Issei can win this. No. We believed that Issei-kun always has a chance, but considering that he is not a strategist and the difference between the score made us very tense. I do hope that Issei-kun will be able to turn this match around in 4 minutes. Sona said. Geez, Sona-chan, you like Issei-kun just as much as I do, so you should have more faith like Azazel-chan. I know Issei-kun is going to win. That's why I am cheering for him no matter the odds. Realizing that being worried won't help Issei, Sona smiles and becomes more determined that Issei will defeat Hal. You're right. I believe that Issei-kun will win, but can you please behave while you are here? The attention you are getting from others is embarrassing me. No can do, Sona-chan. I want to encourage my beloved Issei-kun as loud as I can so he can hear it. Go ahead. Sona sighs as Serafall continues to cheer loudly. Come on, Issei. Come on, Issei. Marta is doing a more passive cheer as she watches. Back in the arena, Issei manages to take some of Hal's flags from his base zone to his. Hal attempts to do the same despite not being able to see. Take this. Issei emerges from the fog and tackles Hal again, taking the flags back as he continues to drop them. Can't see anything. I can't concentrate due to the Sekiryu coming out of nowhere in this fog. Every time I grabbed a flag, he would always attack to force me to drop it so he can grab it. Using Ddraig's eyes is definitely his advantage in this fog. I've got to get rid of it somehow. Hal said in his thoughts. Only 3 minutes left. I better disable the Sekiryu or I won't be able to get the advantage. Think. Hal then grabs another flag. Issei sees this and charges towards him. Got you. Hal surrounds himself with defense circles, blocking Issei's attack and knocking him out briefly. With Issei temporarily distracted, Hal wasted no time and started turning the fog into water and dropping it to the ground. Looks like your stealth advantage is no longer their Sekiryu. I still have more flags than you and all I have to do is last 2 more minutes before I win. Issei looks at the scoreboard, showing that he has collected 18 flags while Hal has the total of Issei, however, is unfazed. It's true that the fog has faded, but the fact that you dropped the water to the ground is exactly what I was waiting for. What? Issei then starts flying above the arena floor and aims his hand. Dragon shot. Issei then unleashes a huge amount of energy from his hand, destroying the ground, which has been softened by the water that Hal dropped, and all of the holographic flags. Hal was forced to use more strength in his magic defense circle to block the impact of the explosion. As the attack hits, the impact becomes strong enough that the audience could actually feel the force pushing them away. Despite a strong magic field surrounding the arena, as soon as the dust clouds cleared away, Hal is seen knocked out as well as flags from both base zones falling away from the area. Alright, Hal will wake up any second. I better hurry and remember where all the flags are. Issei begins looking all over at the destroyed floor to try to find where all flags are. 1 minute left. Better make this count. Asdaja, can you hear me? You know what I am thinking. Understood. Issei's armor then turns from red to black and heads back down to collect the flags. Hal wakes up to find that there are even more flags laying down on the ground than he remembered. What is this? These aren't my flags. I copied your technique and made fake flags using Asdaja's power since I can imagine the form of his magic as well. It looks like your own trick is working against you. I am not going to lose to the likes of you. I will find them. Hal then desperately grabs as many flags as possible in hopes of getting the real one while runs to certain areas to grab the flags. There is only 15 seconds left and I have about 3 more flags than the Security from the looks of his base zone, which means that all I need to do is last. Hal then sees Issei running back to his base zone carrying 7 flags. Realizing that Issei is going to win should he succeed, Hal summons 2 magic circles in front of Issei. What the? The chains came out much faster, restraining Issei almost instantly before he can reach his base zone. A horn was heard signaling that the game is over. I managed to stop the Security. Looks like I will be the one who takes Sona back, even though I actually don't want to. Then again, you were close Security, so I will give you credit for giving me such a good match. Hal then takes a breather and sits down as the results were being announced. After such a close match, the winner is the Security. Wait, what? As the loud cheers filled the arena, Hal takes a look up at the scoreboard to see that Issei actually collected 23 flags while Hal only has, out of 49 flags that were in this arena, 42 was collected by both contestants with the Security gathering 23 of the flags. Wait a minute, there is no way the Security has more flags than me. I counted the flags in his base zone. Don't be fooled by appearances, Hal. While you were distracted, I knew that I have to be smarter in order to win, so I did a little trick. Issei then digs a small hole within his base zone to find 7 flags buried underneath the ground. You got too focused on gathering more flags and preventing me from getting more that you forgot to look at the scoreboard. The ones I was carrying was fake to avoid suspicion. When I saw that you were focused on restraining me, I knew that I would win. Issei then deactivates his balance breaker and the fake flags soon start disappearing. I see. Knowing that you have very little time left, you were forced to improvise, but for you to do something so reckless was quite unexpected. It is my lost Security. Congratulations. Hal offers Issei a hand, which the latter accepted. Back to the audience. Yes, Kun won. He won. He won. Serafall cheered the loudest among the audience. Sona is on the verge of tears after hearing the results. Issei did it. He won. Thank you. Thank you. I knew that a miracle will happen somehow and I just made it happen. Azazel makes a loud laugh, much to the dismay of most members of the Hyudu residents. Good job, Issei. Rias is seen clapping alongside Asia while the rest gave a loud cheer. It looks like you won't be going away anytime soon, aren't you, Sona? Akino asked. Sona shakes her head. I am staying right here. Congratulations, Issei-sama. Ravel screamed. I knew you could do it. Marta said. Back in the Hyudu residence. What? Almost everyone in the house shows a very surprised face when Hel seems like he wanted to confess something. You mean you never wanted to take Sona-chan away? Serafall asked. No, I am quite over it actually. This entire thing was planned by both me and the rest of the Citri clan. But why go through all this trouble? Why exactly did you want me to compete against you in Scramble the Flag? Issei asked. I'm sure you've already know about Clippeth and Grendel's mother on the loose in the underworld. As you see, we are still recovering from the string of incidents that occurred there involving the Khaos Brigade and Hades. The limitations of being a high-class and ultimate-class devils have prevented us from fully utilizing our abilities to stop this threat. We needed to rely on others to do the things we can't. And so you went to Issei because you believed that he himself will be able to handle the threat, as being a lower-class devil gives him more privileges to get involved. Sona commented. Yes. I've heard that both hosts of the Heavenly Dragons are what people put their faith on, including the Satans. It was hard to keep an eye on the Vanishing Dragon since he goes everywhere, but I've heard which area of the human world the Security is staying in, so I decided to keep an eye on you. What exactly were you looking for by watching over Issei? Rias asked. I wanted to see the potential of him being able to beat a super devil like Rizavim or the strongest evil dragon Krumkruch. When I saw you fight Grendel and Krumkruch, I noticed that you were only using brute force and strong attacks in your battles. I was actually very disappointed, because those opponents alone already exceeded your power. If you keep relying on force, they will exceed and will one day kill you. I wanted you to realize that. So that's why you challenged me to scramble the flag. Indeed. Sometimes in order to beat an opponent, you have to outsmart them. This is especially true when you face someone more powerful than you. I wanted you to outsmart me. That way, I know you will be fine and you didn't disappoint. Of course. Thuin will always find a way to pull through in a desperate situation. Serafall immediately gives Issei a hug, much to Sona's dismay. Wani-sama, I think I should be the one to hug him considering that he was doing this for me. Then join in Sona-chan. Sona gives a small blush. Not in front of everyone, Wani-sama. I've got to admit, Hayadu actually looked very cool going against Hal. Murayama also begins to blush after saying that. Hey, don't forget that Hayadu is still a pervert, okay? Just be careful. Hate still shows some distrust towards Issei, knowing that he still has a perverted side, but her tone shows less hostility than before, which Issei takes as a sign of trust. Issei then turns towards Hal. Tell me, what would happen if I had lost? I definitely would keep my word and take Sona back to the underworld, but making her stay permanently and marrying her was definitely a lie. I would have told her what I had planned to get her to understand and then hope you would figure out your mistakes soon enough before I return her, but I don't need to do that now since you've won Security. Just call me Issei. Very well, Issei. Anyway, I better go. My girlfriend is waiting for me and she won't be happy if I am late on our date night. Hal then gets up and leaves. Sona, however, is unhappy hearing that. For some reason, I felt even more like I was just being used by him like a tool. Issei then takes a deep breath and turns towards Sona. At least it's over now. I am glad that you were not taken away, even if it would only be for a short while. I am glad too. Thank you for trying your best for me, Issei. Anyway, I better let the rest of the student council know of the results since they were still staying in school during the game. As Sona begins to leave, she suddenly stops as if she was hesitant about something. Issei becomes concerned. Sona? Is something wrong? Sona turns around and places her left hand on Issei's cheek before making lip contact with him. Many suddenly yelled in shock seeing Sona kissing Issei suddenly. After Sona releases herself, she holds her lips with her fingers while blushing before giving a warm smile. I will make sure to thank you properly later. For now, I guess a kiss will do. Sona said before leaving. Issei is still speechless over the sudden kiss until a shiver was felt on his spine. He turns around to see almost everyone giving death glares at him, although Serafall seems more happy that Sona is more open towards Issei, despite being his girlfriend. Please have mercy on me. Issei frightenedly said. I see. Everyone screamed before the scene fades out. Midnight in the underworld. Well, this is an unexpected development. Hal is currently in an empty area of a mountain with Grendel's mother staring back at him. How unfortunate for such a handsome young man to be seen by me. You know, with my son dead, I've been wanting to unleash my anger towards the Seraphs who were responsible for Grendel's demise, but I am tired of holding back and it looks like I will have to settle for you for the time being. You will not have such an easy time fighting me. I will make sure you are dead before the Seraphs can even get to you. Mizuchi, I am going to need your help this time. A katana suddenly appears in Hal's right hand. Understood. Balance breaker. Water armor activated. Hal's entire body gets covered in water, wearing it like an armor as he goes head-to-head with Grendel's mother. I see. Thanks to Mizuchi, you are able to control large volumes of water. I may not be able to perform water techniques like the Citri clan since my control over the element comes from a water dragon, but I can make do by combining with my own demonic powers. Hal said in his thoughts. Time to eliminate the threat. Hal then aims his hand at Grendel's mother and the water surrounding him creates a huge wave heading towards her. Yes, that's it. Give me a good fight. Grendel's mother prepares to defend herself as the giant wave is about to hit her.